Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Erza's Scarlet Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Quirks are as common as people walking in streets going to their day-to-day activities. They're also as abundant as the amount of people in the world. Well, maybe except for an estimated 20% of the world's population. Role in our main character, Midoriya Izuku. She's as average as anyone can get with short, green, curly hair that seems to only be manageable when she uses a sheet ton of conditioner and brushes that pull out her hair by the handful. Izuku enjoys keeping her hair short. She finds it to be easier to control like this. She's more towards the shorter side of kids her age, but it's okay. She has a lot more growing to do. Today is her 4th birthday. With the appearance of quirks in 20XX, kids usually show signs of receiving theirs of some sort when they are around 4 years of age. As a bubbling child, Izuku could not wait till she got her very own quirk. Especially since her best friend, Katsuki Bakugou, whom she calls Kaken, already got his. Explosion. Izuku found it to be such an awesome quirk. With the nitroglycerin sweat Kaken produces, he can use them to make, well, explosions. Kaken plans on being a hero just like Izuku does. She giggles to herself when thinking back on a memory of them playing at the park. Wow, Kaken! Your quirk is so cool. Izuku complimented her friend as he shows off his quirk to her. Of course it is Izuku-chan. I'm going to be the #1 hero someday, so it only makes sense I got an awesome quirk to boot. Kaken turned to face Izuku to boast while puffing his chest up proudly. I can't wait till I get my quirk too. Izuku flashed him a bright smile showing all of her small baby teeth. She failed to notice the small blush growing on Katsuki's face. No matter what quirk you end up getting, Izuku-chan, it will never be as great as mine. Kaken turns back around to continue walking forwards. Besides, with my strong quirk, I'll protect you and someday we're going to get married, right? You can just be by my side instead, okay Izuku-chan? He says it more as a demand than a question, but Izuku just giggles at him. Come on Kaken. Let's play heroes and villains. Izuku smiled and laughed as she knew Kaken was letting her catch him on purpose. She truly enjoyed the thought of being married to Kaken in the future. After all, he was her prince. Izuku skipped happily at the same time as holding her mother's hand while walking through the street. Because it is her birthday, her mother promised to take her out to lunch at an All Might-themed restaurant. Izuku squealed internally at the thought. All Might is the current #1 hero with an amazing quirk. She speculates to some kind of muscle-enhancing quirk or something similar. As she kept fantasizing on what her potential quirk could be, she almost missed the loud boom and sound of sirens that followed afterwards. Oh dear. Izuka Midoriya looked in the direction of the chaos. Izuku didn't seem to mind too much. Fights became common with the rise of villain and heroes. Besides, being the die-hard fan she is, Izuku had confidence that the heroes would be able to take care of the situation and keep people safe. It was their job after all. Izuku did want to go to see the fight, but she'd rather spend this special time with her mom. The mother-daughter pair continued to the restaurant location with an excited Izuku skipping along. She only stopped skipping when she felt a strong blast and the wind pressure from the force. The blast caused her to let go her mother's hand and tumble across the pavement. Ow! Slowly getting back up, she looked at her palms and knees to see them slightly scrapped but nothing a bandage can't fix. She then surveyed the surrounding area to find her mother. Mom, where did you go? Pointing her head towards the direction of the blast, her eyes widened as large as dinner plates, but not over something she should be joyful for. Because right there, in front of her permanently shocked face, was her mother in the grip of a villain. Mommy! Izuku got up off the ground and ignored the small stinging from the scrapes. She had other things to worry about after all. Her mother was being held by a villain as a hostage as heroes surrounded the villain on all sides. Just as she was getting near, she felt another force hold her by the waist. Hold up, young miss. This is a dangerous area. Please stay back and follow the police to where it is safe. A tall, male hero in a red bodysuit tried to make her turn around and head towards the officers trying to block a crowd from getting close. Izuka struggled to get out of the man's grip, but to no use. She was only 4 years old. What fight could she put up against a grown man? Still, when has anything tried to stop her before? Squirming violently, she started yelling on the top of her lungs with tears falling down her face. But she needs help. I have to get to her. Please help her. The hero looked at her with sympathetic eyes and gave her the standard response. This wasn't his first hostage situation, nor was it the first time he had to reassure the hostages' family members. We're doing everything we can, sweetie. Your mom will be safe and back with you in no time. Izuka looked into the hero's face when he spoke to her. She could tell that he only said the words that she wanted to hear. Tears were still falling down her face as she directed her sight to the villain holding some kind of blade to her mother. It seemed to be sprouting from the villain's wrists and about 2 feet long. His quirk most likely. That's all Izuka could do in her situation. Watch from the sidelines and pray that her mother would be fine and back to holding her hand with time to spare to check out the restaurant. Or, at least, that's what Izuka would have done if she was anyone but her. Still struggling against the hero's hold, she turns around to deliver a small but swift kick to the hero's sensitive area. Not expecting the attack, the hero bends over. In pain while Izuka managed to get free. Noticing the escape of the small child, the hero looks up to see her making a mad dash towards the fight. Young girl, stop at once, it's not safe. You'll get hurt. The hero's warning fell on deaf ears as Izuka continued running. Mommy! Izuka cried out as her vision was blurred from the amount of tears running down her face. The other heroes, Izuka could count 4 other ones, finally noticed the small girl running in their direction with Izuka's sudden outburst. Big mistake. As she got older, Izuka realized that it was of her shouting that distracted the heroes from the villain. But for now, Izuka's only focus was getting her mother out of the situation. Foolish heroes. It's not smart to get distracted. The villain announced, which would have been comically cliched if not for the life at risk. Too late. The heroes turned their heads as the villain slashed the blade against the hostage, right on the front of her neck. As for poor, little Izuka, she ended up having the front row seat to the murder of her mother. So, as the only thing Izuka could think of at the moment, she screamed. And not just any scream, a blood-piercing shrill of a scream. Oh, and it didn't help to make the scream normal with Izuka's body glowing green and the surrounding pieces of rubble also having a soft green glow while levitating off the air by no more than a foot. It didn't take a genius to understand this was probably the little girl's quirk and the woman who met her early ends, her mother. If only that had been the single reaction. But no. Life is a beach and decided to F up the situation even more by adding swords. Starting from her and sprouting towards the sky, silver swords that anyone would find as a picture in a history textbook fell in uniform place and ascended upwards as far as anyone could see. The design of the swords was as basic as a sword could get. The blade was looked to be about 2 feet by 5 inches and sharpened on both edges. The hilt was normal as well. But back to the main issue. Once reaching a fair amount of height with the swords lined up on top of each other single files, they spread outwards. The swords covered the entire sky by the hundreds, no thousands. The 4 stunned heroes turned their gazes to Izuka, 5 if you count the man in the red bodysuit standing a couple meters away. The screaming stops and Izuka's tear-filled eyes had a murderous look to them. 6 more swords appeared in front of Izuka, levitating parallel to the ground. Izuka raised her arms outwards and pointed to the villain. No words were said. No hesitation in the little girl's part. The villain found himself laughing hysterically 1 minute and dead from puncture wounds the next. Izuka felt as if she was hit by a speeding truck. Emotionally, of course, but it contained the same amount of force in the impact. As the villain slashed her mother, Izuka's mind became blank. She stood there with her thoughts going 1,000,000 miles per hour. Mommy! She's dead. A villain. He hurt her. She's hurt. Mommy's hurt. It's his fault. Killed her. He killed Mommy. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't fast enough. It's my fault she's dead. The hero held me back. It's the hero's fault. I didn't get away quick enough. Mommy's dead. The villain killed her. It's his fault. It's his fault. It's his fault that Mommy is dead. She felt nothing. Nothing by anger. Remorse. Hate for villains. Hate for heroes. And finally, hate for her weakness. But she hates the villain even more. The one who killed her mother. He will pay. He will bleed. He will feel the pain she's going through. The pain her mother went through. And she will be the one to give the villain his punishment. She felt the bond with each and every sword that appeared. She stopped screaming. She glared at the villain laughing before her as he nudged her mother with his foot. The villain took notice of Izuka. Hard not to with the dramatic effect the swords and green glow was having on her. What's with why? Oh. The villain gave a sinister smile that could be compared to someone who enjoys torturing people. Was this your mommy, little one? Well, no point in crying now. She's gone. 6 swords appeared in front of the little girl. The villain's smile was replaced with a look of superiority. He found the girl adorable to try fight him, but it would be no point. All he has to do is dodge and lunge for the Ada. Izuka raised her arms and the sword sped towards the villain at light speed. There was no way he could dodge. The swords were too fast. One pierced each leg and arm. Another punctured his head as the final sword stabbed his heart. His final thoughts before hell knocked on his door. That kid is a monster. The Ken incident. Starting from Japan to covering the entire globe. Silver blades gleaming in the sky. All caused by a single child and her quirk. Izuka Midoriya remembered the past events all too well. It would be very anime-like if she had forgotten due to amnesia from trauma, but at some points, she wishes she did. At the scene, the villain fell in a pile of his own blood. 2 swords had stabbed him in vital areas, the head and heart. But that was the least of everyone's concerns. 'Cause right from Izuka's tiny little body, large swords that were almost as big as her kept sprouting to the sky. But the scariest effect the swords had was that they were expanding everywhere. Izuka felt numb. Like nothing. She couldn't think straight. All she could do was slowly crawl to her mother laying in another pile of blood. Reaching the murdered mother, Izuka took Inko's head into her hands and hugged her. Still warm. The swords never disappeared. In fact, they started swirling around Izuka and her mother in a slow spiral, almost as it was protecting the two. Izuka was not an idiot. She knew the swords belonged to her. She could feel each and every sword connected to her as crazy as it sounds. Even the ones hovering hundreds of miles in the air above America. All of them. She found a sense of comfort within the swords. She also felt tired. Closing her eyes, she rested her head on top of her mother's. Mommy, stay with me, okay? I'll be at your side to protect you when the heroes failed. After what seemed like a couple minutes passing, she opened her eyes again from a sense of exposure. My swords. She could feel it. All of her swords, the bonds were breaking. It left her vulnerable. Her mother vulnerable. She didn't like it. Not one bit. Izuka tried summoning more swords, but failed. No, a pink gas was surrounding Izuka on all sides. The gas made her very sleepy. If Izuka was tired before, she was about to pass out on the spot right now. And so she did. Life is great. Thought one Aizawa Shoyuda who had been called in at an emergency situation. A villain had killed what looked to be a middle-aged woman and a child's quirk is going haywire. Life is good. Arriving on the scene, he could count 6 heroes excluding himself. From what the police knew, 5 of the heroes had already been there and the 6th hero was none other than the R-rated hero, Midnight. Police has called her in for her quirk. She could emit a gas from her body that acts similar to sleep gas. Her quirk is going to be handy, for looking at the mess in front of him, things are a disaster. And sitting in the middle of the chaos was a small, young girl, who Aizawa deduced couldn't be older than 5 at best. Swords were swirling around the child and the middle-aged woman in question's head is on the child's lap. She's dead. It was painfully obvious the woman was no longer in the realm of the living. Her throat was sliced open revealing a bloody wound that no healer could ever amount to save. Giving a signal to midnight, in which the R-rated hero responded to with a nod of her own, Izuku, to raise her head, activated his quirk and took away the child's quirk. Midnight followed suit and the young girl collapsed on the spot. Eraserhead took a peek at paramedics rushing over to the child's location, hauling her onto a gurney and whisking her away on an ambulance. He then looked at the corpse of both the women and the villain being cleaned up. Life.isa beach. Where am I? Izuka opened her eyes to what appeared to be a dark, black room. She couldn't see anything in front of her. Not even her own hands. What's going on? Out of nowhere, a bright light flashed in one of the corners. She couldn't tell the corners apart in the room, but she would recognize the image that followed suit anywhere. Mommy! Izuka's eyes teared up in relief. Her mommy was okay. She's standing right in front of her. Izuka headed in full speed to her mother. Mommy! I'm right here. Can you see me? Stay away. Izuka stopped dead in her tracks. Did she hear correctly? Did her beloved mother say for her to I said stay away. Izuka felt her outstretched arms fall to her side. But mommy! How could you? What do you mean dash? You left me to die. I was suffering, and you left me to die. How could you? Did you not love me? Izuka never saw more hatred in her life than now. The look of disdain her mother was giving her. Tears of relief were being replaced with tears of confusion and pain. I didn't leave you, mommy. I swear. It was the hero. The hero held me back. Mommy, please, come back. The image of her mother was slowly fading into nothing. Please, come back. Mommy. Izuka's mother came and went just as fast. But the only difference now was her heart had been shattered. Izuka woke up for real. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa felt like drowning himself in coffee. It's been 3 days since the Ken incident, and that meant he's in the heart of the problems. The child in question is still unconscious, the villain and the victim are both dead, and there is a loud, and frankly annoying, blonde woman with spiky hair screaming at the top of her lungs at him. How many freaking times do I have to tell you? My name is where it says godmother on the legal papers, therefore. She is now my responsibility. What do you people not get about that? The detective sighed. Bakugou-san, I understand that you have the legal rights, but I'm afraid she still will have to be placed in an institution of some sort until we discover more about her quirk. The government has picked up on this issue and declared her quirk to be dangerous to not only herself, but by judging the power she has, everyone in the world is at danger too. Other countries are also on the matter due to it being a level of national safety. We cannot just hand over Midoriya Izuku into your custody. It's no secret about who Izuka is and her quirk. It was displayed all over the world, for goodness sake. There's no hiding that from the media. And the vultures soaked it all up for what it's worth. Now everyone in the world knew the story. Midoriya Izuku, a young girl who displayed massive amount of power in her quirk at manifestation with the murder of her mother at the hands of a low-level villain. One who possesses enough power to wreak havoc anywhere on the globe. At age 4. And everyone knows quirks get stronger as a person grows older. Tsukachi looked down at the papers which contained all information about Midoriya Izuku and Midoriya Izuku. There wasn't much for Izuka because she's only 4 and her quirk can't be registered without further knowledge of what she is fully capable of. As for Midoriya Izuku, her parents had a telekinesis quirk and a metal quirk. It seems Midoriya Izuku had only inherited the telekinesis quirk, but the metal quirk from her dad was still in her genes, but never expressed. Instead, young Izuka received a mutated version of the two quirks combining. Hey, are you listening? Oh yeah, Tsukachi still had to listen to this woman. I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said? Yelled in front of my face with enough volume to put present mic to. Shame? I said, I don't give a crap about what you stupid government people think is best for her cause. You're all wrong. The poor child just lost her mother and you want to send her to a institution making her feel like some kind of human weapon that needs to be contained? Tsukachi actually agrees with the woman. He has from the start. He doesn't want the young, traumatized girl to go off with strangers, but there's nothing he could do about it. He's just some lowly detective in a police station. Although, he does know a certain someone with influential power that could change how the world perceives young Midoriya Izuka. Bakugou-san, let me see if I can contact an old friend. I have a feeling he could do something to lighten up Izuka's situation. Izuka slowly opened her eyes to see blinding lights. She blinked a couple times to focus her vision. Looking around, she found herself laying on an uncomfortable bed with beeping sounds next to her. Izuka found herself in a small room with her being the only occupant. Izuka turned her head to the right. Never mind. There's one other person in the room. He was in some kind of yellow sleeping bag. She stared the man's face for he seemed familiar, but she didn't know what. Trying to move her hands to her face to rub her eyes, they were itchy, she found her movements restricted. On each arm, there was cloth wrapped around her wrists and tied to the bed. There was an additional large, chunky, black bracelet just below the wrapping on her right wrist. Izuka started panicking. Only bad people were restrained and locked up. Izuka's referring to all the villains she'd seen before with HNDCFFS placed on them and carried off to jail. She did the logical thing any 4-year-old would do in her situation: cry. The man with black, messy hair and scarf around his neck woke from his nap. The man woke up to stare at the child crying, dash. He thought. Aizawa Shoyuda was no good with kids, especially one in the hospital that started crying out of nowhere. So, he did the most logical thing he could think of and went to see if he could call a nurse or doctor over. Almost out the door, heard the whimpering stop to faint sobs and turned his attention back to the child. Big, teary, green eyes met dull, gray, dried ones. Aizawa then saw the restraints around her arms. His heart, yes, he does have one. It's just small and empty, felt a pang. Poor kid. He couldn't just stare at the girl the whole time. Hey, I'm going to go get one of the doctors. Stay put here. He felt stupid after saying that. Where would she go? She's tied to the bed. Aizawa left the room and headed to the nurse's station. He would later wish that he didn't leave the room with the girl by herself. Izuka took in her surroundings after the man left. But everything was white and it didn't sit well with her. Mommy! Izuka was about to tear up again, but she wouldn't let them fall. I have no right to cry. I caused Mommy's death. She's dead because of me. Izuka thought back to this morning. Happy birthday, my darling little girl. Oh, with how fast you're growing, you'll someday just forget about your mother and be off on your own. Never, Mommy. I'll always stay by your side no matter what. Izuka looked up at her mother with shining eyes and a huge smile. What about Katsuki-kun? Weren't you and he going to be together forever as well? Inko replied with a slight chuckle. Izuka scrunched her face in thought and looked back up to her mother. Kaken's just gonna have to deal with you being around. Inko gave her daughter a big hug. Oh, what did I ever do to deserve you? Izuka laughed along with her mother as the two squeezed tighter. Mommy, can we go to the new All Might restaurant that's near here? Izuka asked with pleading eyes as large as pancakes. Are you sure? I could always make katsudon and we could invite Katsuki over as well. But I really want to see the place. Please, Mommy? Inko could never say no to the puppy dog eyes in front of her. It reminded her of her deceased husband who died before Izuka was born. If that's what you want, sweetheart, of course. Izuka never regretted a decision more in her life than ever before. Back to the present. Izuka didn't like the restraints on her arms. She didn't like the black bracelet either. She wanted to get rid of them. So she did. She was smart. She summoned a sword to see if it could cut through the cloth. It took a lot more effort for her to summon one, but it was still manageable. Cutting the bonds loose, Izuka slipped out of the bed and made her way to the door. She tried to get the black bracelet off, but it wouldn't budge from her wrist. It was uncomfortable, but she could deal with it for now. She continued her path and turned left down an empty hall with tears about to sprout. Izuka really wanted to see Kaken right now. The hospital was frantic. A special patient had gone missing from her room and no one could find her at the moment. The patient was none other than the girl everyone is afraid of at the moment. The girl who killed a villain at the age of 4 and demonstrated immense power over weaponry that could do a lot of damage. You can guess by now who she is by the hints I have been dropping. That's right. It's none other than Erza Scarlet from the Fairy Tale Guild. I'm kidding. It's Midoriya Izuku. Ignore me. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Aizawa was having a fun time running around the hospital searching for the walking disaster. F-. How did the little sheet cut the wrapping? She had a quirk suppressor on. The sleep-deprived hero stopped in his tracks. Is it possible her quirk overrode the suppressor? Aizawa shook his head, causing him to get slightly dizzy. He had other things to worry about, finding the girl before any damage is done. With the quirk suppressor not working, she won't have any control. Aizawa recalls past events as he turns the corner of a hallway. Erase her head. Activate your quirk again. Midnight shrieked as a sword came flying at her head. Her quirk is still going even though I knocked her out. Midnight took in the view before her. The paramedics that had gone close to the girl had backed away from the gurney they had placed Izuka in. Silver swords sprouted from thin air near the unconscious girl and swung around. One paramedic almost lost his face if not for his partner tackling him to the ground. Sheet. Aizawa turned his head to the ambulance about to activate his quirk until a sword took a swipe at his eyes. Aizawa dodged the incoming weapons at the last minute. Surveying the area, Midnight was correct. The girl's quirk was going haywire. He could estimate around 50 swords still flying around the crime scene chasing after the heroes and police officers. 3 swords were attempting to keep Aizawa from reaching the girl to use his quirk. Good thing for his scarf and martial arts skills. Using his capture weapon, Eraserhead swung the wired cloth to fling the 3 swords into the ground and ran over to the girl. Giving a signal to one of the officers who had took out a quirk suppressor meant to use on villains to subdue them, Aizawa erased the girl's quirk and the officer placed it around her wrist. The swords disappeared and everyone in the area stopped running. Aizawa turned to look at the girl. Holy shit! Eraserhead correct? Aizawa turned to look at another officer that arrived in the scene. Yes. I'm sorry to bother you after your work, but I must ask if you can stay with the girl. She is to be transported to a nearby hospital and with your quirk, it would be beneficial in case of another accident. Aizawa cringed on the memory. The officer had a certain look to his face, one that could only be described as the face one would give to a thug or villain. And it was all pointed to Midoriya Izuku. After being hired to stay by her side, he had the decency to at least learn her name. Turning another corner, Aizawa caught a glimpse of a closet door being slightly open. Aizawa had his hunches, but what really gave away that this is where Midoriya had gone was the door handle being cut off. Now there was a rather large hole where the handle would be. The sobbing didn't help either. Hey there, problem child. Aizawa opened the door to the closet slowly and took fighting stance in case any more swords came flying at him. Giving Aizawa 3 seconds of attention by taking a break from crying, Izuka went backing to letting the tears shed. Izuka was sitting with her knees drawn in close, head buried in them. Aizawa could see the indentions the wrappings gave her arms and felt bad for the child. So young and already had seen a villain kill someone dear to her. He left out the part where she killed someone as well, but that was to be unspoken. Come on, problem child, we got to get back for doctors to check over you. That was a lie. The doctors had 3 days while they injected Izuka with sedatives to check her over. They only stopped when they were sure she was 100% okay and now needed to interrogate her for information about what the hell she did during the Ken incident. But she didn't budge from her spot. Aizawa let out a long groan. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you. Taking problem child in his arms, he chucked her over his shoulders and started walking to where her room was. It was a miracle that there was no one in the hallway she wandered through. And she was thankful for that. Tears wouldn't stop falling down her face as she recalled different, happy memories with her mother. That's when she noticed a closet door on the right side of the hall. Not wanting anyone to see her, Izuka summoned a sword again and cut out the lock and handle. She would have tried a different method, but Izuka's mind was occupied with more important matters. She killed a person. Villain or not, he was still a living, breathing person. And she was the one who made it stop. Stop breathing. Stop his heart from pumping. Stop from continuing with life. He killed her mother, but Izuka was still only a young girl. She couldn't help but cry for what she did. Don't get her wrong. She hates the villain, but she regrets killing the villain. No child would want to kill at such a young age. Well, most children who had happy upbringings. I'm totally not referring to a certain dual quirk user who has an a-hole parent. Moving on. Entering the room, she sat on the cold floor and hid her head in her knees. A good 10 minutes had passed until the door opened again, but not by her doing. Instead, a pair of gray, dull eyes looked back at her when she raised her head. "Hey there, problem child," the man said. "Who was this person?" Izuka thought for a moment, but this was far from enough to distract her from her dark thoughts. Izuka ignored the man and tucked her head back into her knees. Hearing the man talk and a loud groan following, Izuka felt herself being lifted up and thrown across the man's shoulder. She didn't fight back. She didn't have the strength to. She felt tired with all that happened. But it wasn't the sleepy kind of tired. She wanted to get away from all of it. Get away from the pain, the misery it was bringing her, the villains, the killing, the heroes. She wanted to run away from all of it. Too bad for little Midoriya Izuka who wants to be free. Life is never kind. At least, it isn't yet. Aizawa brought Izuka back to her hospital room and immediately stopped at the doorframe. Sitting on the couch on the far side of the room were two people he didn't expect to show and one who he would actually understand would be there. The person who didn't stick out like a sore thumb was a detective Tsukachi Naomasa. It made sense he would be there. He needed information in order to find out what Midoriya did in the Ken incident. Aizawa remembers his conversation with the man. Aizawa Shoyuta, correct? Also known as Pro Hero Eraserhead. The detective welcomed Aizawa into his office to discuss his standpoint on what happened that day. "Yep. I'm going to have to ask you some questions regarding the incident yesterday. That's why I'm here, and it's part of the job, so I don't mind." That was a lie. Aizawa wanted nothing more than to pass out on his couch at home cuddling with 3 cats in his bright yellow sleeping bag. He didn't know why he opted to buy it in yellow when there was a black one in the shelf above it. Maybe he was too lazy to reach any higher? Of course. Now, from the information we gathered, it says that you were called in along with Midnight for your quirks were suitable to handle the situation. Is that correct? Aizawa gave a nod in agreement while Tsukachi moved on to the next question. Can you describe the area and what you did when you arrived on the scene? Aizawa gave him a long blink before answering. All I saw when arriving was swords flying everywhere. I see 2 people dead on the ground, and based on the information my agency gave me, I deduced they were the villain and the woman the villain killed. Cradling the woman's head was Midoriya Izuka. She looked to be unconscious, but as soon as I erased her quirk, she woke up. That's when Midnight got behind Midoriya and used her quirk. Aizawa took a deep breath before continuing. 5 minutes later, when the paramedics took Midoriya on a gurney, swords started appearing again, but this time it was a smaller amount. Only around they swords started attacking everyone nearby until another officer and I got a quirk suppressant on her. That's all I can tell you. Tsukachi gave Aizawa a smile and thanked him for his time. He then left to go back to the hospital to watch over said problem child. Aizawa was still on guard duty after all. Now standing before Aizawa, Tsukachi gave him another smile and also presented Izuka with one too. "Hello Midoriya Izuka, I'm Detective Tsuka " "Izuka, sweetheart." Tsukachi was cut short when a tall, blonde, spiky-haired woman shoved him aside and took Izuka off of Aizawa's shoulder. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Izuka. I would have come earlier, but these dickheads were getting in my way." The blonde gave Izuka a bear hug while tears falling down her face. Aizawa felt a bit insulted for being called a dickhead, but he's heard worse stuff from his own mouth when addressing Hisashi. Ahem. All eyes fell back onto Tsukachi as he still had a smile on his face, but more in an angry manner. Aizawa swears he can see the red, cartoon plus sign on the side of his head. "This is a touching reunion and all, but I still have a job to do, so if would please step over kindly Bakugou. Oh, shut up, will you? There will be no more of this. I'm taking Izuka out of this place and back home where she belongs. And for the umpteenth time, Bakugou-san, I believe I told you that you cannot just take young Midoriya like that. There are procedures that we must go over, as in where she's going to stay, and more importantly, her quirk." Tsukachi had nothing against the woman personally, but work is work and he had to get it done. Plus, he felt a bit agitated that she shoved him. And I believe I told you for the umpteenth time that I am in the legal right to do as I please. Mitsuki's face then turned into an evil smile that could shame a devil's. So please don't get in my way. Tsukachi gave a silent he at the woman. Bakugou Mitsuki was not wrong. Midoriya Izuku was still a minor, and so all action done by the police like interrogations were not permitted without the permission of the child's parents. And in this case, all power over Izuku fell within the jurisdiction of the blonde woman. That meant Tsukachi couldn't freely question Izuku. Ha ha ha. Bakugou Mitsuki felt like she won a 3-year war with the detective. She couldn't help but feel victorious after the look of defeat on his face. Okay, he didn't show it clearly, but having to deal with her own son who's too proud to admit defeat to anything, she could tell when someone knows they've been beaten. Mitsuki thanks Inko for her foresight after her husband's death. Being the worrywart she was, her best friend thought it would be best to get her will and other official papers in order in case anything would happen to her. Inko asked Mitsuki if she was willing to take the title of godmother, so if Inko ever dies while Izuku was still a minor, Mitsuki would be the one to take care of her. And also loving the child like she was her own daughter, beats having a loud and rude brat of a son that she has now. Mitsuki couldn't say no. Well, detective, got anything to say now? Mitsuki taunted at Tsukachi. Tsukachi really couldn't help but feel annoyed by this woman. Bakugou Mitsuki. Her name was filed as Midoriya Izuku's godmother 3 weeks after the death of Midoriya Hisashi. He knows he shouldn't curse at the dead, but he felt a small amount of anger with Midoriya Inko for things turning out like this. Oh dear. What a situation we have. I think it's now my turn to take action. Tsukachi almost forgot there was one more person in the room. The principal of UA, the world's best school for inspiring heroes, Nezu. Enter whatever cheap song All Might has as ringtone for Tsukachi. Tsukachi, you wouldn't normally call unless there was an emergency. Is anything wrong? I have a favor to ask of you. It regards a girl by the name of Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya Izuku? You mean the little girl that's all over the news? Yeah. Do you mind if you could? Hello Midoriya. I'm Nezu, the principal of UA, and I have come here to make you an offer. How would you like to spend your life growing up in UA? Mitsuki punched the principal in the face. Well, almost. Nezu predicted the attack and dodged to the side and hid behind Aizawa. I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. I'm taking Izuku with me and that's final. Nezu could feel the murderous tension in her glare. Tsukachi felt like he had enough. He needed the two to understand the seriousness of the situation. Bakugou-san, I think it's time that you know what's really going on. Mitsuki looked at him with anger on her face. You don't think I know what's going on? I know what people are saying about Izuku, I know where they want to send her or what they want to do with her. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't want her to experience any of that. She just turned 4 years old and most of the world is already afraid of her or want her locked away. Tsukachi saw Bakugou shed some tears. Great. Now he felt like the biggest D ever. He made the scary lady cry. But it comes with the job he chose. Bakugou-san, I understand that you don't wish to separate from young Izuku, but there's more to what is said by the media. Izuku displayed massive amount of power and it does not help that it comes in the form of a weapon. The public do not know what she is capable of and is scared of that it would somehow harm them. Her quirk had spread worldwide. All of Earth was covered with swords for 10 minutes. Even at the top and bottom of the South and North Poles. She also needs to wear a quirk suppressor in order for her quirk to not go out of control against her will. There's no doubt that leaders of foreign countries have also expressed their concern to Japan's government. A child with this amount of power and zero control is a threat. Do you understand now why we cannot just let you go off with Midoriya Izuku? Tsukachi really hopes he got the message through to her. Yet I get what you mean, but she's still a child. She shouldn't have to go through this. Especially right after the loss of her mother. Mitsuki was now letting the tears through instead of holding them back. She didn't want Izuku to have to go through all this pain. Who knows what the government or lab is going to do to her? She wants to protect Izuku from all of it until she's ready. And that's where I come in. Nezuko came out of hiding from behind Izawa. I mean what I said earlier. I believe I can offer some reassurance to the public and at the same time make sure Midoriya escapes the ridicule of the government. If she is kept at UA and we announce that she will train to become a hero, people all over will see her as a future hero instead of a threat. When she reaches the age to attend high school, she's be recommended into the heroics course. What do you say, Bakugou-san? Mitsuki took a glance at Izuka's face. Her eyes were puffy and dried tears were staining her cheeks. Izuka, sweetheart, you've been quiet this whole time. What do you think of offer? Do you want to take it? This would be a great boost in becoming a hero, but don't pressure yourself, okay? You can always say no and come back and live with Katsuki and me. Arrow. Izuka mumbled. What was that, Izuka? Mitsuki knelt in front of the child. I don't want to be a hero. Mitsuki blinked twice like they do in cartoons to symbolize confusion. But I thought that was your dream? You and Katsuki used to tell me all the time that you two would be a hero duo and save people like All Might. Well, I don't want to be a hero anymore. I don't want to be like the people who didn't save mommy. This is a problem. I had been sure that Midoriya Izuku would use her desire to be a hero take over and say yes to my offer. I already made plans. And what plans are you exactly talking about? Mitsuki raised an eyebrow at the white-bearded moused thing. Wearing a suit. Oops. It seems like Nezuko had said that out loud. Ah. Nezuko look at the clock. It seems like time hates him works in his favor. Izawa-san, please turn on the TV to channel 13 please. Mitsuki almost forgets that guy was even in the room by how quiet he was in all of this. We're here with the principal of UA Academy, the #1 hero school that produces skilled heroes every year. Today, we are covering the topic of a little girl who had taken the whole entire world by storm. That's right, viewers. The principal had wanted to talk about Midoriya Izuku, who had been at the heart of the Ken incident just 4 days ago. Now, Principal Nezuko, what do you wish to say to the public? Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity. I'll get straight to the point. I wanted to inform the public that Midoriya Izuku will stay on UA campus and wishes to become a hero. Oh, that is wonderful to hear. You got that, folks? It seems instead of having to fear the girl who carries enough weapons for a large army, we can cheer for the future hero as a protector. Back to you at the station, Bob Dash. Izawa turned off the TV. Silence fell over the hospital room. As if it was all in slow motion. A loud crash. A sword flew into the TV. Izuku carried a faint green glow around her. Izawa erased her quirk. Izuku screamed, "I'll never be a hero." In some secluded area in a shady place at a small bar. I wanted to inform the public that Midoriya Izuku will stay on UA campus and wishes to become a hero. Oh, that is wonderful to hear. You got that, folks? It seems instead of having to fear the girl who carries enough weapons for a large army, we can cheer for the future hero as a protector. A teenage boy stared at the TV in front of him. A disembodied hand on the counter lying casually. A man who appeared to be made out of swirling shadows stood behind the bar counter near their team cleaning a wine glass. Another man was sitting on the opposite side of the counter with a scheming look in his eyes. Interesting. In another location, a man with bright red hair and a flaming beard gave the TV the same look as the other man. The flame hero turned it off and went to the training room where his son should be warming up. I'll never be a hero. A broken TV fell to the floor with a loud crash. Izawa's eyes glowed red and hair defying gravity at the activation of his quirk. The black bracelet on Izuka's wrist blinking a soft yellow light. Eyes fell onto the small child. Even Mitsuki could only gasp at Izuka's reaction. Tsukachi could hear a pin drop. Izuka wasn't lying. He could tell by his quirk. Tsukachi felt the sweat drop at the back of his neck. His quirk never failed him. He was basically a human lie detector. And the small sound of a bell did not go off in the back of his head. The detective glanced over at the blonde woman who looked as if steam would come out of her ears. Nezuko is screwed. What kind of a-hole does it take for someone to do that? Are you delirious or plain out of your mind? You are going to go back to that news station and tell them you made a mistake. Mitsuki was about to turn the hospital room into a crime scene. I assure you that I do not mean any harm by this. It seems that my calculations had been slightly off. Nezu replied while still cowering behind Izawa. This is more than slightly off. You just made a decision without anyone's opinion or thoughts. Tsukachi wanted to remind Bakugou that she did the same thing to him a day prior, but he wanted to live, so he kept his mouth shut. The door to the room slid open with a bang as an out-of-breath nurse barged in. I heard a loud crash. Is everything all right? The nurse stared at the bunch. She saw a man who looked like he should be sleeping for 100 years, a detective standing 6 feet away from the man, and a woman trying to strangle what she couldn't tell between a bear, mouse, or dog. In the middle was a girl with an apathetic expression on her face. The nurse seen some weird things at the hospital during her time there with quirks coming in all different sizes and colors, but she deemed this afternoon to be the weirdest yet. Her eyes eventually fell to the broken TV on the floor. Regretting all her life choices in entering the room, the nurse bowed quickly, closed the door, and scurried off. With that over, Mitsuki continued to strangle Nezu while everyone watched. Izuka couldn't handle it anymore. She pierced over to Mitsuki and the principal fighting and then to the mysterious hero. She still couldn't remember who he was exactly, but she found trying to figure it out to be irrelevant. Izuka made her way to the door and left the room. That's what would have happened if she had her way, but unfortunately, Mitsuki saw her move out of the corner of her eye. Izuka, where are you going? Izuka turned just her head to Mitsuki and spoke one word before making a mad dash to the exit. Out. It's a miracle that Izuka was able to get to the hospital entrance without anyone stopping her. She could tell that the others in the room, mainly Mitsuki and the hero dressed in black, were trying to catch her, but due to this fitting the plot better, the author decided to just roll with it, being too lazy to come up with an explanation that sounded plausible. Izuka makes it outside, only to be bombarded with cameras and people shoving microphones in her face. Midoriya Izuka, is it true you are going to be staying at UA? How are you feeling after the events of the Ken incident? What are your thoughts about the villain that you killed during the Ken incident? Did you mean to kill the villain? Can you describe what you were feeling while unleashing the swords all over the world? Is it possible that your becoming of a hero is to avenge your mother who had been killed right before the Ken incident? Izuka felt suffocated. She did not like the people crowding around her, making her recall the events of her mother's death. Tears started to slip out again as her body unconsciously glowed a faded shade of green. But before a replay of the Ken incident could begin, Izuka was snapped out of her trance only to be pulled by the waist cause of a strangely heavy cloth reeling her back into the hospital. You shouldn't go running off like that, problem child. Izuka! Mitsuki picked the girl up and hugged her close to the chest. Don't run off like that. What would have happened if the media became overbearing? I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Izuka didn't look up to see Mitsuki's face. Or anyone's face. The detective and the principal caught up with the two near the entrance. Nezu was sitting on top of the detective. Has anyone ever seen Nezu run? Nezu decided it was high time to take off the kid's gloves. Bakugou-sen, I highly suggest that Izuka takes up my offer for her to stay at UA. The public is convinced that she will become a hero. If we say otherwise after all that happened, she could become a center point of hatred and fear again. Not to mention villains could be after Izuka wanting to control the power she possesses. It is the best solution for her. This may seem blunt, but there's nothing that can be done for Izuka's life to be normal again. That was really blunt. The principal had just said all the concerns that lay dormant in the back of Mitsuki's head in a part where she tried to ignore. She weighed the pros and cons of accepting Nezu's offer. Guilt coiled around her stomach. It's hard that having to make a decision like this, but I can't allow her to. Principal Nezu, Mitsuki crouches down to meet Nezu at the eye level, placing Izuka down as well. She pushes Izuka into the principal's arms. Please make sure she is well taken care of. Auntie. But I can't allow her to be put in harm's way. Mitsuki felt a sharp hit to her heart as the principal led Izuka with him. Their eyes met for a nanosecond, both with tears forming. There was a hint of betrayal in Izuka's large, dull eyes. That even though she may hate me and won't understand why, but this is what's best for her. Izuka lost all glimmer in her eyes. The bright green pupils reduced to a faded jade. Her heart, cracked and broken, now fell to dust. And for everyone. Welcome to UA. You're home from now on. Principal Nezu led Izuka by paw out of the car and onto the school's grounds. The trip had been tiring at the least with all the waiting for the school to get the legal papers in order. From Izuka's eyes, she found the heroes to be repulsive. First, they let her mother and her down. Then took Auntie Mitsuki away, and Kaken. And now, the so-called heroes are keeping her as a prisoner. To her, UA is a prison, and the heroes are her jail keepers. And like any good prisoner, she will find a way to escape. Where is she? I want to see the little cutie. A hero wearing a skin-tight bodysuit with a mask and whip at hand came barging through the front doors of the school with arms wide open. Midnight Izuka recognized. Izuka had a bone to pick with the woman that caused her to sleep. While the authorization formalities at the hospital underway, Izuka had plenty of time to sit and think about how her swords disappeared. About what people are calling the Ken incident. She had gotten all the details at the hospital regarding her part in the fiasco. All cause of her. Millions of swords. Could even be billions. If she could calculate the approximate number of swords that appeared, she would need to know the surface area of the Earth and the area of one of her swords. With the information, she needs to take account that the swords were a couple miles above the Earth's ground, so she needed to figure out the extra space and divided the area of her sword by the surface R. Are you okay there, kid? Izuka stopped her thought process and looked up at the voice of which it belongs to. A man with long, blonde hair, sunglasses, a device around his neck. Oh, it's Present Mike. Another hero. Disgusted by his presence, Izuka looks away and kiss at the hero. Kaken's attitude is starting to rub off on her. Now, let's all play nice. Nezu tried to get back at hand. I'm afraid that introductions will have to wait for a later time. Much needs to be discussed about young Midoriya here, and I'm sure that she would like an explanation of everything. Nezu glanced in Izuka's direction. She still had her head facing the opposite direction. Humans are so hard to deal with. Nezu took Izuka's hand and led her to what would be her room. The hallway inside the building was dimly lit with the only light being overhead on the ceiling. Izuka made sure to take note of every detail she could. From the entrance, make a right on the second hallway, walk straight till room 432 and make a left turn. Walk 37 paces till making another left into the third hallway form the last. Till finally dash. And here's where you will be staying while in our care. Nezu turned the doorknob and a fairly large room with barren walls, bland sheets, and white walls is what she noticed. It reminded her of the hospital room. She wanted to barf at the sight. Maybe I could summon a few swords and aim them at the principal. With this distraction, I could run back to the entrance and swing at any heroes trying to stop me. But I would have to be cautious of the hero in black. It seems like his quirk can get rid of other people's quirks. Mine stopped working after he looked at me. His hair stood up and eyes glowed red. If I could get a sword to blind him, then maybe I can stop him from looking at my direction? With his hair and eyes' reaction to the activation of his quirk, it is most likely they have some kind of connection to how it's used. I feel like I know this information from somewhere, but where? Did I read about him or possibly seen him on the news? No matter. I just have to get past him. Midnight, her quirk is dealing with a gas that caused anyone exposed to fall unconscious in a sleep-like state. If I create a fast-moving vortex of wind with my swords, the air would shift and gas will be blown away. And now for Present Mike. I wouldn't suggest leaving just yet, Midoriya Izuka. As if someone dumped a shitload of ice down her shirt. A chill running down her spine. All coming from one voice. The voice next to her. Don't think you could beat the teachers here at UA that easily. We're not that pathetic. Did he just read my mind? No, I did not read your mind, but my quirk high specs. Let me take a guess at what you're thinking of currently. The superior vibe around Nezu disappeared as fast as it appeared. Yet, the effects caused Izuka to stay where she stood, without even twitching a finger. Now then, I am sure it has been a long day for you. It's best you get some rest and we'll pick things up from tomorrow. But before I go, I must ask you wear something at all times. Nezu hands Izuka another black bracelet. Since one quirk suppressor had not been enough, this is a second one that had been modified to be a bit stronger. Nezu clipped the device onto Izuka's left wrist. Now both her hands are matching. If you need help with things such as changing into pajamas or using the bathroom, let us know by pushing this button on the wall and Midnight shall come to help you. Have a good night, Izuka-chan. And with that, Nezu left. Like an a-hole. Like I need some hero's help. Thank you. Izuka explored her new jail cell after Nezu left to find it included a bedroom, bathroom, and a small living room. The bedroom contained a bed, but that's obvious, a white, plastic nightstand, a wooden closet, and a lamp on the nightstand. Opening the closet, Izuka found her clothes from the apartment were already included. Must have searched the place. Izuka's heart dropped a couple inches. Mom. 3 knocks on the door also knocked Izuka from going down memory lane. Who is it? Izuka asks in the curtest voice she can. Aizen. I'm here to provide assistance. Izuka could tell exactly who it was from behind the door with that shout. I don't need any. Please leave. Don't be like that. Now open the door for Auntie Midney Dash. I only have one auntie and it's not you, so may you kindly go away? Inko raised Izuka with manners, but she also grew up around Kaken. Silence covered the room and outside for a good minute until one of them spoke again. Are you sure you don't want any help? Yes. Izuka faced away from the door and kept her head down. I'm fine. I do not require any assistance. Okay, but if you do, just push the button and I'll come help as quick as I can, alright? Izuka wanted to open the door and sick a sword on Midnight, but she held back on the thought. I'll be going to bed soon and I'd rather be left alone. Good night, Midnight-san. Good night, Aizu-chan. Have sweet dreams. Midnight's footsteps were prominent in the empty hallway. Oh, Midnight-san? Is there something you needed after all? Midnight turned around and stared at the door with hopeful eyes that Izuka would let her in. The door does open slightly, but all she sees are daggers. There's only one person that can call me Aizu-chan and it is not you. So I ask that you please stop. That is all. Izuka slams the wooden structure shut and leaves a confused hero standing in the hallway. Sounds of footsteps assure Izuka that the hero had left. Now time for some experiments. Rise and shine, Izuka. Time to wakey, get some eggs and bacon. What? Izuka sat up groggily on her bed while yawning out an adorable little breath. She rubbed at her eyes and stared at the face that greeted her. A blonde with a teeth-showing grin and sunglasses looked right back at the girl holding a plate of eggs, bacon, and a side of fruit. Izuka only had a pudding cup at the hospital, for she didn't have an appetite after being betrayed by a woman she considered to be her second mother. The smell of food was tempting. Present Mike Yamada Hizashi set up a small table over her lap and placed the plate in front. Dig in, little listener. Made by our own food hero, Lunch Rush. What kind of hero fights off villains or rescue people from disasters with a quirk that seems only good for making food? That just sounds stupid. Izuka still accepted the breakfast and took a piece of egg. Placing the fork in her mouth, Izuka chewed it slowly before swallowing. She didn't show it on her face, but the meal was enjoyable. The egg was soft and fluffy while the bacon was crispy and salty, in a good way. The various fruit were great as well. Present Mike had left for he forgot to get her some juice to go along with her breakfast, leaving Izuka alone with her thoughts while eating. Her memories of the night before flowed into her brain. Now time for some experiments. Izuka stood in the middle of the small living room and inspected the new quirk suppressant that Nezu placed around her wrist. It looks to be the same as the other bracelet in size and shape, but Nezu said it was stronger than the one on my right arm. I need to test if I'm able to summon swords with this new suppressant on. But first dash. Izuka darted her eyes all across her room in every crook and nanny she could find until she sees a certain little, there. In the opposite corner from the door, there hung a small, but present surveillance camera. Of course they would want to keep track of my actions. This room is no different than a spruced-up prison cell. Izuka proceeded to look over her bedroom as well to find another camera in the same position in the corner as the living rooms. Only one option left. Izuka makes her way into the bathroom. If there's a camera in here, I'm breaking them all. Luckily for her, there seemed to be none in the bathroom. That would be creepy if they did. I guess that's one difference from prison. With the discovery of the first camera, Izuka made sure to note that it would look suspicious if she just went on a search for them. Instead, Izuka made her actions seem causal and that she was exploring her surroundings. Who wouldn't in a foreign environment? She saw how they followed her movements slightly when she went out of the camera's view. Motion sensitive, huh? They really don't want me out of their sights. Izuka played it casual and plopped down on the bed provided. She would wait 15 minutes till going to the bathroom to avoid suspicion if she suddenly went in and stayed there for a long time. Izuka traveled from her bed to the other side of the room to where the light switch is. Listening closely, she could hear the mechanical sound of the camera moving. Making the room completely dark, Izuka made her way back to the bed, noting that she could again hear the movement. So it follows me in the dark too. Could it have infrared or have something similar to night vision goggles? Izuka fell back on her bed and closed her eyes to rest, checking up on the clock a few times to see how much time passed. Once the time indicated 15 minutes passed, Izuka got up and made her way to the bathroom without bothering to turn on the light. Inside, Izuka flicked the switch and a small dim shine came from above a mirror hanging over the counter. The bathroom could be estimated to be 20 by 20 feet as a perfect square. A bathtub with a bubbled patterned curtain hung on the side farthest from the door and the toilet stood opposite from the sink pushed to the wall in the middle of the space. Wanting to be quick with her test, Izuka wasted no time. Calling back on the feeling of summoning a sword, Izuka found it to be extremely difficult to sense the bond with the weapons. At least it's not completely gone. With that sleepy guy's quirk, I wouldn't even connect to anything. Trying harder to pull on the bond, a single sword appeared lasting 25 seconds until it vanished. Izuka fell to the floor in exhaustion from the attempt. This isn't good. Izuka thought while taking in air. If I can barely manage to use my quirk with these on, how am I supposed to get out? A digital clock in the bathroom alerted her that she had been in there for 8 minutes. Flushing the toilet in case any of the cameras tracked sound, Izuka exited the bathroom and crawled into bed. She was tired for someone who spent 3 days sleeping, but what do you expect? She's only 4 years old. 4 years old and already had a world on her shoulders. Izuka finished her breakfast just as Present Mike entered the room again. I'm back. And I have orange juice. He handed Izuka the glass and took away her bear plate and the juice cup once she was done. Hate to spring this on you after you woke up only a couple minutes ago, little listener, but I need to take you to Nezdu's office. You still need to talk to the detective you met in your hospital room. Izuka gave a small nod and hopped off her bed. Moving to the closet, she pulled out a plain shirt with a pair of long pants. With the discovery of the cameras, she found that the bathroom is the only place she would have any privacy. Changing into something more appropriate for outdoors, Izuka stepped out of the bathroom to find Present Mike waiting at the door. Ready to go? Placing a hair clip on the right side of her hair, Izuka nodded again and followed behind the hero. The walk was a one-sided conversation with Present Mike talking a storm while Izuka kept her mouth shut and head towards the ground. She nearly crashed into the hero when he stopped walking, but was able to regain her balance quickly. Knock knock knock. Principal Nezdu? I brought the little one with me. The door opened up and Mike gave Izuka a double thumbs up with smile before leaving her to the principal and detective. Hello again, Midoriya-kun. Good to see you are doing well. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Detective Tsukachi and I came today for I still need a statement from you to fully close this case. With your new guardian, Nezdu, granting permission, would you care to spare me a few minutes? I don't have a choice, do I? Very well, Detective-san. Izuka strolled over to the chair next to the detective and looked at him with an emotionless gaze. Thank you for your cooperation, Midoriya-kun. Now, can you describe to me the Ken incident from your point of view and the events before it? Izuka stayed silent for a couple seconds, enough to collect her thoughts. Mido-dash. It started with my mom and me going to go to an all-night restaurant to celebrate. Izuka cut off the detective. Celebrate what, may I ask? My birthday. Anyway, Izuka didn't want to correlate what's supposed to be a day filled with happiness and joy with a memory of pain. While walking, I was blown away from my mom. When I looked up, I saw my mom standing a few meters away with a villain holding her. I tried to get closer, but a hero in red grabbed me by the waist and tried to keep me away. I kicked him and he let go of me. I started running to save Mom, but the villain. Izuka could feel tears building up in her eyes. The detective handed her a tissue. The villain took the knife from his arms and, he killed my mom. Izuka paused to blow her nose and wipe some tears. Are you okay to continue? Tsukachi put down his notepad and pen to look at Izuka. Why yeah, just need a moment please. Take your time. Izuka took in deep breaths and started talking again. After that, things are a bit of a blur. I remember I used my Q quirk and then it was gone and I can't recall what happened after that. She looked down at her shoes as she swung her feet back and forth. Tsukachi nodded as he confirmed she was telling the truth with his quirk and pressed on. On your quirk registry, it was listed as blank. Was that the first time you've used your quirk? Izuka gave another nod while still staring down. Well then, Tsukachi stood up from his seat and looked towards the remaining 2 occupants of the room. I have all the information I need now. Thank you both for your cooperation, Midoriya-kun, Principal Nezu. I'll see myself out. Good day to both of you. Tsukachi made it halfway out the door before he heard someone talk again. You, Detective-san, what about the villain? Tsukachi turned around to find Izuka looking at him with a concerned look to her face. I was really hoping she wouldn't ask. You don't have to worry about anything, Midoriya-kun. All is taken care of. But, didn't I? Izuka could barely stutter out what she wanted to say. But didn't I kill him? If you're asking about the villain's condition, I have to tell you that he is dead. Izuka felt a knot in her throat. Luckily for you, because it was the first time you used your quirk, it was listed in official records as an accident due to lack of control. The media isn't too opposed about it either due to the victim being discovered yesterday to have connections to the murder 7 other people besides your mother. Even so, it didn't sit well with Izuka. She murdered someone for goodness sake, whether it was a villain or a random person. She still felt bad. If that's all, then I'll be on my way. The detective took his things and left the room, leaving Izuka and Nezu alone. Now then, with that out of the way, I feel that we need to address another matter. Izuka shifted from facing the door to the animal hybrid. Midoriya Izuka, are you absolutely sure you do not wish to become a hero? Nezu leaned in with elbows on his desk and paws underneath his chin. A glint would be seen in his eye. I stand by what I said yesterday. I'll never be a hero, not after all that happened. Nezu leaned back in his chair. That's such a shame. With some training and practice, your quirk would have been great in heroics. Although, the teachers here will still put you through training, of course. Huh. Izuka furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. I just said I don't want to be a hero. What would I need training for? If you're asking what you would need training for, the answer is simple. We need you to learn how to control your quirk so another accident would not happen. Accident, he says. You'll start training tomorrow. Until then, feel free to roam around the building or see one of our fields. There is no school today, so there's nothing to be worried about. If you need any help, go to the teacher's lounge. Just make sure to stay on campus. Dismissed. Nezu shooed her away from his office and closed the door behind her once Izuka was out. Izuka looked left and right till deciding to go left. She couldn't see anyone in the vicinity. Where to go now? A wicked little idea formed inside the tiny head of hers. If there's no one here, who's to stop me if I leave? Izuka made her way out of the building to where the front entrance meets the gates of the school. She didn't see anyone here or when she walked through the school. A couple more steps and then I'm dash. Just as she was one step away from being a jailbreak, a heavy scarf wrapped around Izuka's waist and pulled her back in. I recognize this scarf. And where do you think you're going, problem child? Izuka gave an annoyed and looked the hero in the eyes. She was so close to leaving the school. Now or never, I suppose. Izuka tilted her head to one side and opened her mouth to give a response. Out. And out came a sword. Izuka sat on her bed with an evident pout on her face. Aizawa sat on a chair next to her while waiting for Nezu to come in. He felt like he didn't get paid enough to deal with all that he does. A silver sword nearly slashed him in the face if he didn't dodge and leap backward, taking stance. He barely had time to react when the same sword continued to swipe at his face. Damn it. I can't use my quirk with the sword trying to hit my eyes. Izuka continued to direct her sword to the hero's face while she still had time. 15, 16, 17, 18. Izuka felt her arms straining while she held them out to control the sword. If she even tried to move her legs, her concentration would be lost. 22, 23, 24. Izuka dropped her sword and made a mad dash for the door. One more step. A familiar scarf wrapped around her torso and tugged her backwards. Izuka turned to meet the nuisance in the red, dry eye. She panted heavily for holding her quirk so long. It was worse than the time in the bathroom because of the concentration it took to control the sword. You've only been here for a day and already trying to leave, problem child? Izuka gave the hero a look of annoyance, only to turn her head in the opposite direction almost immediately. Aizawa heaved a long sigh and picked Izuka up by the scarf and hauled her over his shoulder. Come on, you've got some explaining to do. And that's how they got here. Izuka swung her feet on the edge of the bed and looked everywhere in the room besides the hero. 3 knocks on the door stabbed at the silence. The hero got up from his chair with a grunt and opened the door to reveal one white, strange animal with a scar over his eye that Izuka wished she could make a matching scar over his other eye. Care to explain, Aizawa-san? The mouse turned his gaze to the sleep-deprived hero. So his name is Aizawa? Izuka noted the words of the principal. Apparently, you need to get stronger quirk suppressants. This one over here, he jeered a thumb to Izuka, can still use her quirk. Nezu followed the direction of Aizawa's thumb to land his eyes on the little girl. Oh really now? Well, not that we can do anything about it. If Aizawa had been drinking something, he would have done a spit take like they do in animes. Instead, he just choked on his own saliva. Pretending like the human next to him didn't choke, Nezu continues with his little speech. I am surprised that Izuka-chan could even activate her quirk. This is truly a great discovery. It seems 2 quirk suppressors weren't enough to cancel her power. She did cover the entire Earth, so I guess it's reasonable. But the problem to address here is what step to take now. Nezu looked ever at Aizawa before continuing. And I say that we do nothing. There's no gain in her wearing more quirk suppressors. And from what I can tell, she strains to use her quirk in this state. I suggest we continue the schedule and go on with training tomorrow. The first course of action is to help her learn control. That's where you'll be important. Nezu pointed at Aizawa in a dramatic fashion. Your quirk can fully cancel out Izuka-chan's, so I place you in charge. Aizawa wanted to protest, but the principal spoke before he did. Now, if you excuse me, I was on the phone with someone and have to get back. I put the man on hold and he's not the type to take kindly to waiting. With that, Nezu left the room and now left Izuka alone with the so-called Aizawa-san. Oh, and one more thing. Nezu popped only his head back in the room to address Aizawa. Can you keep an eye on her from now on? I don't want Izuka-chan running off again. The door closed again and scurried echoes of footsteps could be heard. Aizawa thought it would be a good time to say what he needed. You heard the rat. But I don't feel like staying in here the whole day, so I'll leave you alone. But don't think I won't be watching you. Aizawa left the room as well, leaving Izuka to herself. She flopped backwards onto her bed with arms spread wide on either side. Letting out much-needed sigh, she stared at the ceiling while in deep thought. Well, that backfired. I didn't expect him to show up of all times. His quirk is the most annoying to deal with relating to mine, for his can literally remove it. Without any combat skills, I won't be able to fight back and escape. They said I'm to start training tomorrow, so maybe they'll remove the suppressants. But even if they do, Aizawa-san is the one in charge of me, so it's pointless even if I do have all control back. They probably want to start with some simple exercises since I'm only 4 and discovered my quirk less than a week ago. Maybe I should let them train me so I obtain at least some fighting skills. This is UA, so they're bound to teach me something useful or help me develop my quirk. It's probably be the only time I can freely practice using my quirk. I need to know the limitations, such as how long can it keep a sword or multiple out until I get tired, or how much concentration is needed to move them. It was difficult with both of these suppressors on, and I need to test my limitations without the bands. Izuka crawled up further in bed and felt herself become sleepy. And once I'm out, I'll be free, so I'll wait until then. She closed her eyes and dreamt of memories with her mother once more. My apologies for the hold, but something occurred that required my attention. What were you mentioning before? It involves that girl, Midoriya Izuku, I believe. I merely called to see if I could meet her sometime soon. And what is this about exactly? I would like to discuss that when I meet her in person. I do not appreciate being put in the dark, Endeavor-san. Now, care to tell me the reason? I guess there's not getting out of this without spilling, huh? I just wish to ask Dash. Izuka awoke to see herself back in a pitch-black room. Even at night, her room was brighter than this. Her face paled at the thought. The last time I was here, Dash. Izuka spun around to find out where she was. It was pointless. The room felt like a void, waiting to slowly drive her mad and esike her in an eternal abyss. Only nightmares exist in places like these. The setting changes. From the dark room sprouts a scene taken straight from the root of her problems. Cue the lights. The city street. At the intersection. Where her mother died. And the same scene plays over and over, like some horrible act. Except, there's no closing curtains. Only unwanted encores. Little listener. Izuka opened her eyes to see Preset Mike leaning over her with a goofy grin on his face. She did what she thought was best and slapped the hero across the face. She laughed internally at the sight of him cupping his wound with a pout. That wasn't very nice. I thought I was under attack. She lied through her teeth. I simply assessed the situation of a large man giving me a creepy smile and leaning over me while I was in bed. Reacting quickly, I deemed that using physical force was the appropriate action. Izuka pushed herself up into sitting position and pierced at the clock. 10:01 a.m. Present Mike looked as he was trying to come up with a counter-argument, but remembered he wasn't there to argue with the girl. He had strict instruction from Shoyuta to bring Izuka to training field B by 10. Anyway, little listener, get dressed. We have places to go and places to see. Present Mike sent a fist into the air, only to take his hand back down. And by that I mean we need to get to one of the training fields to meet up with Shota-kun. Izuka folded the blanket off of her, swinging her feet off the bed. Is this, Shota-kun, Aizawa-san? We're going to test out your quirk today for your quirk registry. We still need to fill that in properly, and the only way to do it is to test it out. Present Mike-san? Yes, little listener? Oh, my full name is Yamada Hizashi, but call me Hizashi if you want. Uncle is fine too. Yamada-san. He cringed at the sound of her still being so formal, but it's better than her using his hero name all the time. Yeah. May you please stop shouting all the time? It's making my ears hurt. With that, Izuka hopped out of bed and walked to her closet. Picking out her clothes, a plain, purple t-shirt and a pair of white pants, she changed in the bathroom. When Izuka stepped out, Present Mike was still standing in the middle of the room with a blank look on his face. Not my fault if he's insulted. Izuka picked up a hair tie from the stand next to her bed to attempt to get her hair in a ponytail. No luck whatsoever. She didn't want to admit it, but she appreciated the assistance when Present Mike saw her trouble and helped her. Thank you. Izuka grumbled out her gratitude. She hated heroes, but she wasn't an ungrateful brat. Her mother taught her better than that. The two made their way down the hallway until Present Mike broke the awkward silence. So, the teachers here at UA took it upon themselves to plan your mother's funeral. If you know anything your mother would have liked, then feel free to give any suggestions. Izuka almost tripped. Emphasis on almost. 'Cause she actually did trip. Well, that's embarrassing. Oh, Izuka had forgotten about having a funeral for her mother. She didn't want them to hold one. It would mean her mother would be gone for real, never to be seen again. She didn't want to forget her mother. She didn't want to say goodbye. A funeral would put an end to her mother. It would recognize once and for all that she's Dash. Are you okay, Izuka-chan? That was one nasty fall. Does anywhere hurt? Izuka looked up to meet present Mike in the face. I'm fine. Izuka picked herself off the ground and dusted the dirt off her clothes. Are you sure you're okay? Does it hurt when you walk? Present Mike continued to ask her if she was in any pain, but Izuka couldn't focus on him right now. I'm sure I'm fine, Yamada-san. He gave her a look of concern before deciding to continue to Field B. Izuka followed behind him till they got outside. And here's training Field B, little listener. You're late. A voice from behind present Mike caused the poor voice hero to jump into the air. Shida-kun. Don't scare me like that. Present Mike turned to look at Aizawa with a sad expression. And what do you mean late? We got here right on time. If you think 1 minute late is on time, then you'll never be great on the battlefield. 1 minute could be the difference between life and death. That goes for you too, kid. Aizawa made eye contact with Izuka. But I'm sure you knew that by now. Izuka grimaced at his statement. Great way to bring up bad memories. It's not like I'm having nightmares from them. Anyway, I'd like to start training with a couple stretches and warm-ups first. You need to loosen your body and then we'll test the limits of your quirk. Oh, and no funny business. I'm tired as is and I don't feel like dealing with any more nuisances. What's with this guy? Izuka wanted to punch him in the face, but she knew if she tried, it would be a losing battle. Aizawa showed her multiple stretches and Izuka thinks she pulled a muscle somewhere. After a full 15 minutes, Aizawa finally deemed it time to start with her quirk evaluation. Okay, I'm going to turn off the quirk suppressants, cause it's important to test your quirk without any restrictions. If I think anything is wrong or you can't handle it anymore, I'll use my quirk on you or turn them back on. Understand? Now on my mark. He didn't even let me answer. Either way, Izuka prepared for the suppressors to be off. It hit her like a tsunami. Izuka could feel all the loose and dead bonds rekindling within her. All of the swords were present with her. And Izuka couldn't feel a limit to them. She also feels something strange within her, mixed with all the swords. There was odd feeling of, how you holding up? You've been quiet. Aizawa's question brought her back to reality. I'm managing it. But now for the first test, I want you to bring forth a single sword. Only one. Aizawa stepped back to give Izuka space to work with. Izuka closed her eyes and concentrated on a single bond. Her face scrunched up in strain as he tried to only tug at one bond instead of 100. At last, 3 swords appeared in front of Izuka. She tried to remove 2 of them, but it was no good. I can't get rid of them without it feeling like all of them will disappear. Can you not get only 1 to appear, or are you confusing the number 1 with 3? Though 4-year-olds were supposed to be at least smarter than this. I can't get rid of the other 2 without all of them going away. Izuka continued to try but gave up after 5 minutes of concentration. No big deal. You're still young and it's no secret that your quirk could be hard to control with the amount of power behind it. It might take more training to fully control it. There's also the probability that you have to produce a limit of 3 swords and the suppressors help with only producing 1. They're called suppressors for a reason. We just have to further track your progress as the years go by. That's not happening. I'm gonna escape before I'm stuck here forever. You were thinking of escaping UA again, weren't you? Great. Are all the staff here mind readers? No, I'm not a mind reader. It's just obvious to tell what you're thinking. Aizawa pulled out what looked like a juice pack out of his scarf and downed it in one go. Izuka really didn't like to follow after Kaken with his colorful vocabulary, but this seemed like the perfect time to think, what the F dash? Now, I need you to move your swords around. I already know from the Ken incident that you can basically move them anywhere, but as for control and direction, that's a different matter. Based on your attempt form yesterday, it appeared that you had decent ability to move the sword to your will, but this is without your quirk suppressors. See if you can move them in a circle around you. Izuka imagined the swords rotating in her mind and they had followed her thoughts. She didn't need to wave her hands around or give a verbal command. Aizawa gave a smirk to Izuka as she slowed down the rate of which her swords were rotating. Now, Try to see if you can land an attack on me with the 3 swords present for the next minute. Go longer than that, I'll use my quirk on you. Then, go! Izuka didn't waste any time. The man was literally giving her a chance to get out some anger she felt for the hero. Izuka raised her swords above Aizawa's head and sent them straight down, the point facing the ground of course. Aizawa dodged by jumping backward and took a defensive stance. Instead of Izuka's swords continuing their path and getting stuck in the ground, they made a 90-degree turn forward to the hero. Aizawa dogged again and unwrapped his scarf off his neck. At this point Izuka decided to separate the swords so they weren't following one after the other. Surrounding Aizawa on 3 sides, she made them close and fast. Aizawa jumped up really high with the help of his scarf and knocked the 3 away with the same cloth. You have 15 seconds left. Izuka regrouped the swords and sent them in for one final attack. Izuka spun her swords as if they were shuriken and sent them in Aizawa's direction. The added speed from the spinning caused Aizawa to become serious and he evaded her moves like his life depended on it, kinda did. One blade had come dangerously close to the front of his neck. Izuka's eyes widened and all the swords disappeared. Izuka crumpled to her knees with hands flat on the ground. Her breath came in short spurts and vision blurry from tears. Tears? When had those started to fall? She could make out Aizawa rushing up to her and crouching by her side. Izuka couldn't hear well. She knew he was speaking, but it sounded so fuzzy. It didn't matter though. There was only one though on her mind anyway before she was sent back to that black, scary room. Emami, you should have taken her to me first or at least gotten a guidance counselor to evaluate her. I swear you all are reckless. The poor child lost her mother right in front of her in one of the worst ways possible and you never considered checking her mental health. I expected more from your supposed genius Nezdu. Nezdu rubbed the small bump on his head from the old lady whacking him with her cane. I apologize, recovery girl, but it has seemed it slipped my mind. Of course you would forget. For being the principal of a high school, you don't care about humans as much. And don't think you're off the hook either. Aizawa also received a whack from Recovery Girl's cane to the head. Now he and the principal had matching bumps. Either way, Recovery continued, what's done is done and there's the result of your little test to discuss. Recovery Girl took out a quirk registry paper and grabbed the nearest pen. First things first, what are we going to name her quirk? If I may, Nezdu stepped forward, no longer fearing of getting hit again. I would like to name her quirk Heaven's Wheel. Her quirk, Nezdu continued, could be seen by others as a gift given by God. Nezdu lost his friendly disposition and took up a serious face. Hephaestus himself could have even been the one to bless her, but what we need to see is if the gift is a curse. Recovery Girl and Aizawa stared at Nezdu like he lost his mind. Nezdu wasn't known to be religious or believe in a god. Someone a couple years ago had asked him about it and his only reply, I don't believe in figures created from the human mind to worship. For Nezdu to be speaking so philosophical, it was disturbing at the very least. Recovery cleared her throat and tried to shoo away the awkwardness. Aside from that, we need to note on how her quirk works and any limits or weaknesses. I believe this is the part where you share the results, Aizawa-san. Aizawa got up from the wall her was leaning on to sit in front of the healing hero to give his verdict. I tested her quirk without the suppressors on. It seems that she can handle keeping her swords tucked away without them. She has control over her swords in direction and movement, being able to swing them around with just her mind. I noticed they weren't as fast like the ones in the Ken incident, but quirks are usually heightened when in an unstable state of emotional stress, especially quirks that have to do with the mind such as her telekinesis and summoning ability. That could just be the cause for the lack of speed. The only area in which needs help is limiting the number of swords she can produce. With the suppressor on, she can limit herself to summon one, but without it, she lacks the control and has the minimum of 3. Thank you, Aizawa-san. Now, care to tell me the events leading to her collapsing? Recovery Girl set down her pen and turned her full attention to the underground hero. I told her to try attack me using the 3 swords for a minute while I dodged. When the last few seconds remained, she spun her swords, and I'm not gonna lie, I almost died from one of the swords slashing at my throat, just like how her mother died. Aizawa trailed off his statement and looked to the ground. I see, so her almost seeing a reenactment of her mother's death caused her to panic and faint. It's possible she may have PTSD from the Ken incident, and at the very least some physiological trauma. From now on, we have to be careful and avoid subjects relating to her mother's death and how she died. Nezu looked up to the two heroes to receive a nod of confirmation from them. Very well. If there is nothing else, I'll excuse myself. Nezu left the room, leaving Aizawa and Recovery Girl with a sleeping Izuka on one of the infirmary beds. The room became silent again with the sound of Izuka breathing being the only source of noise. Aizawa cleared his throat to again Recovery Girl's attention. If she's all good, I think I should bring her back to her room. Of course, tell me when she wakes up. I'm going to contact an old colleague whom I trust to see to Izuka-chan's trauma. She specializes in children and teenagers. Hurry up now, no time for dilly-dallies. Recovery Girl practically shooed Aizawa away, him carrying Izuka bridal style. I'm back here, it's always so dark, I want to get out. Izuka stared up at what she considered to be the ceiling of the seemingly endless room. She started walking forward with eyes still up, hoping light would shine through as if it was a lid to a box and someone just needed to open it. Izuka then found her face smashed onto the floor from tripping over. Looking over to her foot, even in the black setting, she could clearly see the All Might doll's multiple colors. Hesitantly, Izuka took the doll into her hands and examined it all over. This is my doll. There was even the small chip on the chin where Izuka had dropped it once. As if it were a chain reaction, a large, rectangular screen appeared before Izuka. The static and light from the TV provided Izuka a moment of joy for the sound and light. She bore an even happier look when a familiar figure took up the screen. Kaken. Izuka stood up to face Katsuki with a smile. You lied to me. Izuka's mind froze along with her body. She felt a cold sweep over her. No, not again. You went away, Izuchan. You said you would stay by my side. I trusted you, Izuchan. But you disappeared. Izuka covered her ears and tucked her head into her knees, crouching down. She didn't want to hear anymore. It gave her the same feeling that the projection of her mother gave the first time she was in the dark and scary room. You're just a Deku now. Izuka looked up at the new name. Tears freely flowing out of her wide-blown eyes. What? A Deku is someone who's useless. You have such a powerful quirk, and yet Auntie Inko died when you were right in front of her. Useless. New. Izuka shut her eyes and covered her ears. She could no longer stand to look at this version of her Kaken. It has to be a fake. Kaken would never speak like that. I hate you. 3 words. 1 sentence. But it was all it took for the breaking sensation to come back. It flooded through her body, leaving everything feeling queasy and suffocating. Now, like a literal abyss, she was sinking out of the room, down a large rabbit hole. A new voice spoke. See you next time, little one. Aizawa kicked open the door to Izuka's room to set her down on her bed. He proceeded to tuck her in when he noticed signs of her waking up. Great. Now I have to go all the way back to the infirmary. Why did I say I'm going to take her to her room again? Covering Izuka with the blanket, Aizawa stared at her until Izuka's eyes fluttered open. She held a blank face, devoid of all emotion but a slim amount of sadness. Hey, problem child. How are you feeling now? Izuka turned her head to the sound to find the Zezen person talking to her. I am fine. Great, I stuttered in front of him. You don't sound fine. Not after what happened earlier today. You're also crying. Izuka raised her hand up to her face and could feel the tears on her face. Oh. Aizawa sat on a plastic chair near Izuka's bed and waited for her to calm down first. You should try to sleep more. Take a nap. That's what kids your age do, don't they? Present Mike will wake you up later for lunch. Relax for a few hours. Izuka gave a nod in response and closed her eyes to pretend to sleep, while she mulls over the thoughts of the events in the black void. Aizawa gave a nod of his own and headed for the door. Oh, before I forget, Izawa stopped in his tracks. Your mother's funeral is scheduled to take place 3 days from now. The guest list only includes some of the teachers and staffs at UA, a few co-workers of your mother, and the Bakugous. Is there anyone else that should be added? Izuka shook her head, no, and turned her body, back now facing the hero. All right then. I'll leave you to get some rest. Izawa exited the room and the thuds could be heard in the hallway of him walking away. Now Izuka could cry openly. Kaken, the mention of seeing him again put relief, sadness, and fear into her mind. She wanted to be happy to see him once again, give him a hug while crying into his shoulder while he tells her in his own special way to shut up and stop. But she didn't like that she would only get to see him at the funeral of her mother. And last but not least, the nightmare she encountered in the void. What if he no longer wanted to be around Izuka? What if he no longer wanted to hang out with her for not wanting to be a hero? What if he hates Izuka now? Her mind occupied the extremely dark thoughts that number 4-year-old should harbor, but hey, she was special. Off in the bad parts of the city, in a small bar. Kuro Jairi, that girl, seems interesting. Her power is quite a rarity. Sensei has taken great interest in her too. It's a shame that the heroes got to her first. That just means we have to take her from them, doesn't it? All in good time, Shigaraki Tamura? All in good time. Back at the school. Welcome back to UA. Place brings back memories for you, doesn't it? Have a seat. I brought you here to talk things out officially. It's much better this way, don't you think? Enough of the introductions. I came here for one reason, not to make small talk, Nezdu. Of course, it was always to the point with you even when you were a student here. Well, I'm sorry to say that you cannot meet her right now, and frankly, I do not like what you are asking for. She is only a young child. And if I'm not mistaken, so is your child. Age does not matter. If it is decided now or 10 years later, the arrangement is still be the same. I have to ask, what is the reason behind your offer? I have a feeling you already know the answer to your question, so why answer it at all? I now wonder why you would ask. I see that well, then just like you said, it does not matter if it is now or later, it will still be the same offer, so I must say that I would like this to be brought up again later as well. How about we say in 10 years? That way, the children would be able to decide for themselves what they want. I refuse to wait that long. Besides, my son's thoughts do not matter on this. He shall do as I say without question. I am disappointed as this is how you turned out to be, Todoroki Enji. Did you say something, Nezdu? At meetings like this, you must say your thoughts louder. No, just thinking to myself. Anyway, if you truly wish to carry out this plan out of yours, I have to say the decision is out of my paws. I believe I have already taken so much away from the girl, I do not wish to impose on matters like these as well. I'll wait at the maximum of 5 years. Is that good enough? Of course, if you ever change your mind, be sure to contact me sooner. And with this, I believe the discussion is over. I'll be going now. Very well, 5 years it is. I'll see you then. Farewell, Endeavor. The next 2 days were filled with Izuka spending time with Izawa working on her quirk. He made her stick to a light exercise plan. Every day, she would have to stretch for 5 minutes, see if she could jog once around the training field, and attempt 10 sit-ups, add push-ups. Pretty basic for someone of her age. It helped that Izawa ran through all of them with her each time. Truth be told, all the training was a distraction for Izuka to focus on something else than the event taking place tomorrow. Oi, are you listening? Izawa placed a hand on Izuka's shoulder. She snapped out of her trance to look up at the pro hero. Oh yeah, I'm listening. Izuka could see him giving her a look that screamed, I don't believe you, but luckily he didn't say anything. Alright, then let's work on your quirk. I'm turning off the suppressors, so be ready. Izuka could feel the same hitting feeling like she did 2 days ago. Yesterday's training was with the suppressor on. Now, I want you to bring out 10 swords and keep them in front of you. See if you can hold them in a straight line. Izuka did as Izawa said and brought out the correct number of swords. Today's objective is to work on control and mobility, same as yesterday, but without the bands this time. I want you to rotate each sword once vertically. Izuka nodded and looked back to her swords. Starting from the left, she spun each one separately till she finished with number. She found the task to be simple with no extra effort needed. For this next part, try to move them in a fast circle around the border of the training field. If I see them go out of hand, I'll use my quirk. Understood? Izuka nods as Aizawa gives the signal to start. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, an animal with white fur dressed in a suit closed the curtains to his office, no longer spying on the training session taking place on Field B. Returning to the guest in his office, Nezu sat at his desk facing the detective in front of him. I must congratulate you on your promotion, Detective Tsukachi, or should I say first-grade Detective Tsukachi? The man gave off a nervous chuckle and waved his hand in front of him in denial. No formalities are needed, Principal. Just detective is fine. All I got out of the promotion was an upgrade in my office and more work. Because he was in charge of the Ken incident, the detective found himself getting a new position on the task force. He was now to be more respected and handle cases of extreme matters. Tsukachi placed his hand down, only to question the principal. So, I guess you already have an idea of why I'm here, huh? Nezu had a twinkle in his eye. I presume this has to do with how our youngest addition to UA is doing? Correct as always, Principal Nezu. Getting to the point, how is she? Tsukachi activated his quirk, prepared to catch any lies if Nezu is trying to hide anything. The atmosphere of the room changed. The playful, friendly conversation between the man and the animal turned dark and cunning. That's not what you wanted to ask, is it, detective? Tsukachi could feel a slight chill up his spine. How did a small, cute animal look so threatening while sipping a cup of tea? Clearing his throat, trying to swallow away his nerves, Tsukachi looked to meet the principal in the eyes. Like I said, correct as always. Glad to put unnecessary things aside, yes. I am here to ask. No, ask is not the correct word. I'm here to inspect the progress of Midoriya Izuku. More specifically, any improvements in her quirk. Tsukachi trailed off his statement. Nezu suddenly got up and gestured to the door. If you wish to know, let us go out and see for ourselves. You can be the judge on how she's doing. The detective got out of the chair and stood near the principal. Very well, Nezu. Lead the way. Izuka locked herself in the bathroom of her room. She felt tired and wanted to take a nap, but there was something she needed to figure out beforehand. Aizawa had forgotten and left the suppressors deactivated. She had Present Mike to thank for making a huge scene that required Aizawa's attention. Seriously, who gets their whole head stuck in a bucket while cleaning the windows of a classroom? Present Mike had been running around with a bucket on his head screaming for anyone to help him. This is a school, for goodness sake. Granted, there were no students because it was after school hours, but Present Mike knew Aizawa and Izuka were outside training. Mike just barged onto the area and started screaming with his quirk. Aizawa needed to use his to make sure Mike didn't destroy anything. He rushed over to the pathetic voice hero to get the bucket off, but no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. Hey, problem child, got to your room, wait there while I deal with this. I'll come by later to turn on the suppressors. The remote for the bands needed 2 hands to operate and must be, at most, 5 feet from each other. Any more than that and the signal would be too far away. Lucky for her, Aizawa was currently busy. Izuka ran off in order to get to her room as quick as she could. She needed all the time she could get. Back in the bathroom, Izuka needed to test this out. She could only feel it without the suppressors on. There was something more to her quirk that meets the eye. Just like her other swords, Izuka could feel it dormant inside of her. It's resting in a chest of space that needs to be unlocked. If she could just focus on that feeling. Knock, knock, knock. Hey, you in there? It's Aizawa-san. In haste, Izuka flushed the toilet and turned on the sink to make it sound like she just needed to use the bathroom like a normal person. Yeah. Izuku stepped out of the bathroom to meet Aizawa face to face. I just needed to use the bathroom. Aizawa gave a ch in response and took the remote out of his scarf. How the heck did he keep that in there? Aizawa activated the quirk suppressants. Izuka could feel some sort of depleting sensation in her whole body as if a part of her is being taken away. Oh wait, it is? Once Aizawa left, Izuka pushed the button on the wall to call over Midnight. Despite how powerful people make her out to be, Izuka still needed help taking a shower and things like that. That's where Midnight comes in. Izuka didn't want to accept help from her, from any of the heroes, but even she realized she couldn't do everything on her own. Izuka-chan. I'm here. Midnight shouted through the door for Izuka to open up. Midnight at this point knew the reasons why Izuka only used the button on the wall. Heading to the bathroom, Midnight filled the tub with warm water while Izuka undressed. This time, I brought a new soap. It smells heavenly and I thought you would like to try it out. Thank you, Midnight-san. Izuka stepped in the tub filled with unfamiliar scented bubbles. Izuka admits it smelt nice. After her bath, Izuka wore her pajamas and snuggled under the blankets of her bed. Tomorrow was the day. She would see Kaken. She would see her mother being laid to rest. And she would see her tears being burned along with her mother. It was the day of her mother's funeral, July. She wouldn't dare forget this day. She wishes she could forget July 15th. Izuka made sure to wake up early to get ready. Midnight had provided Izuka with a simple black dress appropriate for the event she was attending. And speaking of appropriate, she for once saw Midnight dressing for the occasion. Izuka swore she would always find the hero in some sort of skin-tight suit carrying a whip. Instead, she was wearing a matching dress with Izuka, no longer wearing her mask. Her hair elegantly and plainly made into a bun. Instead of a whip, a small purse was carried in her hand. The person she saw wasn't the hero Midnight. She was Kayama Nimuri, a person. When Izuka got outside, she saw the same sights with the rest of the teachers going, except for Nezu, but he's not even human so. Aizawa was wearing a black suit with his hair tied back in a ponytail and front slicked back. Present Mike was finally wearing something that wasn't gaudiest and overthought as it was the same style suit Aizawa was wearing. His blonde hair pulled back in a bun like Midnight's. And Nezu, well, he just looked like Nezu. The drive to the place had been awkward to say the least. No one said anything the whole trip. Maybe they were being respectful and keeping the peace? Izuka didn't care if they were loud or quiet, her mind was currently elsewhere. 15 minutes later, the car pulled up at the designated location. Flowers and trees lined the perimeter of the clearing decorated for Midoriya Izuku's funeral. The area was the shape of a square. Knowing her mother liked flowers and the outdoors, Izuka asked if the funeral could be held outside surrounded by nature. Light were placed near the various flowers giving a luminescent glow and chairs lined neat rows. There was around 20 chairs, just enough to seat everyone attending. The first row was reserved for Izuka, the pro heroes and the Bakugous. Izuka stood near the entrance to greet everyone attending the funeral. She bowed her head and said, "Thank you for coming," to each and every single person, but she never looked one of them in the eyes. Izuka didn't need to see their faces to know, each and every single one of them oozed out pity for her. Pity for losing her mother. Pity for killing a villain. Pity for someone of her age to deal with this all. Pity, pity, pity. Finally, the one family she does want to see arrived. Izuka raised her head for them. Standing 30 feet away were the Bakugous, with Katsuki speed walking straight up to her. Without stopping, Katsuki slammed into Izuka, giving her the biggest hug he could. Izuka put aside her neutral expression and clung onto Katsuki's shirt, reciprocating the hug. Kaken. Izu-chan. Katsuki pulled away from the hug to see Izuka's face. Katsuki then pulled on her ear and started scolding her. "Why did you leave for so long? Don't ever do that again, Izu-chan. You know how much I worried about you." Izuka couldn't help but feel elevated after hearing those words from him. Looking over his shoulder, Izuka could see Mitsuki avert her eyes. Does she feel bad? Izuka unlatched herself from Katsuki and made her way to the woman. Izuka then latched herself to Mitsuki, who was surprised at the embrace. Izuku tilted her head up to look at Mitsuki in the eyes. "Hello, Auntie Mitsuki." Izuka's soft expression made Mitsuki's heart feel a sharp pang, the good kind though. Mitsuki crouched down to properly give Izuka a hug. "I missed ya, kiddo." The blonde woman stood back up and grabbed Izuka and her son's hands. "Let's go take our seats. It's about to start." The funeral service went off like any other celebration of death. A few speeches were made by some of her mom's friends and coworkers. Mitsuki went up and recalled some of the pranks she and Inko would pull in high school. Last but not least, Nezu was the last one to address everyone in attendance. Dear friends and family that came out to pay respects to Midoriya Inko, I stand before you to say only one thing. While we hold the grief from this loss, let us not think back on her with sorrow. From what I have listened from everyone, Midoriya-san sounds like she was a wonderful person with one of the biggest hearts out there. I may have not known her, but I feel that she wouldn't want all of us to mourn in grief, but instead remember her with happiness and cherished memories. Let her be loved over, not cried over. That is all. Thank you. Nezu gave a bow and stepped down from center stage. He walked back to his seat next to Izuka on her right. Katsuki and the Bakugous were on her left. Some tears were shed over his speech. How ironic. Izuka felt like the drops of water were turning on her by trying to fall. Katsuki noticed her slightly anguished face and wiped away her tears. Thanks, Kaken. Izuka wiped away the rest and looked in front as someone announced it was time for the cremation. This time Izuka could hold back the tears. Katsuki held her into his chest as she let out a choked sob. Tentatively petting her back, he looked to the front to see them preparing for the cremation. He thought about all the times he saw the woman. When he was going to Izuka's house, when they came over to his for tea with his mom, planning picnics with the two families, and hundreds more. He misses his Aunt Inko. The ceremony ended and all the guests started to go home. Izuka looked at the jar filled with her mother's ashes. To think just a week and one day ago, that was a living, breathing, and joyful person. But not just any person, the best person in the world. The best person in the world turned into a pile of ashes to be placed in a shrine in her room. A hand on top of her shoulder pulled her out of the trance. Follow me. She turned to the voice and saw Katsuki gesturing to behind the trees. Izuka looked at Nezu, who nodded in approval and went with him. How's the hero school treating you? Katsuki wanted to ask about her quirk, but didn't want to seem insensitive by asking about something that caused her to be taken away. It's been okay. It's not too bad after a while. I still wish I was back home though. Izuka bent down and plucked a small flower out of the ground. Katsuki did the same, but placed his flower in Izuka's hair. At least it's a step up in becoming a hero. Katsuki tried to lighten Izuka up by talking about something she likes. But don't think I'm going to let you get ahead. I'll be the number 1 hero and you'll be the number 2 hero. Katsuki hoped she would be happy with his announcement. With her quirk and his combined, they could be an unstoppable force. But Izuka gave him a face he didn't understand. It looked like the face of a quitter. I'm sorry, Kaken. What does she mean, sorry? Katsuki stared at her in confusion for her to elaborate. I don't want to be a hero. Please don't hate me. Oh, that's what she meant by sorry. In his small, child's brain, Katsuki's thoughts melted together to find out what this mean for the both of them. Does this mean? Izuka kept her head down and eyes scrunched. She didn't want to look at Katsuki's disappointed face. That's fine, Izuchan. You don't need to be a hero. Izuka lifted up her head to see, not a look of disappointment or hatred, but the shining face of her best friend. 'Cause I'll be one for the both of us. And I'll get stronger than everyone, even All Might. This way, I'll be able to protect you for good this time. Izuka could feel the waterworks falling down her face again. Okay, Kaken. I'll be keeping your word against you. For the first time in a while, Izuka smiled out of pure happiness. Katsuki felt like everything was falling into place. A huge compact of worry had disappeared from his chest. Izuka no longer wanted to be a hero. He should feel bad that his best friend, his crush, gave up on her dream, but it didn't matter to him. This way, she wouldn't be in any danger and he could look after her. She'd never be on a battlefield possibly getting injured or even killed. She wouldn't end up dying like her mother, by a villain's hands. He could now prove he was better than anyone, the best person for Izuka to be with. The conversation between them ended with a promise. To meet at UA, for Katsuki to become a hero, and she would wait for him until then. Nothing would stop him from achieving all his goals. Or at least he thought. Can be such a fickle thing. At the age of 5, Izuka was able to gain control of her quirk. Now that a year passed, I want to see how far you got in control. Last year, I told you to summon a single sword. I want you to try again and see if it works. Aizawa turned off Izuka's quirk suppressants as all her power was unleashed inside of her. It was a feeling she became used to after the first month or so. Izuka summoned 3 swords, then one disappeared, and after a minute, another one was gone, with only 1 sword remaining. Congrats! You finally managed to suppress your own quirk. Yeah, thanks Aizawa-san. Over the year, Izuka adjusted to the heroes that she saw every day at UA. It took a long time, but she no longer hated them as a person. Izuka just now hated specific types of heroes. She established 6 months after she arrives that the heroes at UA were decent and actually saved people in need. But that doesn't mean she enjoyed staying at the school. She still tries to escape here and there, but Aizawa always managed to find her. He's the one hero she still hasn't managed to defeat. She could take on everyone else with only some struggle by using her quirk, but if Aizawa can just erase her quirk, then what's the point? That's all for today. This is the last thing I needed to see. Take a bath and the parrot will bring you a snack. Dismissed. Aizawa headed back indoors and Izuka walked to her room. She though back on the year she had here. She had tried to escape a total of 38 times. All the times Izuka had tried to leave were tests disguised under tantrums to see how much more training she needs to be able to defeat Aizawa, for he was the only obstacle left. And it's not like Izuka was taking it easy. She trained as much as someone of her age could, but she still thinks it's not enough. If she thinks about it from a realistic point of view, it would still take her years to be able to escape. And there's also the promise. If Izuka were to escape, she wouldn't be able to be with Kaken during UA, but she would just be able to see him every day at Mitsuki's house. Then again, she already knows that she needs to be able to defeat Aizawa in close combat. She asked the Caterpillar Man if he could teach her martial arts and be able to learn gymnastics. Nezu agreed with the idea even though Aizawa was hesitant. Izuka has been steadily learning, practicing with Aizawa, going over moves in her room, anything to be better. While she wanted to get out of the school, there was another issue to deal with. They wouldn't let her go out past the gates at all. Not even if they were accompanying her. Midnight was the one to buy her new clothes and supplies she needed. Everything else was provided for her at UA. Not only that, they don't permit any visitors for her, meaning she couldn't see Kaken or any of the Bakugous. Izuka opened the door to her room and prepared herself a bath. She finally learned how to take one on her own, much to Midnight's disappointment, and no longer needed any help. Once wearing normal clothes and no longer in her training attire, Izuka strolled over to her desk. Opening the bottom, left drawer, she took out a notebook labeled #. She took out a pencil and continued her analyzing. And what exactly was she analyzing? Quirks, of course. So far, notebooks 1 and 2 were filled with information about all the heroes at UA and the top 10 heroes. The third notebook was halfway complete and filled with information on villains. It only made sense she would write about them too. If she can find out the strengths and weaknesses of heroes, she should discover the weaknesses of villains and use them to her advantage. She hated heroes, but villains were her #1 hatred. Heroes did nothing to save her mother. Villains were the reason her mother needed saving. She would find out everything about them in order to know how to beat them. At age 6, the teachers at UA learn exactly how smart Izuka really is. Wow. You're really good at this, little listener. If I didn't know better, I would think you lived in England. Present Mike handed Izuka her score sheet for his English test. It was an exact copy of what she gives to his first-year classes. Izuka looked at her sheet. A perfect 100. If you want, I can ask the principal to set up an IQ test for you. This would measure how smart you are, and the teachers here at UA can change your learning material to better suit you. Present Mike looked at Izuka for permission. Sure, that doesn't sound too bad. Izuka got up from her desk to stretch as she had been sitting for a while. She turned her head to stare at the clock on the wall ticking away. It was nearing 4 o'clock. The next day, Izuka was brought into Nezu's office. She saw a desk had been placed in the room and papers lying on top. Hello, Izuka-chan. I was asked to prepare an IQ test for you. This is a perfect moment. I always wanted to test your level of mind, especially after always seeing your tests scored over the year. Nezu gestured to the desk and asked for Izuka to take a seat. Once seated, Nezu explained the test. You have 2 hours to complete this. Try your best to answer as many questions as you can. If you need to use the bathroom, Midnight-san will take you and bring you back. If there are no questions, then your time starts now. Izuka turned over the exam papers and began. She had to think about each and every question thoroughly, as some of them could have been tricky. Within the first hour, Izuka managed to complete 3/4 of the test. She admits that there had been some she had to skip over for now and really think for some of them, but she finished the entire test with 10 minutes to spare. Nezu collected the test and told Izuka to wait in her room as he graded the exam. Doing as the mouse said, Izuka left the room. She wanted to take a nap after that. Back with Nezu, he graded the answer sheet in 15 minutes. Nezu could only laugh at the results presented. Care to share what you think is so funny? Aizawa had joined the principal in the office on the 9th minute. He wanted to know what the demonic rat was thinking about now. I apologize for my reaction, Aizawa-san, but please take a look at this. Nezu handed the graded sheet to the erasing hero as Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Is this for real? Like you're not shitting me? Aizawa leaned back on the couch with a hand rubbing at his dry eyes, letting out a groan. At this point I shouldn't be that surprised, but now having the proof in front of me is just too much. Present Mike thought this was the perfect moment to enter the room. Hey! How did the little listener do? Pointing his fingers like guns, he signaled to Nezu. Clearing his throat first, Nezu took the papers back from Aizawa. If I am to be blunt, Izuka-chan's scores shows that she is only a few points shy from being certified as a child prodigy. The young girl is already classified as a potential threat with her quirk, but adding her newfound genius and we have a making of the world's best hero or strongest villain. The atmosphere in the room tensed as soon as the words left Nezu's lips. Snout. Foothold. Well, she already expressed to us multiple times she doesn't want to be a hero, and why would she want to be something that was the underlying cause as to this entire situation? Aizawa got up from the couch and passed Present Mike at the door. If you'd excuse me, I'll go tell the problem child the results for her test. Hizashi, Nezu, I trust that you'll both change the material we're teaching her to better match her level of difficulty. At the age of 7, Izuka's growth in her quirk became evident. Izuka didn't tell anyone, but she could feel the presence of that mysterious power that was dormant even with her quirk suppressants on. She also noticed that her quirk was less constricted. Izuka knew this was a sign that her quirk was growing in power. At this rate, she may have another accident if she's not thinking about suppressing it. 24 Her concern showed itself during training. Your moves are sloppy and uncoordinated. You should have landed that flip, but you fell on your butt instead. Something's wrong, isn't there? Aizawa stopped her gymnastic lesson and strolled up to the girl whose eyes were glued to the floor. Care to tell me what it is? Izuka hesitated to answer that question. If I tell him, he may add another quirk suppressant on me. Like this, I can use my quirk better and freely. I just have to make sure I don't release it when distracted. But I can't concentrate on my training. Aizawa-san isn't dumb either. He noticed that something is wrong and probably figured it out soon enough. My pause and weird behavior right now isn't helping in him thinking nothing is wrong. I could always lie, but would he catch on or go along? No, if it involves me, Aizawa-san takes action immediately cause of the potential danger that could happen if there are any problems. And keeping this as a secret would better benefit me if I try to escape if I'm against anyone but Aizawa-san. But there's also the concern that I can't control it or not as well as I can now. Izuka continued her mutter storm, unknowing that Aizawa could hear every word she was saying. Oi, problem child. Izuka snapped out of her thought process because of Aizawa's yell. Come with me. We're getting you a new set of stronger quirk suppressants. Izuka cursed at her habit she's been trying to break. At age 8, Izuka was allowed to watch the entrance exams with the teachers in the screening room. Welcome, Izuka-chan. This is where we decide who has the stuff to study at UA. Nezu patted a chair next to him as Izuka sat down on that seat. I just hope that the examinees live up to the standard of being a hero, Izuka concentrated at the screens as she observes every person in the different mock cities. Most of the examinees disgusted her when the zero-pointer robot showed up and they ran away from it. She could clearly see some that were caught in the robot's destruction and needed help. Others were injured and couldn't move as fast. In the end, the horn blew and the exam was over. The examinees were spared from death as the zero-pointer stopped its rampage and retreated. There wasn't many rescue points distributed this year. How disappointing. Nezdu shook his head and turned off the monitors. Well, it's now our job to sort out the candidates and see who got the most points. Once at UA, we have to teach them how to be a proper hero, which includes rescue. If this shows me anything, you have your work cut out for you this year. There weren't even many people who got the standard amount of points to enter the hero course. Izuka got up from her chair and headed to the door. And Nezdu, I question the design of the entrance exam. There are millions of useful quirks that are fitting of a hero that may not be combat-oriented. This entrance exam limits the choice of people that get into the hero course by saying that kids with flashy and destructive quirks are the ones UA wants. It should really be fixed. I agree with you, Izuka-chan. And the entrance exam had been different in the past that lets everyone have a fair shot in entering UA, but there had been so many complaints by parents that the test was too dangerous. We used to have the students group up and try take on one of the heroes here on staff. This way, each potential student is tested on how well they work with others and their strength in defeating villains. The problem was that if an examinee is too weak or their quirk wasn't a match for the teacher, they would end up hurt. Nezdu took a sip of tea that he apparently pulled out of his because he didn't have that with him a minute ago, with a hum. That's just stupid. Every hero in the room turned to Izuka as she leaned against the door. This a hero school, not to mention a school that's considered one of the best on the world. Parents should know that this kind of job is not all just fun and giggles. This is hero work, meaning that if a rookie is ill-prepared, they'll die on the battlefield. If they're afraid of their child getting hurt, they should tell them to apply to a different course or school. Getting hurt is part of being in this career. How are they going to save anyone without taking any risks? There's no growth without pain, no matter how much it is undesired. Izuka was 1 foot out the door when Nezdu spoke. I take that this pain you speak of is out of experience? Izuka paused in her step, only for a second, before exiting the room. At the age of 9, Izuka met Todoroki Shudo. Endeavor, has it been 5 years already? It feels as if no time has passed at all. Nezdu greeted the flame hero at the front gate of UA. Walking alongside the hero was a 9-year-old boy. Nezdu, I said this last time and I'll say it again. I do not care for small talk and wish to get right to the point. Where is Midoriya Izuka? Endeavor stared down at Nezdu with a look of impatience. Just like always, huh, Endeavor? Very well, please come with me to a room I have prepared for the meeting. Nezdu walked into the building with the Todoroki duo following. Reaching one of the conference rooms, Nezdu pushed open the doors to reveal a young girl sitting on one of the chairs. Her green, curly hair was tied into a high ponytail with a bow in top. She wore a simple green dress and white socks with lace. Slippers adored her feet and they made a clacking sound when she got up to walk over to where the others were. Nezdu, care to inform me on what's going on? Why is the number 2 hero here? And why was I told to dress formally? And who is this boy here? Of course Nezdu would not bother to tell Izuka about the meeting or anything else. He loves elements of surprise. I'll leave the explanation to you, Endeavor. You're the one who wanted this meeting after all. Nezdu just stood by Izuka's side and did nothing else. Very well. Midoriya Izuka. The flame hero glared down at the little girl in front of him. I have come here for one reason and one reason alone. How would you like to take my son Shudo as a marriage partner? I refuse. The 2 words brought a silence to the room. That is, until the flame hero spoke again. A hint of anger could be detected within his voice. And may I ask why not? There is much to be benefited from this arrangement for both parties. Endeavor took on a sickly smile. But mostly for me. Izuka looked at the boy that was being offered as her spouse. His hair was split down the middle perfectly in red and white. He harbored a large scar over his right side of his face and heterochromatic eyes. One gray and one a turquoise blue. It would have looked like gemstones if not for the dull look in the boy's eyes. They say that the eyes are the windows to the soul. And Izuku could see his soul was shattered. With all due respect, even though you don't really deserve any, what parent gives their child up in a marriage? I must decline your offer. I already have another person I have promised myself to. Izuka bowed politely at the hero and turned to Nezu. If this is all, may I be excused? I have other things to do. Before Izuka could leave, Endeavor stopped Izuka in her tracks. Oh, I was not made aware of this. He turned to the mouse in the suit. Nezu, I do not appreciate being kept in the dark, especially when I had informed you of my wish years ago. I am much in the dark as you are, for this is the first I hear of this, but I do have a feeling I know who it is. I assure you there had been no formal arrangement, but a decision between kids. Nezu sipped tea that seemed to come out of nowhere. Izuka seen him do that enough to no longer question it. And what is the name of this individual? Endeavor took a step closer to the two in front of him. I cannot give out personal information about other people to anyone who asks Endeavor. You know that. Nezu smiled at Endeavor in a sinister manner. The fart flame, I meant flame. Hero gave a kiss in his annoyance. Nerveless, I still must ask that an official arrangement between the young girl and my son is made. If the two merely spend some time together, maybe her opinion will change. He doesn't give up, does he? What a pain. Izuka turned her eye over to the boy again. He had stared at the ground this whole time. Izuka thought if he was asking for her hand in marriage, the candidate would at least look at her in the face. If I am to spend time with him, can he actually face me instead of finding the floor so interesting? Izuka crossed her arms over her chest, staring at the boy. Of course, Endeavor turned to the boy. Shudo, raise up your head. It's time you introduce yourself. Endeavor, I typed Endeavor, placed a hand on his back and pushed him forward. Giving a scowl to the hero first, the boy lifted his head to finally speak to Izuka. My name is Todoroki Shudo. Nice to meet you. Shudo gave a bow and now, instead of at the floor, stared blankly at Izuka. Why don't you head on to the prepared room while Endeavor and I discuss some things? Go on now. Nezu shooed Izuka and Shudo away. Closing the door behind him, Nezu turned back to Endeavor. Now shall we both take a seat? Izuka kicked at the carpet underneath her feet. As for her current position, she was stuck in a room with Todoroki Shudo. Izuka gave an unnoticeable tizzy at her predicament. Don't get her wrong, she didn't really have anything against the dual-hair boy, it's just that Izuka could see he lacked every social skill there is. And that was saying something, since Izuka didn't even have much social skills herself. Besides, to think he's the boy that Endeavor wants her to consider as a marriage partner. No. I have Kaken to be with me. If I may say so. Izuka turned to the boy who broke the silence first. I do not mean any disrespect to you, but I do not wish for this arrangement to be carried out. Can you say no to the proposal my father is asking of you? Wow, so formal. Rich people, I'll never understand them. Izuka cleared her throat and answered the proper young boy. Don't worry, I don't plan on agreeing at all. A look of relief washed over the boy's face, but Izuka was always the type to think with her brain, not heart. But we're not the one to decide something like that, are we? This grabbed Shudo's attention. And care to elaborate on that? Izuka gave a weak smile and took a seat on a nearby chair. Shudo took a seat on one that was across from her. You know that Nezu's not a human with a mutation quirk, but instead an actual animal? Shudo nodded his head. Over the years I've been here, I learned that he isn't one to think about things with emotions. If he believes a marriage between me and the son of Endeavor, the number 2 hero, Izuka could see the boy cringing from what she said, would hold any benefits, then there's nothing holding Nezu back from getting official papers ready. Shudo's head was looking at the floor again and kept silent in thought. The girl had a point. And Shudo raised his head to hear the rest of what Izuka had to say. I can tell from the moment he offered you up that Endeavor doesn't care about your feelings, does he? If he did, then neither you nor he could be here right now. Shudo nodded his head slowly, the action telling the girl that everything she said was true. But she didn't just stop there. Your father isn't that great of a hero. Izuka took notice that Shudo froze for a second before continuing to move. Sure, he's the number 2 hero and has one of the highest villain capture records out there, but he's not too friendly. Izuka recalls the time she analyzed Endeavor from videos where he fought villains. Even when there were civilian lives on the line or in the need of help, Endeavor mainly focuses on the villain. He never tries to help the people in the surrounding area to escape. That's not what being a hero should be about. Shudo only nodded again. He couldn't find what words to use when this girl in front of him was saying everything he wanted to point out about his father for the past 9 years of his life. But he couldn't do it himself. No one would have believed him. Endeavor is abusive as well, isn't he? Izuka casually crossed her legs and folded her hands on top of her lap. Shudo's shocked face and silence was enough to confirm what he deduced. And why do you think that? Shudo finally spoke after having a moment of panic. He was not happy, but somewhat relieved that someone finally realized, but also cautious as to how this little girl obtained the knowledge. It was a mere speculation until you confirmed it for me. Izuka shot her gaze straight at the wary boy. From the moment you entered the room, I could tell you were trying your best to stand normally, but someone like me who takes note on the surroundings and people nearby could tell you were having difficulty. When standing, you favored your left leg more, and when walking to this room, you held a small limp. You walked like I do after a particularly tough day of training. When Endeavor pushed you forward for you to introduce yourself, there was a pained expression on your face for a nanosecond, the kind that's from aggravating a bruise or burn. It's also late July, and during this time of day, it's hot out with the temperature reaching up to 35 degrees Celsius, 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Your father was adorned professionally in a suit, but it was made out of a light and breathable material with short sleeves. Plus, I'm sure his quirk let him have some sort of heat resistance, but you are wearing long sleeves and stuffy clothing made of cotton and wool. Unless your quirk allows for you to cool down, then I won't question your outfit. But what I am curious about it that you even chose to wear something like that. You decided to wear something that could possibly give you heat slide when you could have simply worn something more fitting to the temperature. What is your quirk, by the way? Each half hot and half cold. I can create ice from my right and fire from my left. Shudo needed a moment before telling Izuka his quirk. He never met anyone this observant before. He even stuttered for the first time in his life in front of anyone that wasn't family. That proves my point exactly. Why use your ice quirk in this heat when you could just dress more appropriately? Unless you're trying to hide something on your body? Izuka leaned back in her chair and just looked at Shudo to see what his reaction would be. Many are speechless when they hear Izuka analyze something, and Shudo was no exception. It's... Shudo couldn't think of anything to say. She practically covered it all. Plus, Izuka started off again. All Shudo could think was, there's more? There are bruises on your hands where you've been unconsciously rubbing at. Shudo looked down to see that she was right. He didn't notice his action because rubbing at wounds was a normal occurrence for him. But from what I see is that you have more bruises on your right hand. Since you told me that your right side creates ice, it makes sense that the extra wounds are from a very mild case of frostbite from the cold. Now that springs the questions: if you can create both ice and fire, why don't you just heat up your body so you're no longer suffering from the repercussions of your own quirk? Shudo didn't like where this was going. He's only been with this girl in the room for 5 minutes, and she was unraveling everything about him. But he didn't want to stop her. He wanted to hear it from someone else's words, all the mistreatment and abuse from his father in name only. Endeavor's quirk is Hellflame, and no mention of an ice quirk anywhere. I'm guessing that the ice part came from your mother. But a few years ago, and don't ask how I know, there was an incident the hero tried to cover up where Endeavor's wife had to be registered in a mental hospital. Plus, that burn on your face looks like it's from fire, but it's not. It's from a hot liquid. With your refusal of using your fire quirk and that scar, the conclusion I came up with is... Izuka got up from her chair and walked up to Shudo. Is what? Shudo wanted to get up and run, but his legs wouldn't move. Izuka leaned in close to Shudo's left ear and whispered, Someone's being rebellious to dear dad, isn't he? Shudo doesn't know what got him to react the way he did, but ice from his left side shot up in sharp spikes. His breathing became heavy from forcefully expelling his power. Izuka on the other hand jumped back from the icicles to avoid being impaled, laughing as she did. While you go for the attack just from that? Izuka brought out 4 swords to cut apart the ice into small pieces. It makes me wonder how you would react when I tell you what else I think. Shudo had enough at this point. There was difference between wanting to know what other thought and no longer wanting to listen about his misery at home. I don't want to hear it. You can stop talking now. For the first time, Shudo raised his voice at someone other than his father. And where's the fun in that? Izuka walked slowly up to Shudo, who took steps backwards. Why don't I tell you? Consider this. Shudo's back was now up against a wall. Izuka stopped in front of him, only a few inches from his face. A trip down memory lane. Izuka brought her right hand up to his face, caressing the left side where the scar was. Your right side looks so much better than your left, don't you think? Shudo sent ice across the room. This time, instead of spikes, the entire space was covered by a thick layer of ice. Consider it winter wonderland, but with a sense of grief and anger put into the decor. Shudo slid down the wall he was against. He was already exhausted from the training session, right before the meeting, and now felt like collapsing from the quirk overuse. Well, this had been fun, but it's time I take my leave. Izuka broke the ice, trapping her feet with the 4 swords that stayed out. She avoided facing Shudo as she made her way to the door. You know, she paused at the door frame. If we had met under different circumstances, we could have gotten along as great friends. Izuka left the room, sliding the door shut behind her. Shudo gave in to his fatigue and closed his eyes to rest, wanting to forget everything that happened in the last 10 minutes. Oops, I overdid it today. Izuka walked through the halls to get to the meeting room where Nezu and Endeavor should be. She thought back on her time with Shudo. But he was such an interesting subject that I couldn't resist teasing him a bit. Ever since the Ken incident, Izuka's mental state was always questionable. There were issues to deal with such as her trauma, the black room that plagues her nightmares, and inability to trust people. Instead, she'd rather test out their reactions to her analysis. She had the habit of observing what people do when confronted about things they're uncomfortable about or straight up despise. She tested things that bring people to tears, such as memories or problems or shock from being able to figure out so much about a person from such small details. It wasn't a nice thing to do to people or how she should conduct first impressions, but Izuka didn't care. She found a way to redirect her pent-up frustrations and anger towards so many things in her predicament. The news of the arranged marriage was an added frustration, for Nezu knew she already had plans for herself in the future but is instead leading her to the path of heroism. Maybe when she was 3 years old, but Izuka no longer desired for such a career path. She wished to leave UA and all things with it behind. Nezu couldn't hold her at the school forever. She would make sure of that. Izuka found which door Nezu and Endeavor should be behind and knocked. A few seconds later, Nezu peeked out the door. Oh, you're back already? That was shorter than I thought. Nezu fully opened the door to welcome Izuka in. She could see a scowl on Endeavor's face from when she entered but shrugged it off. The hero couldn't do any harm to her. She had nothing to lose except the one thing she's trying to stop, who she gets to be with in the future. The hero's frown somehow gotten frownier as he glared to speak to Izuka. And where is my son? You two have only been gone for 10 minutes at most, and I see you returning without him. Oh, he's still in the room we went to. Izuka walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. And why is he in there while you are here? Izuka could see Endeavor becoming sad at this point. He's probably passed out right now. He was already fatigued when I left him in that room, and my little test just made him use his quirk even more. But that's not why I came back. Izuka leaned in with elbows on the table and hands clasped under her chin. Do you happen to know anything about illegal quirk marriages? If Endeavor could get visibly angrier, then, well, he just did. It's fine if you don't, I don't particularly care at the moment. What I do want to know, Izuka now turned her glare to Nezu, is the result of this meeting. Before you interrupted our discussion, You can hear the hate and annoyance in the hero's voice. The principal and I were just about to sign the papers to make the arrangement official. A smirk found a way into the hero's face. Is there any way this can be put to a halt? Izuka stared at Nezu in the face with a blank look. I'm afraid there is not, Izuka-chan. There is much to be gained from this marriage, and I do hope you understand. Nezu walked by Izuka and nodded his head. Of course it turned out this way. I can always trust you to think with your head, Nezu. Izuka wanted to take a nap from everything that happened. She was still somewhat shaking from toying with Shudo. And what does that mean, if I may ask? Nezu stared at Izuka's back as she walked away. Knowing you, I wouldn't be surprised if you find out for yourself. I must go now. Endeavor, if you need to find your son, he's in room. If you both will excuse me, I'm heading to my own room. Good day. And with that, Izuka left. Izuka flopped onto her bed to take a nap. She was intrigued by the dual-haired boy. All of what she said about being able to deduce the abuse off of his appearance was a lie. Izuka had already known beforehand that Endeavor was an a-hole that mistreats his family. I would tell you how, but that's information for another day. Before Izuka could sleep, there was a knock on the door revealing Aizawa. Hey kiddo, a-hole number 1 and his son is about to leave. Nezu wanted me to get you to say a formal goodbye. Izuka groaned as she got off her wonderful bed and made her way to the entrance where Nezu was still talking with Endeavor. Speak forth the child, Izuka-chan, say farewell to Endeavor and his son. Nezu gestured his head to where the two were standing. Shudo was still looking cautiously at Izuka, and Endeavor had a set-off expression. She guessed that he didn't enjoy finding his son in such a state. Have a wonderful evening to the both of you. But if I can request, Izuka looked to Endeavor with a smug smile. Can Shudo-kun come to visit sometime soon this week? If we are to be future partners, I would like to get to know him better. I find that to be a wonderful idea. The two should get to bond more with their new arrangement. What do you say, Endeavor? Nezu cut in with his own comment as the mouse clapped his paws together. The flame hero only gave an annoyed grunt. I'll send Shudo here in 2 days from now at 2 o'clock. With that, Endeavor led Shudo to a black car parked in front. Great. See you later, Shudo, Izuka waved at the pair. She could see the boy flinch a bit at her goodbye. The car drove off with great speed, leaving a trail of dust. Nezu stopped his waving once the car went out of view and turned to Izuka. That was strange indeed. I thought you were opposed to the idea of the marriage. I am. Izuka started heading inside. The sun was starting to burn her skin. But I wasn't lying when I said I want to get to know him more. Izuka finally looked back at Nezu. I could see the same hatred that I have in him. Izuka disappeared into the building. Once in her room, Izuka changed out of her clothes to take a nap. Before closing her eyes, she thought one last thing. The hatred for heroes. At the promised time, Shudo was brought back to UA for a playdate with Izuka. Hi Shudo-kun. It's nice to see you again. Izuka greeted the boy at the gates which she so desperately wished to cross. She would try, but Aizawa was standing right next to her and she would rather not look like a fool in front of someone her age. Hello, Shudo was still pensive to be left with the girl. He was still recovering from the training his father held after they got home for being weak. If possible, the boy did not want a repeat of what happened last time. Izuka led the boy into the same room as yesterday, but the ice had been removed and the room repaired. You don't need to be on guard all the time. Izuka broke the silence and smiled at the boy. After all you said the other day, do you really expect me to not be on guard? Shudo made sure to keep a distance of at least 10 feet from the girl. Izuka gave off a nervous laugh. I guess you do have a point there, but I'm not going to try anything today. I mostly wanted you to visit again so I can apologize. Apologize? Shudo gave a questioning look. Yeah, you know me saying I'm sorry? I know what an apology is, but I didn't peg you to be the type to say such words. I can see how you can to that conclusion, but that day was just a fluke on my part. I do hope you can forgive me. Izuka extended her hand to the boy. How about we put all that behind us and become friends? Instead of returning the gesture, Shudo backed away and took up a defensive stance. You expect me to agree to that after all that had happened? You're not as smart as I thought you were. Izuka lowered her hand. Her fake smile wiped off her face and turned into a warped expression. I guess it was a bit pretentious of me to assume such, but if you are going to be like that, then I have no problem with putting down my nice facade. There's something you want, isn't there? I learned that people like you only do things that have personal gains. Shudo was starting to become irritated. He despised people like his father who only thought of the endgame. You are quite perceptive, Shudo-kun, but you are mistaken. I didn't ask you here just for my own gain. Let's just say I've taken interest in you and wish to discuss a few things. Izuka took steps to get closer to Shudo, while the boy kept backing away. I thought you said that you didn't want to go through the marriage. Shudo was moving all around the room to avoid Izuka. That's not what I mean. Izuka trapped Shudo in a corner. She brought out a few swords to make sure he couldn't escape. Tell me, what do you think about heroes? Izuka was now staring into Shudo's heterochromatic eyes. She found them to be quite alluring. Why do you want to know? Shudo, seeing there wasn't a way out without using his quirk, formed a layer of ice over his hand in preparation. Izuka took on a sad expression. One Shudo had not seen until now. You have the same dull eyes I have. My mother, Shudo automatically though back to television screen 5 years ago. Your mother had died from a villain attack, correct? I'm sorry for your loss. Shudo could sympathize with Izuka, although, while her mother is dead, at least his is still alive. That's only half of the story. Izuka lowered her swords and backed away to give Shudo some space. Izuka extended her hand once more to Shudo. Let me tell you a tale of how I ended up at you. Shudo stood silent in the room with Izuka. The green-haired girl had just finished telling what was basically her life story to him. We have so much in common. But Shudo didn't think of that in a good way. The girl he had written off as psychotic now sat in a chair with her head down. Just like him, she had everyone deciding things for her. No free will to do as she pleased and trained only for her quirk. Taken away from things that were, still are, loved and told what to be in the future. I want to tell you something too. Why the F did I say that? You do. Izuka lifted her head to look at the red-cheeked boy. I can't just say never mind, not after she opened up, and this would be a chance to make a friend, Shudo nodded. You told me about your life and it's only fair that I tell you mine, I suppose? Then by all means sit down and go ahead. Let's consider this the first step in getting to know each other. Izuka smiled gently at Shudo who was contemplating if he should back out or not. Well, I was born from a quirk marriage. The same thing Endeavor is trying with you and me, right? Yeah, it took 4 tries, but when I was born, it was obvious to everyone that I possess what my father was trying to achieve for years. Shudo pointed to his head and eyes. My hair gave it away, being split perfectly in the middle. Eye color also contributed. Shudo took a deep breath. When I was 4, the ice part of my quirk appeared first. My mom, she was so happy. Could tell why. It meant I didn't have to endure harsh treatment from my father. Everyone started thinking that I only got the ice quirk because I showed no sign of fire for a week. Shudo gripped the left side of his face with a pained expression. But one day while playing with my siblings, my fire side made itself known. It burned a wooden chair in the backyard. The worst part was that he witnessed the whole thing. Everything happened so fast after that. I was isolated from my siblings and trained till I threw up. My mother. Izuka could see he was trying hard to not let tears slip out. It was just like when she tried not to cry in front of people. Shudo took in another deep breath before continuing. My mother tried to stop him, but every time she interfered he would hit her. This went on for a year. Each day was the same things: eat, train, sleep. But one night, I went to the kitchen and found my mom talking on the phone. Mom, I'm going crazy, I can't take it anymore. Every day, the children seem to become more and more like him, Shudo's. That child's left side sometimes look very unsightly to me. I can't raise him anymore. I feel like I shouldn't. Mother, what are you saying? A kettle whistles in the background. Steam rising from the spout. His mother's terrified expression with eyes sunken into skin. Her hand reaching out to grab the kettle. Shudo could never remember what happens after that, but it didn't take a genius to figure it out. After that, I made a vow to never use my fire side ever again just so I can show him I don't need his power. I'll become a hero without it. I see, but as much as you think it's his power, Izuka stood up from her chair and took a seat right next to the dual-haired boy. It's yours too. Shudo shot up suddenly without warning. No, it's not. I'll never accept anything from that bastard. He took everything away from me. And I'm going to dash. Going to what? Izuka got up to meet Shudo eye to eye. Deny something that's rightfully yours? It's your quirk, Shudo-kun, whether you like it or not. He can't take it back from you, and you can't give it to anyone. That makes it yours. Besides, if it was Endeavor's quirk, that flaming pile of sheet wouldn't have a quirk. Shudo could only stare at Izuka and back to his left hand. Ever since the incident, Shudo had avoided using his fire side in combat or training. But every time I use it, I'm reminded how this power is the one that drove my mother crazy. Shudo could feel warmth surrounding his body in a hug and a hand rubbing at his back. It wasn't you who drove your mother away. It was Endeavor. He's the reason for all your pain. Shudo's eyes widened at the familiar, yet distant voice whispering in his ear. And ignoring your fire side will just hold you back. Use every advantage you have, Shudo-kun, so one of these days, Izuka let go of the slightly trembling boy and caressed his face, grinning with an innocent smile. You'll be able to show Endeavor all that hatred you have for him. A knock echoed through the room. A new voice spoke. Izuka-chan. It's me, Midnight. Can I come in? The voice was as chipper as Izuka thought it was annoying. Stepping away from Shudo, Izuka dusted herself off and answered back. Yeah, you can come in. The door slid open to reveal the R-rated hero carrying her favorite whip. Hey kids. I just wanted to check up on you too and see how you're doing. We're doing just fine, Midnight-san. In fact, we just finished talking about a few things. Isn't that right, Shudo-kun? Izuka turned to the poor boy who appeared dazed. Oh, yeah, just talking. Well, lunch rush prepared some snacks, so if you guys want to head to the cafeteria, then you're more than welcome. Okay, thanks, Midnight-san. Let's go, Shudo-kun. After this, I want to do something, so you'll need to stock up on energy. Shudo could hear the pro hero say something along the lines of, I told you to call me Auntie Namuri, and followed behind the two females like the whole conversation never even happened. Once in the cafeteria, Shudo was greeted by the cook hero, Lunch Rush, who gave them a bowl with assortments of treats. Shudo had never seen more candy in front of him in his life. Hey Todoroki-kun? Are you alright? You've been spacing out over there. Midnight crouched next to the boy and placed a hand on his head. What's got your mind so frazzled? I've never been able to have things like these before. Shudo hung his head in embarrassment as the two heroes in the room gasped loudly. What kind of deprived life have you been living? Oh, we never eat junk food like this. Who do I have to put in an eternal sleep for being the cause? Midnight took out her phone and dialed someone listed as Loud A-hole. Hello. Get you but over here stat. With that, Midnight hung up the phone and turned to the two kids. Don't worry, Todoroki-kun. I have called for backup. Just as she said that, the doors swung open with Present Mike heaving against the door. Wah, what do you exhale need? Midnight flicked her whip in Present Mike's direction. Quickly. Operation 596. For the Todoroki boy. The male hero that barged into the room left just as quick, only to come back holding a bunch of small cylinder-shaped capsules. Here, take these. They're filled with happiness and wonder. Present Mike gave 5 capsules to Shudo. Opening one of them, the dual-haired boy found an assortment of small chocolates. In another were small candies. Keep these with you, and whenever you want something sweet, you won't have to look far. Present Mike ruffled Shudo's hair and made his way to the door. I gotta go now, listeners. English papers aren't going to grade themselves. Present Mike opened the door, but was stopped by a shout. He turned to Shudo. I dash at you. Shudo raised his head, cheeks bearing a hint of red. Thank you for the Present Mike widened his smile, using 2 fingers to give a mock salute. No problem, listener. Take care now. And with that, Shudo was left with the two remaining heroes and the odd green-haired girl. Hey Shudo-kun. Try this. Izuka shoved a caramel down Shudo's mouth, who chewed slowly, discovering the new flavors. Isn't it good? It's my favorite candy. The boy nodded his head, looking to his own candy bowl to find a couple pieces of the same thing. Taking one of his, Shudo handed it to Izuka. Here. Shudo placed it in Izuka's half-full bowl in exchange. Izuka laughed at the cute gesture. So you are a gentleman, huh, Shudo-kun? One of us have to be polite, Midoriya-kun. Shudo picked up another candy. The candy was a light brown and decorative. It was slowly melting in his left hand, but firmed up in his right. It's milk chocolate, Shudo-kun. Try it. Shudo knew of chocolate, but was never allowed to have any for Endeavor, thinking he was a masterpiece and didn't need it. Shudo found the chocolate to be better than the caramel. This continued for a while, Shudo trying out different candies he's never had before and Izuka laughing. Hey Midoriya-kun? Izuka. What? Izuka smiled in Shudo's direction. Call me Izuka. It's only fair. I call you Shudo-kun anyway. And you did that without my permission. I might as well call you Izuchan for that. So you already forgot about our promise, huh? You're leaving me for this BSTRD, aren't you? What happened to being together forever, Peyton? You're just leaving everyone behind. First was your mother, now me? What's next? Are you going to leave this BSTRD too? And oh. Izuka grabbed at her head in pain and crouched down. Izuka-chan, are you alright? Do you need me to go get recovery girl? Midnight crouched down next to Izuka, reaching out to place a hand around her. A loud smack resonated throughout the cafeteria. Don't touch me. A moment of silence passed through the room. Izuka got up slowly from the floor, no longer holding her head. Taking a deep breath, Izuka turned to Shudo, whose eyes were as wide as saucers and a guilty expression on his face. Sheet. I need to fix this. Izuka pulled out her best smile she could manage and clapped her hands together. I'm sorry, Shudo-kun. I didn't mean to scare you. I just remembered some stuff. No worries. Izuka could see Shudo physically relaxing, but still held up a tense guard. Okay. For now, please just call me Izuka-chan. Izuku faced Midnight. Sorry, Midnight-san. I hope you can forget what just happened. Izuka-chan, I can't just ignore that. I need to inform Setagawa-san about this. Midnight would have stepped closer to the greenette, but a dagger glare stopped her. I'll talk to Setagawa-san later, as I feel as if I need to. Who's Setagawa-san? Shudo looked at Izuka. The girl only smiled. A smile that imitated his mother's when she would comfort him after a harsh day of training. No one special, Shudo-kun. Besides, I have something else to ask of you. Izuka walked over to Shudo and took his hands into hers. How about we spar each other? Eh? Izuka-chan, I don't think sparring is a good idea right now. Midnight put up her hands and let out a nervous laugh. I think that we should. Shudo stared at the green-haired girl as she flashed him a smile. 1 minute she was acting strange and had a murderous vibe, and the next she was asking to spar with him. Come on, what do you say? Let's go and see who would win in a fight. Izuka pumped her fist in the air. I agree with Midnight-san. Not sure that's a good idea. Shudo knew that if Izuka were to take this seriously, Shudo would lose in an instant. I've seen her swords cover the world and on the news. I won't last a second up against her power. We don't have to use our quirks if you don't want to, Shudo-kun. We can make this a quirkless match. Izuka offered the boy. It was like she could read his mind, which to him was pretty scary, especially after what she said about him the first time they met. A quirkless fight? I've never trained without my quirk. He always told me a powerful quirk was everything. A quirk is not everything, Shudo-kun. She read my mind again. I didn't read your mind. Your face gave it away. Really, Shudo? Izuka chuckled at the red-faced boy suffering from embarrassment. Try to be more aware in expressing emotions. You never know when someone will try to twist them to use you. Huh? Never mind. Anyway, let's go. I'm sure Field B is open. I train there all the time with Aizawa-san. Come on Shudo-kun, I'll show you the way. Izuka grabbed Shudo's hand and dragged him to the field. Izuka-chan. I said that you should wait before you suddenly decide to fight. Midnight took hold of Izuka's free arm to make her stop running. Midnight-san, don't you have papers to grade? I know that final exams are soon and teachers have to submit all grades in by then. Plus, I also know that you're currently way behind on grading assignments. Shouldn't you worry about that instead? Don't fret about Shudo-kun and I. We can handle ourselves. Midnight was hesitant. Just as Izuka said, she really needed those grades to be out and won't have any time left if she puts it off. Plus, it didn't help that she forgot about them for the whole entire week and haven't done a single thing. Oh, alright. I'll let you two have one spar, but that's it. And no quirks or major injuries. Got it? Thanks, Midnight-san. With that, Izuka continued to drag Shudo along with her. Let's go, Shudo-kun. Shudo could only be pulled along as he looked at Izuka's back. This is like when he drags me to the training room at home, but how come when she does it, I don't feel scared? The two exit the school building and head to the field located near the back. This way, Shudo-kun. Izuka tugged the dual-quirked boy to a part where there was a large rectangle marked on the ground, similar to the stage in the sports festival but smaller. Okay. Izuka turned to face Shudo. The rules are simple. The first person to give up or step out of bounds loses. Ready, get set, Gio. Izuka wasted no time running in close to attack Shudo. Luckily for the boy, he had plenty of experience of a person charging to attack. Shudo dodged to the right and tumbled on the ground. He springs back up and takes a defensive stance. Since it's no quirks, he has to rely on hand-to-hand combat. Taking this chance to run in himself, Shudo stays low to the ground, trying to see if he could tackle to girl. Might as well use weight difference as an advantage. His tactic failed as Izuka dodged his tackle at the last minute and Shudo was left having to stop himself before reaching the boundary line. Izuka used the opportunity of Shudo being defenseless and kicked the poor boy on the side. Shudo had barely been able to bring up his arm to block the attack and go for one as well. Both of them backed away from each other and found themselves similar to when they started. You're pretty good at fighting, Shudo-kun. And here I was thinking that you might struggle without your quirk. Izuka crouched into a fighting stance. I guess it's time for me to up the difficulty. Izuka rushed to the boy to throw a punch at the face. Shudo brought his right arm up in defense and prepared his left as a counter, but Izuka made the punch a feint. Moving to Shudo's side, Izuka took his right hand, which was outstretched for a punch, and pulled. She used the momentum to vault over with her hand on his shoulder, putting all her gymnastic skills to use. Recovering from the shock, Shudo turned for a backhanded swing. Izuka ducked under it and tacked Shudo's legs. Already unstable formed the sloppy swing, the boy had no choice to go down on his back. He was about to push Izuka off using his legs, but the girl had another surprise in her hand. Make one move and I'll slice open your throat in one swoop. Shudo could see a glint of silver pressed up against his neck as Izuka was pressing her chest against his. A silence crept into the area as the two stayed like that for a solid minute. Shudo was contemplating whether or not to use his quirk, but went against it when the knife in Izuka's hand pressed a tiny bit harder. It wasn't enough to draw any blood, but gave a clear message, don't. A sudden laugh filled the quiet. I'm joking, Shudo-kun. You should see the look on your face. You took me so seriously. Izuka got off of Shudo. She sheathed the small pocket knife into her sleeve and offered him a hand to get up. Shudo hesitantly took the hand and Izuka pulled him up. That was cheating, you know. Shudo dusted the dirt off of his clothes as if pulling a knife on someone was normal. I demand a rematch, but this time with no weapons whatsoever. Nope. Izuka playfully stuck her lounge out at him. Why not? 'Cause he's here. Shudo gave a confused look and turned to see behind him. Nobody's here. What are you talking about? Just as he asked his question, a loud roar could be heard. Shudo! Shudo could recognize that voice from a mile away. Literally, it was loud enough to be physically heard from that distance. Endeavor had rounded the corner to where the two of them were standing. Endeavor took in their disheveled appearance. What did you two do? It was more of a command to answer than a question. While Shudo stiffened at Endeavor's presence, Izuka proceeded to answer. We just had a small sparring match, no biggie. Isn't that right, Shudo-kun? The boy only nodded as he averted looking at Endeavor in the eyes. Oh really? Then care to tell me who the winner of this match was? Shudo-kun won, of course. His fighting skills are really up there. Care to tell me how he's training at home? Izuka smiled at the flame hero, but it wasn't one of joy. It was a cunning smile that even the Cheshire Cat would appreciate. How Shudo trains is none of your business. Come Shudo, it's time to go home. Endeavor turned his back on the two kids and Shudo slowly trailed after the flaming fart bag. Hey Endeavor. The hero spun his head to glare at the girl calling his name. How about you and I have a fight? I'm dying to know what your training methods are. Especially when I know that it borderlines abuse. Endeavor fully rotated his body at Izuka's last sentence. His voice was drowning and held in anger. What did you say? You heard me. Izuka challenged. Izuka suddenly ducked down as a scarf was about to wrap around her body, missing her by a hair. You know, surprise attacks aren't fun, Aizawa-san. Yeah, but you can't just go around challenging the number 2 hero to fight you out of nowhere. Aizawa walked to where Izuka was standing and looked at Endeavor with a sleepy face. It's time for this problem child's lessons, so it's best you take your leave with your son, Endeavor. Endeavor just gave a grunt as he turned back around to walk away as Shudo followed him. Bye-bye Shudo-kun. See you next time. Shudo gave a small wave as he disappeared around the corner. Now, what in hell were you thinking when asking Endeavor to fight? Aizawa paid his attention at Izuka as she just looked where the father-son duo left. Just trying to fulfill a promise, Aizawa-san. Nothing that you should be too concerned about. Izuka headed back to the school. I know that part about lessons was a lie, so I'm going to my room. Call me if you need anything. Izuka closed the door to her room once entering. She gazed at the spots where cameras once were, but got taken down 3 years after her arrival. Todoroki NG. 4 years ago. We're here, Izuka-chan. Nezu led Izuka out of the black car and took her hand. The principal walked with her to the entrance of the hospital. A receptionist in the lobby looked down at the two. Name and reason for visiting. I scheduled a meeting with Dr. Setagawa to take place today. Nezu was handed a clipboard to fill out as Izuka observed the scenes around her. There was a middle-aged woman on a wheelchair exiting what was most likely her room. 2 nurses in scrubs were talking near a water fountain. A man wearing a business suit looked at his watch and gave a huff. But what really caught Izuka's attention was a woman with pure white hair and gray eyes. Her eyes especially drew Izuka in. What should be a shining silver was a dull mush of fear, hate, and torment. The woman was walking into a corridor with little people and turned the corner. Izuka decided to follow the woman cause. Why not? Leaving Nezu behind, who was still filling out the many papers, Izuka left her seat and followed the woman all the way to the roof. Hello. Izuka greeted the woman who was looking up to the sky from a bench. The woman turned her head to the left to look at Izuka. Hello. What is a young girl such as yourself doing here in the psychiatric ward? The woman questioned. Want the long story or the short story? The woman gave a small but sad smile at Izuka. I have time. By the way, I'm Todoroki Rei. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Taking that as the okay for the long story, Izuka recalled the last few months of her life, starting with Inko's death. I'm so sorry for your loss. Rei placed a hand on Izuka's and gave her condolences. Thanks. Izuka's reply was on the gloomy side. And what is your reason for being here? You don't have to answer if you don't want to though. Izuku could see Rei relax a bit more after tensing from her question. It's only fair I tell you mine. You did share yours. Plus, I don't mind. You want the long or short version? Izuka smiled a sympathetic smile. I got time. Rei looked to the sky again in remembrance. It was many years ago when my family came up to me one day and said they needed to discuss something. I was at that time a young woman about to enter my last year of college. Turns out, my family had agreed for me to take part in a quirk marriage without my consent. A quirk marriage? Izuka asked. A quirk marriage is when two people marry for the sake of having a child with a desired quirk. What's your quirk, Todoroki-san? Izuka followed Rei's eyes to her hand. She made a small ice sculpture of a bird. I can create ice and shape it. Izuka proceeded to ask what the quirk of the groom is. He could create fire and control it in pyrokinesis. Izuka nodded as Rei continued. He was a powerful man, offering my family large sums of money for my hand in marriage. And my family took the offer. Before I knew it, I was told by the college headmaster I was being kicked out. My family already packed my bags for me to live with a man I have never even met, and forced to go through a marriage I never wanted. Tears were starting to slip down Rei's cheeks. He forced me, as soon as we were legally married, he forced me to have a child. In total, have 4 kids. The first 3 were safe from my husband's horrible treatment, for they did not possess the quirk he sought after, but my youngest child, he was not so fortunate. Let me guess, Izuka interrupted. He inherited a fire and ice quirk, didn't he? Rei choked back a sob. Wait. As soon as my husband found out, he cut off his contact with his siblings and started training him for hours at a time. He would throw up every other day and be covered in burns and bruises. I tried to stop him, but he would hit me to keep me away. Rei at this point let the tears flow freely. I snapped one night while talking to my mother on the phone. My youngest son, Ashuto, he walked into the kitchen to where I was. There was a kettle of boiling water on the stove, and I don't know what came over me, but his left side was so I couldn't look at it anymore. I dumped the boiling water on the left side of his face. I was placed here by my husband and haven't seen my youngest son since then. Am the worst mother to ever exist. Rei covered her face with her hands as she silently wept. Do you regret what you did? Izuka took Rei's hands and put them down gently from her face. Every moment of my tea time here. Then that doesn't make you a bad mother, Todoroki-san. If anything, it's your husband's fault for taking away your freedom. Izuka looked into Rei's eyes as the woman trembled from crying. What if I promise you I'll fix everything? I'll get your terrible husband out of the picture and your son will be safe. You'll no longer have to be stuck in a place like this, and your son will see you every day and smile. But before that, tell me, Todoroki-san, what is your husband's name? Izuka made her way to the lobby where Nezu just about finished the pile of paperwork. Ah, Izuka-chan. Right on time. Can you tell me what your favorite color is? I don't know why it's a question on here, but a form is a form. Green. Nezu handed the clipboard back to the receptionist at the front desk. Nezu? That's you, isn't it? A new voice spoke as a fairly old woman stopped her conversation with a nurse a few feet over. I saw I had an appointment scheduled for a child and you were listed as the guardian. I feel bad for whoever I have to see today for that reason and that reason alone. Setagawa-san, good to see you as well. This is Midoriya Izuka. Izuka-chan, say hello to a friend of mine. Her name is Setagawa Hazama. Izuka said a small hello in return. And she's going to be your psychiatrist from now on. Nezu clapped his paws and beamed a smile at Izuka, who gave a death glare in return. At the age 10, Izuka finally discovers what was hidden inside her quirk. Ever since the cameras in her room were away with, Izuka no longer limited practicing her quirk just in the bathroom. It was nearing her 11th birthday, but Izuka saw July 15th as a happy day filled with celebration no matter how hard present Mike and Midnight tried. After 3 failed attempts to make Izuka happy with a birthday party, the two heroes respected Izuka's privacy on this one day. A sword to the face also persuaded them a bit. Every year, on that fateful day, Izuka has to report to Aizawa and Powerloader to see if she is in need of new and stronger quirk suppressant bracelets. It usually ends with her actually needing new ones, as her quirk training caused her quirk to develop greatly since she was 4. Now was the optimal time for Izuka to see if she can draw out the fuzzy feeling that plagues her every year when her quirk is stronger than the suppressants. During one of these test summonings, Izuka found out meditating to be very effective in nearing the power. It depended how focused she could be and no distractions, loud banana and squealing woman, disturbing the peace and quiet she creates. To prepare her room, Izuka unplugs the digital clock to get rid of the ticking noise, makes sure the bathroom faucets are completely turned off, lights dimmed a bit, and the floor is bare from carpeting. Once deeming the room to be acceptable, Izuka got into meditating position as she let herself fall into a soothing, relaxed state. She didn't imagine forming bonds with her swords, but felt it instead. Of course, that feeling was also in there. If Izuka had to give it a tangible comparison, if her normal swords were secured, thick ropes, then this hidden power was being held by thin lines of floss. And if she didn't concentrate enough, the bond would snap, making her start from the beginning. But Izuka was determined this year to reveal what she couldn't see. It was her power after all. She should know the limits of it. Taking one last deep breath, Izuka's breathing evened out like she was sleeping. She let go of her muscles as her body went as lax as possible, but making sure she didn't fall over. In her mental state, Izuka was trying to see if she could make the floss into rope in order to finally draw out what she couldn't with a chunk of her quirk suppressed. It took an hour of concentration, but Izuka managed to work the bond into a stronger connection. For comparison, it went from a dental hygiene tool to a tight, loose braid of hair. Tugging at the bond, she could feel a strange but familiar warmth surrounding her body. "Come on, I'm almost there." Izuka's eyes opened with a bang. Floating in front of her face was a sword that no doubt came from her. But there were two keen differences that she could spot immediately. One, it was a katana. At least some Japanese resemblance finally showed. The sword was on fire. This is new. Little could shock Izuka nowadays, but this just took the cake. And burned it. The shock forced her concentration to be lost, and the katana disappeared. The smell of smoke lingered in her room as Izuka opened her door to let it air out. Too bad Present Mike was right there about to knock on the door. "Wow, little listener. You must be physic to have known I was there." The yellow banana gave a double thumbs up as Izuka slammed the door in his face. She opened it again when she realized the smell was worse and she could just avoid him by walking away. Izuka found out what she wanted to know for years and now needed to conduct some research. "Wait. Where you going, little listener? I came to tell you that Shudo-kun came over. Or did your physic powers already tell you that?" "I don't have physic powers and I just need to go check up on something." Izuka walked past Present Mike but stopped abruptly 3 feet away. "Wait, did you say that Shudo-kun is here?" The banana nodded his head. "Should I send him here?" Izuka hesitated for a moment. "Yeah? Can you send him here?" "Ah, my little listener is growing up." Present Mike shed a self-made tear. Already inviting a boy into her room. "I think I'm gonna cry." Izuka ignored the loud man and went back into her room. "If Shudo's over, then I can't just leave. I guess I could ask him to help me in my search, but it includes fire, something he's not too fond of." A set of knocks were vibrating from the door. Opening it, Izuka pulled Shudo into her room and closed the door again. "Hello, Shudo-kun." Hi. This is the first time I went into a girl's room. Not including his sisters, of course. Shudo sniffed the air, his face scrunching a bit. "Hey Izuka-chan, what's the burning smell? Are you okay?" "It's fine, Shudo-kun. It was nothing important. I was airing the room out as you arrived." Moving on to a different subject, what's the occasion? "I'm the one who usually have to ask to see you, and that alone is difficult with Nezdu not wanting many outsiders entering and leaving and Indehor also being a pain in the butt." Well, that's because he's here as well to talk to Nezdu about some things, and I asked if I could come too." Shudo's slight blush did not go unnoticed by Izuka. "I'm touched. You wanted to see me? I believe this is the first time you were the one who initiated for us to hang out." Izuka gave a small smile to the heterochromatic boy. "That's because Endeavor doesn't want me to focus on much besides training and beating All Might. I asked him once before during training and he returned the answer with a kick to the side. I guess I should have thought more on when the right time to ask is." "So you figured he wouldn't let you see me unless I ask?" Poor Shudo-kun. "I guess I should request your presence more often." Izuka sat on her bed and motioned Shudo to sit next to her. The boy pensively walked over, sat slowly like an anime character that had no contact with girls in his life and suddenly told to interact with one. "What's wrong, Shudo-kun? You're acting strangely." Note: Izuka also has no experience in the romance department ever since she saw Katsuki at the age of 4. 6 years is a long time. And nothing's wrong. I just find the smell uncomforting. Yeah, that's it. Please buy it, please please buy it. Izuka gave another smile. I understand, Shido-kun. I'll open the door again to let it seep out. I did not buy that excuse. How dense does he think I am? So, Izuka-chan, your birthday is coming up, right? Izuka's smile fell, but just for a second. Yeah. I'll be turning same with you, right, Shido-kun? That means you'll be starting junior high soon. Lucy, I already know which school it is though. It's the junior high that my father graduated from. It's a school where some heroes and rich people send their kids for protection and high education. I'm not looking forward to it. Sounds difficult to me, but I bet you would fit right in with how smart you are, Izuka-chan. I'm already studying at a college level, Shido-kun. As much as school sounds fun, I would never fit in. Plus, I don't really have that great of social skills. A new knock hit the door. Izuka-chan. Shunken. I come with news for you guys to head down to the meeting room where Nezu and Endeavor are. Midnight could be seen holding back a laugh. Aren't you too cute? Rolling her eyes, okay, Midnight-san. We'll be there just a sec. Izuka got up from her bed and dusted off her shirt. Let's go see what those devils want from us, Shido-kun. At the age 11, Izuka discovers what womanhood is. Izuka is very smart. She had studied the human body before. She had studied the functions of internal organs and the reproductive system in both male and female human bodies. But no matter how smart Izuka is, she is still only a young girl. The door to Izuka's room suddenly burst open with present Mike, Midnight, and Aizawa in defensive stance. This was the first time they heard Izuka raise her voice this loud in 6 years, let alone scream bloody murder. Problem child? What's wrong? Is there anyone suspicious here? Aizawa looked around with his quirk activated, but only saw Izuka in bed, with the blanket trying to swallow her. I am fine. Jay, just get out. Izuka was red in the face and trying to make herself shrink. She stuttered. The trio thought at the same time. This day was a lot of new firsts for the pseudo-uncles and aunts. If it could be seen, a light bulb shined above Midnight's head. Turning to the two dunces, she pushed them out of the room and tried to slam the door behind them. Sorry boys, but I'm gonna have to make you two leave while Izuka-chan and I discuss some things. Wait, what's wrong? Did you figure something out? Why won't you tell us? Present Mike clawed at the door like a little child. While Aizawa thought for a couple seconds. Another light bulb shone on top of his head as he then proceeded to walk away. Where are you now going? Aizawa wants to punch Mike for his lack of common sense. Come on. This is something that Midnight is much more suited to handle than we are. Aizawa grabbed present Mike by the back of his leather jacket and dragged him along. Izuka shifted so the blanket would cover her a bit more. Midnight just smiled and approached the girl. Izuka-chan, I think I know what happened here and I have a feeling you do too. Izuka slowly nodded her head in response. Midnight grabbed a few items from Izuka's closet and beckoned the girl to follow her into the bathroom. Izuka never felt more humiliated in her entire life. Like ever. When Izuka walked into the bathroom, Midnight could see why her first response was to scream. Blood was covering Izuka's pajama bottoms, some stains still red and some dried as brown. But Midnight knew that these types of things were perfectly natural. Okay, Izuka-chan. The R-rated hero held up a small basket filled with pads, tampons, and other products regarding such. Let's get started. Izuka wanted to disappear and disappear fast. At the age of 12, Izuka learns about a certain somebody. Hey Nezu, can I ask you a question? Izuka played with the paperweight on the principal's desk as the rat was sorting through application papers for the new school year. You already did, Izuka-chan. Nezu playfully answered. You know what I mean, Nezu-san. The bare paperweight tilted side to side as Izuka continued to toy with it. Very well. What is your question? Nezu moved on to the next applicant. Can you tell me anything my biological father was? Nezu put his papers down and turned to Izuka, who stopped playing with the paperweight. Are you sure you wish to know? Yeah. I'm curious. Izuka slumped the weight of her head to her hands, resting her elbows Nezu's desk. His name was Midoriya Hisashi. I want more detail than that. Why the sudden interest, Izuka-chan? It's not a sudden interest, Nezu-san. I've always wanted to know about him. Any particular reason why? Nezu needed to stall as long as he could. He needed an anime moment where someone like Present Mike or Midnight bursts into the room, causing the protagonist from learning important information. Aunt Mitsuki was the one assigned to my care when my mother died. That got me questioning why it wasn't my father to be the one in charge of me. I just never asked anyone up until now, and I want to know. You didn't even ask your mother? Nezu knew it was a low blow, but stalling was all he could think about. I didn't think about these kinds of things so seriously, Nezu-san. I just turned 4 when I lost her. But during those 4 years, I didn't think it was odd for me to not have a dad present at home. I never questioned it in favor of just living my toddler life with my mother. I was too young to know how families worked, but I was content with just her. Izuka's eyes held a faraway air, as if they were focusing on the past than the present. I'm surprised you never asked. But I suppose I understand. As for your father, I know the reason why never have seen your father before, and why your mother never told you. Nezu scooted his chair over to Izuka. Now or never, I suppose. No one is coming through that door anytime soon, are they? But are you sure you want to know? I asked, didn't I? Want me to be honest or soothe it over? Which one has the most detail about him? Honest it is. Nezu looked directly into Izuka's awaiting eyes. According to records, your father had passed away before you were even born. Just shy of 3 months before. Nezu's office became a silent dome. He could tell she was sinking the new information in. But what Nezu was afraid of was if she would ask. What was the cause of death? Sheet. Nezu believed that he was better than inferior humans and wouldn't degrade his image by using foul language, but this time was as good as any to use one. Nezu-san, can you tell me how my father died? Izuka's eyes were now focused. They resembled the times where she would have a bad day. Your late father died from head trauma and force from a small building collapsing on top of him. Nezu found the room to be quite warm. Why was the building collapsing? A whine was finding a way out of Nezu, but he swallowed it down before it could reach his mouth. There was a fight between a hero and strong villain in the area. Did the villain knock the building over, causing it to crumble? No. The hero's quirk caused waves of shock to crash into the building when the villain went in front of it. The villain dodged, but the hero couldn't redirect his quirk. Your father and 5 other people died that day and several were injured. Nezu could feel all his progress being reversed, the one thing he didn't want, but he knew Izuka wouldn't leave without knowing the full extent of the story. Another pause of silence plagued the room. Thanks for telling me, Nezu-san. But I have just one more question for today. Izuka took her elbows off the desk and straightened her back. What was my father's quirk? His quirk? Izuka nodded. I believe his quirk was the ability to breathe fire. Why do you wish to know? Izuka stood up from her chair and calmly walked over and opened the door. Just curiosity, Nezu-san. Nothing to worry about. I appreciate you telling me all of this, really. I dislike being in the dark about certain things regarding me. But please do not try to stall me by asking pointless questions. I'm going to take my leave now. See you later, Principal. With that, Izuka left the office, leaving Nezu with his papers. I swear, Nezu whispered to himself. I can never figure out what that child is thinking, more importantly what she is plotting. The door slammed open again, revealing Aizawa with another handful of papers to drop off. You're late, Aizawa-san. Nezu sighed as pile on his desk increased. I could have really used you a few minutes ago. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing it relates to the problem child? Aizawa took the papers Nezu was done with to head back to the teacher's lounge. Indeed it does. Then I don't know how me showing up would have helped, but there's no use crying over it now, is there? Aizawa opened the door. If you really needed me to show up, then you would have just called me over. You installed those buttons under your desk for a reason, didn't you? To explain, there are buttons hidden under Nezdu's desk that connects to a small device a teacher must have on all times. If Nezdu need any teacher to come to his office immediately, all he has to do is reach under and hit the corresponding button. I suppose I just forgot. But you are right on that, the damage is done. Our only option now is to see just where this leads us. And Izuka-chan. At the age of 13, Kaken isn't the only one that makes her heart go pitter-patter. Hey Izuka-chan, do you have anyone you like in particular? What brought that question on Shudo-kun? Izuka knew that this day would come eventually, but it's not like she could just tell someone to not have feeling anymore. That would be rude of her. I just wanted to know if this arranged marriage business was troubling you in any way with your love life, that's all. Shudo looked down at the carpet in Izuka's room. I do have one person, if you're wondering. Izuka could see Shudo's face falling at the news. But I haven't seen him in 9 years. I hardly think I have a love life at this point. If you like someone, then why wouldn't you ask Nezdu if you could see him? Shudo knew he should feel bad for Izuka, but his little teenage heart couldn't help but have a little spark of hope. It's because I can't leave UA grounds and he can't come here. Nezdu doesn't just let anyone come into UA all willy-nilly. The only time they do that is during entrance exams, and even then he goes through all applicants with the teachers one by one to make sure they are not some villain in disguise. So, I haven't seen him since my mother's funeral. Izuka, though, back on the playground near her old home. She and Kaken would play for hours together and never get bored. It was the happy times all before. Is it the same boy that you were talking about when we first met? Oh yeah, it is. Izuka looked at Shudo with innocent eyes, but if anything, her thoughts were nowhere near innocent. I see. What with the gloomy face, Shudo-kun? Izuka grabbed both sides of the boy's face by the cheek and squeezed. Your face is going to get stuck like that if you keep it like that. See, cut that out. You're being ridiculous. Shudo grabbed at Izuka's hands to pull them away from his face. It ended up with Shudo holding her hands and them looking at each other really close in the face, just a few centimeters separating them. And Shudo's face was becoming a blushing mess. Releasing her hands, Shudo scooted away and looked downwards again. Sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for, Shudo-kun. Besides, I was the one messing around anyways. It's me who should really be apologizing. Izuka scooted closer to regain the distance. Izuka-chan, can I say something that's been on my mind for a while? Shudo had no experience whatsoever in the love department and thought this was the best moment as any to do this. Izuka already knows what he's gonna say, and so it makes this situation worse for her. Go ahead. I think I might like you. Wow, so blunt. Do you mean as a friend or something more? Izuka already knows which one it is. Is something more? Thanks for telling me, Shudo-kun. As for me, I guess I'll confess as well that you have been becoming more than just a friends for a while, but I don't know if it's from real feelings or me going through change and you being the only male contact I have with someone our age. Are you sure it's not the same for you and you aren't mistaking your feeling? Izuka stared back into Shudo's eyes. His were widened. At age 14, Izuka saw Aizawa-20 dreams in a single instant. I think this is a new record for you, Aizawa-san. Izuka leaned on the wall outside of the Class 1A room. Expelling 20 students in one day isn't a bit much, don't you think? It's only the first week of the school year. It doesn't matter if it was now, later, one student, or the entire class. Everyone in there was deemed to have no potential, and so I expelled them. I thought you of all people in this school would agree with my actions. Don't you hate fake heroes? That's just mean, Aizawa-san. You can't just ride me off like that. But you're right, I have to admit. I was in that exam room with you and everyone else. I could see that they only got in because their quirks were favorable for the test. I keep telling Nezdu to do something about it, but it's the same each year. Then why don't you come up with a solution and tell him that? I do. It's just that Nezdu thinks it would scare off all the applicants. Izuka stepped off the wall to leave the classroom. It's gonna be empty in here for a while until you replace everyone. But that is if you even do. I'll think about it. If anyone catches my eye, then I'll ask for the transfer. Izawa rolled up into his yellow sleeping bag. I'm taking a nap. Wake me up if anything happens. Sleep tight. I'm off to bother Nezuko-san again. Izuka exited the room and made her way to Nezuko. To think, next year I'll be a student here. And here we are at age 15, where Midoriya Izuka's real story begins. Izuka stood on the roof of UA, looking down at all of the examinees. 17 of these kids would be her future classmates. Reading the time on her watch, Izuka glanced once more before heading back to the examination room. Let's see who will be the ones to become heroes, and who will fail to meet the standards of UA. Author's note. I need your help on something. It's the new ship partner for Out Little Bakugou. Though I had this all planned out and a solid person to pair him with, but a comment got me thinking if I should change it or not. If ever so kind, please tell me who you think in Class 1A would be a good match for Out Resident Blastima Blast, and I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. Izuka-chan. You finally decide to join us. I was worried you would miss the viewing. Nezuko patted a chair next to him in the monitor-lit room as Izuka made her way across. I wouldn't miss this for the world. It's the year where I get to be classmates with the students that pass. I want to see who has heroic spirit and who's just here for the fame. Izuku leaned her head back towards Izawa. Isn't that right, Izawa-san? Izawa only gave a grunt as it appeared he was sleeping. He wasn't. Izuka knew that the sleepy pro-hero will be just as tough as she is in judging the students. And this is our new addition to the staff. Meet Yagi Tashinori. Nezuko gestured a tall, lanky skeleton with blonde hair wearing a suit that was a worse yellow than Izawa's sleeping bag. It's nice to meet you. Izuka stood to give a curt bow. Do you prefer if I call you Yagi-san or All Might? Blood splattered on the floor. The source? The new teacher's mouth. Where else would it have come from? Laughter rang out the room as Nezuko clapped his hands along with his banter. Izuka-chan. I can't put one over you, can I? You really need to stop trying, Nezuko-san. Izuka sat back down in his chair. I already knew beforehand that All Might would be joining the school staff. How did you figure it out? I really tried to keep it as hush as I could. I didn't tell the rest of the staff till just before you came in. Nezuko took a sip of his tea. You're smart, Nezuko-san. Figure it out yourself. Izuka looked at All Might, who was looking at her strangely. I'm Midoriya Izuka. I look forward to being your student. Yagi came out of his shock. Please call me All Might while we are at you. The number 1 hero took a seat as well. His left side was starting to irritate him. If the formalities are all done, look to the screens please. Present Mike is about to announce the start. Nezuko took a swig of his tea and pressed the button to open the gates. There were some examinees that rushed straight in at the sight, but most just waited. Poor kids. They don't know they're being tested when the exam hasn't even started. Izuka looked at each separate monitor to note which students rushed in at the first sight. There's no person waving a green flag telling you to go in a real fight against a villain. Any moment of hesitation can cause a life. This just shows me who are capable in taking action at the first sight and those who will fail to save anyone. Nezuko, mark examinees 1002, 1125, 1560, 1746, 1754, 1785, 1834, and they're the ones who reacted immediately. Excellent observation as always, Izuka-chan. Nezuko looked back to the screens after awarding those students with extra points. After 8 minutes of discussions, awarding rescue points, and a few deduction points as well here and there, Nezuko decided it was the right time to pull out the ultimate test. In each fake city, a robot taller than any of the buildings rose formed the ground as the examinees all ran away for safety. Izuka found this part of the test to be her favorite. She gets to pick out the real hero fledglings from the fakes that have no place in the hero course. On one of the monitors, she could see a girl with brown hair and pink cheeks stuck under rubble. Izuka took notice halfway in the exam that her quirk must cause nausea when used too long. The girl was going to get crushed if no one did anything. 30 seconds passed as the girl still laid trapped. There was only 10 seconds left of the exam. Giving up on the chances, Izuka got up from her seat to exit the room. Izuka-chan. Come look at this part. Nezu pointed to the monitor she had been looking at for the past minute. The girl was being assisted by a tall, blue-haired boy with square glasses. Izuka recognized him as the second son of the Ida hero family, the younger brother of the turbo hero, Ingenium. The young man seemed to be using his quirk to rush up to the brunette. He kicked away the remaining rubble on top of the girl and carried her away. I guess there are some examinees to look out for. Present Mike called for the end of the exams as Izuka followed Recovery Girl out. She helps the retired pro hero now nurse after exams every year since Izuka had completed her medical studies at that age. If she was old enough to get the license, Izuka could successfully perform surgery. Izuka trailed Recovery Girl from battleground to battleground as a couple students needed healing. Some were easy, such as bruises and scrapes. The old woman could just use her quirk. A few were bleeding and required bandages. The most severe injury was a broken leg, in which Izuka had small medic bots carry him to the infirmary so she can inspect it better. It was the same ground where Izuka saw the Ida boy save the girl she looked up as Uraraka Ochako. The greenette took one last look at the girl thanking the boy and headed to treat her new patient. It's too bad I didn't see Kaken yet. I believe he was in Section D. I wasn't able to get there cause I need to help this injured guy. Izuka held a small smile as she walked through the halls of but knowing Kaken, he made it in for sure. Can't wait to see him again. Izuka entered the infirmary as the bots just placed the boy onto one of the beds. His face was scrunched up in pain. Understandable. Hey! Izuka called out to plain-looking guy staring at her. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is the pain? Izuka found his application papers and found his name. Shiro Hanta, correct? Izuka looked up from the papers. Yeah. That's me. Shiro chuckled nervously as a new wave of pain crashed from his leg. Can you tell me how you received this injury? Izuka put on light blue gloves to examine the leg. I was using my quirk to swing a three-pointer around, but I lost my footing and my leg bent weirdly. I heard a crack and it now really hurts. Shiro winced as he greenette inspected his leg. From what I can tell, it looks like it was a clean break. You are lucky. If it had fractured, the bone would be much harder to set and Recovery Girl would have had to get the fragments out before using her quirk. Izuka took the gloves off and wrote some things down onto a paper. I'll ask for Recovery Girl to come here to fix your leg and you'll be able to go home. Just be careful for the next few days and don't put too much pressure on it in case of something else being wrong. If there is pain after leaving here, I suggest getting it checked out by a doctor. Understand? Why yes, ma'am. Shiro nodded his head as Izuka contacted Recovery Girl who should have been just about finished. If you don't mind, but it feels like I've seen you from somewhere before. Shiro couldn't help but notice that the green-haired girl looked familiar. Plus, she was at UA helping as a medic and didn't look any older than he was. If this is a stupid pickup line, I'm telling you now that it won't work. Izuka put her attention back on filling out the paperwork the healing hero needed for the treatment. Shiro blushed a bit and waved his hands outwards. I didn't mean for it to sound that way. I'm serious that I feel like I've seen you from somewhere but I can't put finger on it. The tape quirk teen deeply concentrated on the girl's face. Green hair and eyes weren't that common so it shouldn't be this hard to find out where he had recognized her from. Don't worry about trying to find out who I am. You'll see me around when the new school year starts. Izuka didn't bother looking up at the boy. But if she did, she would have seen him widen his eyes in her direction. Does that mean I passed? Shiro waited for an answer but the girl never gave him one. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked that. The girl still didn't answer as Shiro just sat on one of the beds in silence. So, what's your name? You already know mine but I'm Shiro Hanta. This time the girl did answer but not the response he was looking for. You'll find out soon enough. Moving on to the reason you are here, Recovery Girl will be here to see you in 3, 2, 1. The door slammed open with a short granny with a white doctor's coat and syringe in her gray hair. I don't know how you can predict the timing of us going through a door, but it creeps Mike out every time. Just gives me motivation to do it even more then. Izuka smirked as she left the room. With Recovery Girl there, she was no longer needed and she left a note about the injury. Besides, with this out of the way, Izuka could go find one Bakugou Katsuki. Katsuki changed into proper clothes after defeating multiple robots. If keeping he counted correctly, he should have gained a score of 77, plenty to enter the heroics course. He could hear others whispering about his performance, but he could only smirk at them. It just means I'm that much obvious as number one. Although he was content with his score, he really wished he could see the one person that was the biggest reason he applied to UA. He needed to find her before leaving the school grounds. This was the one chance he's been waiting to come for 11 years. He won't let it go to waste. Gathering his bag, Katsuki exited the locker room to find himself wandering the hallways. Where would she be in this DMN school? A hand fell on Katsuki's shoulder. It took all of his restraint to not send an explosion at the person. Whoa there, listener. I'm afraid this is a restricted area that examinees aren't allowed. You're going to have to stay to the front and cafeteria. F-. Who's here stopping me? Turning his head, Katsuki came across a fellow blonde sporting a horrendous hairstyle and weird orange shades. The outfit was no better. But Katsuki knew who this man was. It was the pro hero that gave the greeting in the large auditorium before the exam. Shrugging the hand off his shoulder roughly, Katsuki let out a teeth before turning the opposite direction. Whatever. As much as he hated having to be patient, if Katsuki couldn't find her today, he'd have to settle with waiting till the first day of school. There was nothing to worry about either. Izuchan's mine and mine alone. DMN. Where is he? Izuka made her way to the front where students were leaving after their tests. He should have come through here. She got the chance to get hold of his application papers to see what he looked like after 11 years. The hair and eyes stayed the same blonde and deep red, but the baby face melted away, leaving a mature shape and appearance. But she couldn't spot out the face in the sea of leaving students. What if he left already? Izuka's mind spiraled downward as each new thought became worse than the last. What if he's avoiding me on purpose? He doesn't want to see me. I left him alone longer than a decade. He has someone else in his life. He forgot about me. He thinks I'm a monster. He's disgusted at me. He hates me for giving up the hero's path. He learned I killed a person. He thinks I'm a murderer. He sees me as a dash. Izuka's trains of dark thoughts were cut off by a hand clasping on her shoulder. Izuka reacted immediately by grabbing the hand to judo flip the poor sucker. A large gasp filled the silence as she came to. All eyes were on Izuka as the tall, blue-haired glasses boy was laying backside down in front of her. His arm was twisted in her grasp. Letting go quickly, Izuka stepped back from the groaning boy. She hated attention. She hated people staring at her. Like she's some freak. She hated the whispering. She hated everyone backed away from her vicinity. Sorry, I have to go. Bye. Izuka made a mad dash back inside the building to the safety of Nezu's office. She needed to be alone for a minute to regroup her thoughts. Katsuki walked into the area where the front entrance was located. For some reason, there seemed to be a commotion and a weird guy laying on the ground, but he wrote that off as extras being extras. All he needed to focus on is finding his childhood friend. Yagi Toshinori walked through the halls of UA in reminiscence. It's been years since he was a student at the prestigious school and recalled memory after memory when looking at all the familiar pathways. I went on this path to geometry class. I met a good friend in this hallway. I smashed that wall in my second year. I dropped my lunch in that yard. I destroyed that stat. Isn't that Midoriya-chan? All Might saw a green blur race thought the corridor opposite form him. If I remember correctly, that's the way to the secretary and principal offices. He didn't know why the young girl would be headed in that direction when no one should be there. She also looked to be in a big hurry. And if All Might wasn't mistaken, he swore he saw a look of panic in her face. As the number one hero, Yagi took it upon himself to see if she was okay. He would later regret that choice. All Might is the number one hero and so-called strongest man alive. Of course, this is only half the truth. In real life, he is Yagi Toshinori, a skeleton man who has one foot in death's door. A fight a few years ago left him in such a weak state, causing parts of his stomach lungs to be damaged to the point of non-existent. To put it simply, he was lucky to even be alive, if you can call how he is alive. Recently, the #1 hero was invited to teach at UA to find a successor for his quirk. His past sidekick, Night Eye, suggested a promising student to him who should be going into his 3rd year. But what no one knows is that he already chose a successor, and he had given his quirk, One for All, away. He trained with the boy for almost a year and knows he got in. The kid was smart. He figured out how to use the bone-cracking quirk properly in 3 weeks. Yagi was secretly watching over the purple-haired boy during the exam, smashing robots and helping other examinees from getting hurt. He didn't get first place, but was in the top definitely enough to get into the heroics course. As for what is happening right now, he is in pursuit of the green-haired girl he saw earlier in the examination room. He wondered, if she is to be a student, why was she invited to watch the exam? Only teachers were allowed in that room. Nezdu even asked her to sit right next to him. She also managed to find out my true identity. The other teachers in the room had no idea until Nezdu told them, but that girl, Midoriya Izuku, where have I heard that name before? Curiosity got the best of him as Yagi followed Izuku all the way to the principal office. Pressing his ear against the door, he could hear short, heavy breaths and soft mumbling coming from the other side. Knocking on the door, Yagi noticed the mumbling stopped. Young Midoriya-chan, is everything all right? I saw you come in here earlier and you looked quite distressed. May I come in? A sharp, no you may not, told the great hero that she didn't want to be helped. But what kind of hero would see someone who needs help and not offer assistance? Asking one more time, Yagi knocked on the door. I hate to intrude, but I must insist that I help you. As a hero, I cannot let your troubled state pass by. Just a warning, I'm going to come in. He opened the door, and a familiar sight bore through his eyes. Izuku ducked into Nezdu's office to be alone. Her breathing was erratic and her mind was spinning. No matter how much Izuku tried to talk things out with Setagawa-san, she hated when people stared at her. It reminded her too much of that day. I need to calm down. I shouldn't get so worked up about something so stupid. But normal people don't judo slam anyone that touches them. But I'm not normal. I want to be normal, but no matter how much I try to be, I just can't. I haven't been normal since I was told to live at UA. If I'm not normal, then what am I? Why do people look at me funny? It happened back then and just now. I don't want to be stared at. Why did they look at me? What were they thinking? Do they think I'm weird? Do they think I'm not normal? Am I considered peculiar now? All those people saw my face and some are my future classmates. Will they remember me as the girl who randomly attacks every person that touches her? I didn't want to stand out today and only wanted to search for KAC-. Izuku turned her head to the door. Someone's there. Right on cue, knocks rang out. Young Midoriya-chan, is everything all right? I saw you come in here earlier and you looked quite distressed. May I come in? Izuku recognized that voice as the new teacher's All Might. No, you may not. Izuku needed to be alone. Having more people near her is just adding to the panic attack. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Another knock vibrated from the door. I hate to intrude, but I must insist that I help you. As a hero, I cannot let your troubled state pass by. Just a warning, I'm going to come in. In her hurry, she forgot to lock the door. Izuku had no time to think as it swung open. Doing what she always did in a disarrayed mental state, Izuku released her quirk, aiming for the skeleton man with saucer eyes. Yagi didn't know what was happening. One second he was opening a door to check up on a future student and the next being pinned to the wall by his baggy clothing. Looking straight ahead, he could see Izuku huffing and hand outstretched. The swords were caught in his suit sleeves, shoulders, and pants. Luckily, it seemed only the clothes were impaled as no pain came from the restricted limbs. Why, young Midoriya? I understand that. You may not be feeling well, but isn't this a bit excessive? Trying to joke his way out of the tense situation, Yagi smiled his famous smile. It did not work. Izuku ended up slamming the office door, leaving Yagi still pinned to the wall, confused and concerned. Fuck. The mantra of the swear repeated over and over in Izuku's mind. It was the perfect word to describe her situation. She crouched down in the middle of the room, holding her head as a small ache formed. All she wanted was to be alone. Oh dear, what happened here? Nezu was heading to his office to finish looking over the papers in the comfort of his plushy chair. Instead, he finds the newest addition to the staff stuck to the wall by swords. I take that you ran into Izuka-chan? Yagi chuckled as he reached to rub the back of his neck. He couldn't reach or move. Why hasn't he just transformed to get out of this mess? I saw young Midoriya-chan run into your office looking quite stressed, so I wanted to see if she was all right. It appears I have bad timing. I opened the door and found myself in the current position I am in now. I see. That was a mistake, All Might. Nezu turned to the erasure hero behind him. Can you help get him down? Giving a grunt, Izawa balanced his pile of papers in one hand and used the other to grab at his scarf. In one flick of the wrist, he has his scarf around all the swords and pulled them out in one go. Thank you. Yagi looked at his jacket and pants to find the swords did indeed leave large cuts. UA is willing to repair or replace your suit. I apologize for the ruin of your suit, but it was foolish to try approach Izuka-chan when she's like this. Believe me and the staff when we say that she prefers to avoid contact with people in moments like these. Nezu gave a sigh. If she's in my office, that means I have to work in the teacher's lounge till she leaves. Come Izawa-san. We'll sort out the papers there. Yagi watched as Nezu and Izawa walked past on their way to the teacher's offices. He took one last look at the door before following the two. The swords, I've seen them before, but where? Halfway to his destination, Yagi's eyes widened the third time that day because of the green-haired girl. Running, okay, more like speed walking, to where Nezu and Izawa should be, Yagi opened the door with a slam. That young girl dash. Taking a breath cause even speed wailing in this weak form causes exhaustion. She's from the Ken incident 11 years ago, am I mistaken? Nezu stared at Yagi, holding a hot teacup. Placing his drink down, Nezu motioned for him to sit down, eyes facing the ground. Yes. The girl whom you met is Midoriya Izuku, the girl who caused the Ken incident. Nezu lifted his head. Shining blue met popping black. Tell me, All Might, does your realization change your outlook on her? Yagi places his head on his hands, thinking over carefully. Rising to face Nezu again, he gave his honest answer. All those years ago, I was 4 towns away from the location of the incident. I saw all those swords in the sky and thought there was a villain attack. But I had no idea of where to go to find the source. 10 minutes later, all went back to normal and the next day the news revealed everything. That's when I first saw a picture of young Midoriya-chan. My initial thought was how powerful her quirk is and would make a great hero. The announcement of UA taking her in assured me she would be a great ally in the future. I felt bad for the girl to discover her quirk in such a gruesome and unforgiving way, but I knew that UA would help her through it and teach her well. As of now, my opinion doesn't change. I still think of her as someone with great potential to use her experience to be a hero. Yagi smiled as his faith in Izuka did not waver. That's well and all, but there's one small problem in your thought. Nezu took a swig of his tea before donning a serious expression. Izuka has made it clear over the years that she absolutely refuses to become a hero. He goes back to sipping his tea, leaving Yagi with his mouth gaping. You're going to catch flies like that. Izawa adds his own comment in, going back to sorting out the applicant papers. Yes. My apologies. But, if I may ask, why doesn't Midoriya-chan wish to be a hero? I thought you announced years ago the reason you took her in was because she wished to pursue a heroic career. Nezu gave a sheepish smile and gave a chuckle. Well, I may or may not have announced that to the world before getting Izuka-chan's consent. Yagi doesn't believe the living being in front of him was the principal of his alma mater. Nezu-san, with all due respect as a former student and soon-to-be teacher, I must say that was an idiotic move even for you. Yagi slumped in his chair, mindful of his old injury. That also didn't answer my question. Pouring more tea into his now empty cup, Nezu gave a thoughtful hum. I'm aware that you know the circumstance that led to Izuka-chan being in my care, correct? Her quirk caused panic over the world and you stepped in to cease the worry and bring favor to Midoriya-chan's image by announcing her as a hero? Yagi did know where this was going. That is true, All Might, but think before that. At the very start of the Ken incident. The main cause. The cause was her quirk going haywire, was it not? Yagi was getting more and more confused. Oh dear. If this is what everyone thinks what happened, they aren't thinking about this deep enough. All Might, what do you remember from the news that caused Izuka to lose control of her quirk? Nezu held a glint in his beady, black eye. The C cause? Yagi recalled watching the news that day and reading the papers form the next morning. Both spoke about a miracle girl that made history for possessing a quirk that could potentially destroy the world. He remembers watching the television broadcast of Nezu declaring she wishes to be a hero and stay at UA. But there was something else that he was missing. Something the news didn't cover much, but regarded. Yagi's eyes widened the third time that day. Midoriya-chan's mother. Nezu's smile fell into a sad one. Bingo, All Might. Many people believe the cause to be Izuka-chan losing control of her quirk. They are wrong. It was not as well known as Izuka-chan's power was, but listed in history as the true cause of the Ken incident is the death of a woman named Midoriya Izuku. All Might finished. Yes. Izuka-chan doesn't want to be a hero because her mind supplied that the heroes present on that unfortunate day were just as bad as the villain for letting her mother die. Nezu sipped his tea, slowly and oddly tense for the atmosphere given in the room. Setting the cup down, he spoke in a much softer voice. She says it so many times that I'm starting to believe she might be right. Yagi stood up rapidly, much protest against his side, but he needed to correct the principal. But that's preposterous. I understand that heroes should save everyone to the best of their abilities, but it's a fact that not everyone gets saved, as much as we wish for them to. A hero may not have saved her mother, but the hero should have grown from the experience to make sure he tries harder in his career. I agree, All Might, but there were 5 heroes present at the scene. That's enough for a small raid. And, as Izuka-chan describes, they stood around doing nothing while her mother was being held hostage. I wish I could agree with you, but looking at all the mistakes from that day, I can only say as an educator of heroes, I am disappointed in their lack of skill and knowledge. What I'm even more disappointed by is that one of the heroes present, Bulldozer, was a graduate of UA. During Nezu's word of wisdom, Yagi had taken a seat at some point again, mind in a state of muddle. But Nezu wasn't done with his little speech. And that's why I, as the principal of a school built to produce heroes, shall make sure that our students have what it takes to be able to make the right decisions at the right time, the ability to accomplish any task they set out for, no matter how unstable or dangerous, and the mindset of what it truly means to be a professional. Nezu sipped at his now cold tea, finishing the cup before setting it down. Now let's see how our future freshmen will rise up to the task. A few months later. Ida Tenya planned for this day to go off without a hitch. It's the single and greatest moment of his life, the day he's been waiting for ever since the hero's passion was bestowed upon him by the legacy of his family. Double-checking that his uniform was properly crisp and clean, tie straightened, and shoes shiny, Ida stepped through the gate of UA, his dream school. He made his way to his classroom, memorizing the route the day he got his acceptance letter. His older brother called him extra, but Ida believed he is just doing his best to be prepared. Giving one last breath, Ida slid open the door to his new homeroom. Noting that he was a whole hour early, the classroom was still empty, but that was okay, for Ida believed that a good student should always be punctual to class, especially on the first day to make a good impression. Finding his seat number on the front board, he made his way over to the desk and inspected it. Satisfied to not even see a single scratch on the surface, Ida set his bag down and took a seat. Perfect posture, feet firmly planted on the ground, and hand folded on the desk symmetrically, Ida was ready to learn how to be a hero. He hoped his classmate were just as excited and eager to learn as he was. Ida was having a bit of a problem. After half an hour passed, fellow classmates trickled in, which is normal, but there was this one person getting under his nerves. No matter how many reasons he give about respecting the desk, the people who made it, and predecessors that sat in them, the blonde-haired male would not put his feet down. Worst of all, he called him a med elite and threatened to beat him. That is not an attitude to have to become a hero. It's you. The glasses guy. A yell, and seeing how no one else in the class had glasses, directed Ida to turn his head. A girl with brown hair and pink cheeks pointed excitedly at him and jogged over. I know I said it at the entrance exams, but thanks again for saving me from the 0-pointer. Just as he was about to tell the girl how it was what his brother would do, another voice spoke out. If you're here to make friends, then go somewhere else. Turning to see a man lying in a horrendous yellow sleeping bag skin on a juice pouch, Ida cringes internally. This is the hero course. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Take your seats. This unkempt man who looks as if he had a fight with depression and lost is his homeroom teacher. Ida knows he should judge based on look alone, but he expected more from Yue. But being the student he is, he takes a seat. With everyone seated, Ida notices that one desk is empty. The front doesn't seem to assign a name to the desk either. Good. Put these on and come to field beta. The teacher, Aizawa-sensei, through gym uniforms he had somehow hid in his sleeping bag, but before he could leave the room, Ida needed to point one thing out. Aizawa-sensei, pardon my interruption, but there is one extra desk. Normally there are 20 students per class, but there are 21 desks. I must ask if this is a miscalculation by the school or if another student is absent? Giving a sigh, the teacher stared at Ida with tired eyes. You'll meet your final classmate outside. As of now, hurry up and get changed. Dismissed. Not being one to disobey orders, Ida followed his classmates to the changing rooms. Bakugou Katsuki had no doubts he would get into Yue. He took first in the entrance exams and aced the written portion. He made sure that nothing interfered with his acceptance by keeping his record 100% clean. And it was all for the chance to see her. He was a bit sad at the moment for not seeing her during homeroom, but when the teacher with eye bags as bad as the purple-haired fucker in the corner came in and said there was another person, he knew it had to be her and no one else. He changed into the tacky gym uniform and headed over to the training area as fast as he could. He was trusted with one for all Might's power and quirk, and yet the only thing he can do with it is break bones. He was one of the 2 kids in Class 1A with purple hair. Mineta Minoru had proven himself worthy of this power that had been entrusted to him, and let me stop you right there. No, the Grape Rat Beach did not get one for all. If he did, I would slap All Might himself for making such a stupid decision. All Mineta gets is pain cause that's what that pathetic excuse for a boy gets. Now on to the real person who got one for all. Shinso Hitoshi had met All Might 1 year ago while visiting his favorite cat cafe. He was 1 block away when he was attacked by a slime villain in a dark, secluded alleyway. Because the villain was trying to get through his mouth, he couldn't ask him a question in order to brainwash him. Funny. The kid with the villain quirk gets killed by a villain. I didn't get to be a hero. I don't want to die yet. Shinso couldn't fight back any longer. His oxygen was cut off a while ago and eyes started tearing up. But just before he could black out, he heard a sound he's heard multiple times on the news. I am here. After hacking up all the slime he could, Hitoshi looked up at his Saver. All Might himself had saved him. All Might, the #1 hero, just punched him free and saved his life. I apologize for not being here sooner. This villain had given me the slip multiple times. But no matter. He is now in capture. If you are all right, then I must be going now. What the F dash? He's leaving so soon? Shouldn't he be more concerned about my well-being? I just got attacked for F's sakes. Hey All Might, can I ask you a question? Shinso stopped the hero as he was about to jump away. I'm sorry my boy, but I am you dash. All Might's voice cut off as his body relaxed. Shinso had put him under his control. He knows this isn't something an aspiring hero should sow, but he needs an answer. And who better to give it than the #1 hero? Just as Shinso was about to ask, smoke arose from All Might's body, covering the hero. Once it cleared, he got a good stare at someone who looks like they need to be in a hospital under ICU for life. Unfortunately for Shinso, the transformation also knocked Mr. Skeleton out of the brainwashing. That's some quirk you got there. I felt as if I had no control over my body. It's a form of brainwashing, isn't it? Not All Might raised his hand and coughed out blood. Oi, mister, are you really All Might or just a fake? I need to know. Shinso couldn't waste his time with some imposter. If this person was a fake, then he's grateful for saving him, but wants to get to the cat cafe as soon as possible. I assure you that I am the real All Might. It's like how some people pose at the pool to impress people. I'm basically doing the same. Shinso took that as an answer and asked his question. I want to ask you something, as I said earlier. Do you think someone with a villain's quirk can be a hero? He may have not shown it on his poker perfection face, but he was trembling on the inside. What if he says no? It doesn't matter what the quirk is, my boy. What matters is how you use it. Look at me, for example. I use my quirk for heroics, but at the same time, I could use my quirk for villainy. But I don't. And why, you ask? It's because I choose not to. Instead, I chose to use my quirk to protect people. And you can do the same. It's as if a light had struck inside of Hitoshi. And All Might was the one who lit it. All this time he hated people born with quirk obvious for heroics while he was stuck with one that drove his own mother to abandon him. Thanks, All Might. That's all I needed to hear. Shinso smiled for the first time that day. Glad to be of assistance. But I must ask that you don't tell anyone about this form. I can only imagine the panic if people found out. All Might, no longer needing to hop away, just walked out of the alley on his way to the police station. Shinso walked out as well, turning in a different direction to the cat cafe. What neither of them knew was the slime villain had screwed the cap of the bottle off and escaped. All Might was only a couple meters away from the police station when he looked down at his pocket. Now time to get you in, huh? The bottles were there, but the villain was not. As if on cue, All Might hears a loud bang and sees smoke arising 4 streets over. Sheet. Rushing over as fast as he could in deflated mode, All Minoagi Tashinori made his way to a narrow street. The same slime villain from earlier was running amok, causing damage to the surrounding area. But worst of all, it appeared he had a junior high student in his grips. The girl was struggling in the slime, trying to pry herself free, only for the villain to grab hold of her arms, legs, and torso. The girl also was shooting out fire, causing the street to be lit ablaze. Yagi noticed he wasn't the only hero present. He could spot 3 others. All of them had unsuitable quirks for this type of rescue. As for Yagi, he no longer had any time left in his hero form. He was just as useless as the other pros. Just hang in there. Out of nowhere, Yagi sees a blur of purple run past the crowd of people that had gathered. He recognizes him as the kid from earlier. The other pro heroes are screaming at him to come back, but Purple Boy didn't listen. Yagi watched as the boy did what the pros couldn't do, what All Might himself couldn't do. After meeting All Might and having his self-confidence boosted, Shinso found himself having a good day, the minutes earlier outweighing the bullying he faced in school. But then things became sheet again. Just as Shinso was about to enter the car cafe, a loud bang lured him to a street over. His eyes widen in shock at the display in front of him. The slime villain that had suffocated him not long ago was on the loose, holding another person hostage. Worse, that person was a girl in his homeroom class that likes to accuse him of being a villain every day. Heck, she had done it not even an hour ago. Truth be told, he hated her. Their eyes meet, but Shinso ignored the calling of the pro heroes at the scene and ran forward to his classmate. He stopped 3 meters away from the villain. Taking a deep breath, Shinso yelled insults at the villain. Hey, fuckface. Yeah, you fucker. The one with the appearance not even your own mother would love. Were you born that ugly or were you dropped at birth? Luckily for Shinso, the villain answered back. You brat. What did you say to me? I'll key dash. The villain's body went slack. Shinso held a smirk. Perfect. Let her go and turn yourself in. On command, the slime villain released the girl. Shinso caught her in his arm before she could hit the pavement. She looked to be fighting off unconsciousness. He looked to where the pro heroes took the villain in custody and police dragging him off. Shinso, supporting his classmate, avoided the fire as best as he could while trying to get to where it was safe. Handing her over to the paramedics on site, Shinso found himself surrounded by the heroes. Wow, kid. While you shouldn't have interfered like that being a citizen yourself, I must say that you did a great job at saving the victim. What's your quirk? Once second the villain looked like he was going to bash you and the next he turns himself in. That was very dangerous to do, kid, but it was also very heroic. Shinso stood there while the pro-heroes scolded and praised him at the same time. He couldn't help but let out a smile at his triumph. I saved someone, my quirk was useful. I used my villain quirk to save someone. It took a while before he could escape the press asking him questions about what he did. Deciding there was no time to go to the cafe, Shinso made his way back to his empty home. But before he could, a certain someone wanted to talk to him. Shinso smiled at the memory of his second meeting with All Might. The number one hero offered to train him for UA, passed on his quirk 2 months before the entrance exams, and with it, he'd been able to pass the exams and make it into the hero course of his dream school. His classmate from the incident had also thanked him the next morning in front of the entire school and apologized for all the bullying she'd done. Because his heroic deed had made the news, no one in school bothered him that day. Nor the day after that. Nor the remaining days of school. In fact, they started treating him nicer and actually talked to him. His classmates even congratulated him when it was announced he got into UA's hero course. Things were finally looking up for Shinso as he stepped into the next chapter of his life. He was on his way to becoming a hero. But first, he would have to get through the trials he faces at UA. Shudo changed into the gym uniform given to him by Aizawa. He was a bit disappointed he didn't see Izuka this morning, but when Aizawa said there was someone already outside, he gave an internal cheer, knowing it had to be her. He closed his gym locker and made his way to the training field with the rest of his classmates. Everyone was gathered in one area on the field, with Aizawa standing facing them a few meters away. Aizawa, still in his sleeping bag, addressed the confused students. You're all here to do a quirk assessment. It's like the physicals you had to do in school, but you get to use your quirk during them. But first, let me introduce your final classmate. That got the whole class's attention. Who could their final classmate be that they get a formal introduction by their homeroom teacher? Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku, your 21st classmate. 18 of the 20 members of Class 1A turned around in shock at the voice behind them. Bakugou Katsuki smirked. Todoroki Shudo smiled. The rest of the class stared. A short, green-haired girl wearing the school uniform instead of a gym uniform had crept up on all of them without anyone noticing. But that wasn't what caused the surprise. They all recognized the name Midoriya Izuku. They all recognized her as the child involved in the worldwide Ken incident. And now, she was their classmate? Class 1A gawked at the surprise. Aizawa didn't have time to stand around, so he took out a softball. Enough staring. You all have the chance to get to know each other after classes are over. As of now, the test will begin. Bakugou. Eyes turned as a blonde-haired kid stepped forward. What was your score for the ball throw in junior high? Katsuki scoffed and said, 67 meters. Aizawa tossed him the softball, which he caught in one hand. Throw this ball however you like. Use your quirk in any way. Just make sure to stay in the circle. Katsuki smiled a devil's smile and threw his arm back. Watch me, Aizu-chan. I'll prove that I'm still the best person to be with you. Releasing the ball with an explosion and screaming die, the thing blasted far away, creating an arch in the sky. Aizawa held up a small device for the whole class to see. It read 750.2 meters. The class cheered as one girl with pink hair commented how fun this is going to be. Big mistake. Oh, fun you say? A shiver ran down the backs of a few of the students. Izuka liked her lips as she witnessed the class freeze at Aizawa's next declaration. Oh dear. They set him off. How about this? The person who gets last place is expelled on the spot. Many protested that to be unfair, how it was their first day and he couldn't do that. Izuka decided it was her turn to speak. And do you think villain attacks are fair? The class followed her with their eyes as Izuka walked over to Aizawa, eyes trailing the floor, speaking the whole time. It was as if her word paralyzed their bodies into staying still. What about natural disasters? Earthquakes? Floods? Fires? Long story short, life isn't fair. If you're the type to hold onto a perfect world where everything is happy, then UA isn't the school for you, heroics not much more either. Izuka stopped when she stood at Aizawa's side. Keep having an attitude like that, you will never be able to save anyone. The field was eerily quiet as no one even dared to blink. Izuka's serious, dark expression was suddenly replaced with a smile as she lifted her head. So do your best, Kay? No one spoke a word yet. So, Aizawa-san, if you would be ever so kind and hand me the ball so I can throw. Izuka's scary demeanor took a sharp turn as the class unfroze one by one, confused as to what aura just immobilized their nerves. Don't even try it. You're not participating. I already have all of your scores. You're not getting expelled from the school no matter how annoying you are. Aizawa pushed the hairs falling in his eyes away. Turning away from a pouting Izuka and putting his attention back onto his class, Aizawa addressed them again. I hope in light of your new understandings that all of you take this seriously. I won't hesitate to get rid of anyone I see with zero potential. Izuka clasped her hands behind her back, bending backwards as she leaned over to be in everyone's line of sight. Don't think he won't. There's a reason there's no Class 2A after all. Now, Ida Tenya and Azui Tsuyu, line up at the 50-meter dash. Aizawa commanded, taking out a clipboard from his scarf. Izuka stood to the side as she watched over everyone's performance. Let the selection begin. Shinso was definitely taken back by who their final classmate turned out to be. He remembers that day clearly, everyone stepping out of their homes, apartments, and stores to look at the sky. He had been enticed by the show of swords hovering over the city as people panicked all over the place. Not long after, the swords disappeared, and the night later he learned from the news that it was all due to a girl his age and her quirk. He wondered, with a quirk like that, would the kids in the neighborhood call her a villain like they do with him? Would they call her a future hero? They called her dangerous. Yaoyorozu Momo considered herself to be superior compared to her classmates. She didn't want to insult her classmates, far from it. She was raised to respect others and be a proper lady. But there was a satisfaction when she saw the scoreboard saying she established herself as first. Yet there was still one thing bothering her. The girl from earlier, Midoriya Izuku, didn't need to participate in the quirk apprehension test for Aizawa-sensei already had her scores? Momo remembered her from the news years ago, a girl possessing a quirk that caused riots from other countries all over the world. Momo can recall the 2 weeks her father hadn't returned home, for he is one of the higher-ups in the government. All this fuss over one quirk. That just made Momo curious to know if this classmate is better than her in quirk versatility. Raising her hand after the teacher told someone to pack up leave you, Momo asked him a question. Getting straight to the point, here are all your test results. Aizawa clicked a button on his device, a hologram appearing to show everyone's names in numbered order. A loud cry erupted from a short kid standing in the middle of the group. No, I can't get expelled. I haven't had a chance to touch any melons. A flash of silver whizzed by as the purple-haired kid no longer stood on the ground, but hanging on the side of a nearby building by his gym uniform. Mouths were gaping wide at the demonstration. You are the most uncivilized person I have ever had the chance to witness in my entire life. Your priorities do not and will never meet the standards of UA or what it means to be a hero. All I see in front of me is a pervert, the equivalent to human garbage. Izuka's body slightly glowed green, letting the students know that her quirk had been activated. Although, it wasn't hard to tell that the swords belonged to her. This is the second time they've seen them before. Mineta Minoru, you are expelled from UA. Pack up your things and leave as soon as possible. Aizawa didn't even bat an eye at the great boy slamming into the floor once two swords disappeared. A few of the students felt a bit bad, to have made into a prestigious school only to be kicked out on the first day, but no one really knew each other, so they didn't think too much of it. The filth spilling out of his mouth didn't help either. Now if that's taken care of, then dash. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa pierced over to where the voice came from. Yaoyorozu Momo. One of the students that came in on recommendations. What do you need? I think as a class activity everyone's scores should be listed on the boards, including Midoriya-san's. Momo brought her hand down as a staring contest issued on Field B. After a few seconds, Izawa tapped a few things on his device and the board changed. 1 Yaoyorozu Momo. 2 Todoroki Shudo. 3 Tenya. 4 Bakugou Katsuki. 5 Tokoyami Fumikichi. 6 Shinso Hitoshi. 7 Shuji Mezu. 8 Ojiro Mashireo. 9 Kirishima Ijuku. 10 Ishido Mina. 11 Uraraka Ochako. 12 Kudakuji. 13 Sata Rikido. 14 Shuitsu. 15 Midoriya Izuku. 16 Ayama Yuga. 17 Siro Hanta. 18 Kaminari Denki. 19 Jirokyuka. 20 Hagakure Turu. Momo was relieved to find herself still in the number 1 spot, but something bothered her still as Izuka was listed by the number. She knows how powerful Midoriya Izuku is rumored to with her quirk. Yui took her in at the age of 4 due to her it being strong enough to cover the world. Years of training must have made it even stronger. A laugh cut Momo out of her thought process. She turned to see Izuka bent over with arms across her midsection. Not the results you expected, Yaoyorozu Momo. Izuka straightened her back up to properly face Momo. You thought that with my quirk and years at being at UA, I would at least break the top 3, didn't you? Wanted to see if my scores would beat yours. I was thinking of no such thing. Momo's face flushed a slight pink as she stuttered. How did she figure me out? I was able to what you were thinking because it's written all over your face. Izuka walked over to Momo and leaned in close to her ear to whisper, you have self-confidence issues, don't you? You're so used to being the best that you want it to stay that way, huh? Retreating back, Izuka playfully punched Izawa. Sensei, this is a quirk apprehension test. Why did you input my quirkless scores? Momo widened her eyes as the result board changed for the second time. 1 Midoriya Izuku. 2 Yaoyorozu Momo. 3 Todoroki Shudo. 4 Tenya. 5 Bakugou Katsuki. 6 Tokoyami Fumikichi. 7 Shinso Hitoshi. Shuji Mezu. 9 Ojiro Mashireo. 10 Kirishima Ijuku. 11 Ishido Mina. 12 Uraraka Ochako. 13 Kudakuji. 14 Sata Rikido. 15 Shuitsu. 16 Ayama Yuga. 17 Siro Hanta. 18 Kaminari Denki. 19 Jirokyuka. 20 Hagakure Turu. If everyone is happy now, head back to the classroom after changing. You'll find the syllabus and a form your parent or guardian needs to sign and bring it back for tomorrow. Dismissed. Izawa slinked away as the rest of the students headed back. Momo was about to be late until a girl with plugs at her ears sapped her out of trance by tapping her arm. Momo ended up staying silent for the rest of the day, occasionally sneaking glances at the greenette. Izuka needed to make her move before he goes back into the boys' changing room. Making sure he saw the "come here" signal, Izuka made her way to a secluded part of the building. She could hear him following. Stopping in her tracks, Izuka spun around and gave a large hug to the boy in front her. Kaken, I missed you so much. Izuku squeezed tighter when she felt arms wrap around her as well. Udamas. Of course you would miss me. How could you not? Katsuki let go as he showed a smirk on his face. So how had UA treated you without me being at your side? Being overdramatic, Izuka flopped down in his arms, bringing the back of her hand to her forehead. Just terrible. I suffered through all types of training and forced to stay within school grounds. Not once they let me go out to see you and the rest of your family. They make me wear quirk suppressants 24/7 as well. It's super uncomfortable. Deciding that was enough beaching, Izuka wormed her way into another hug. But I'm glad that you're here now, Kaken. Me too. Now you can be all mine again. Katsuki placed a hand on her head and messed up Izuka's hair. As much as I wish I could be with you here all day, I need to go and change out of this tacky uniform. Meet you back in the classroom. Katsuki gave her one last pat on the head before leaving. Izuka smiled as she waved him by. Seeing him turn the corner and no longer in her sight, Izuka's smile fell, hand coming limp at her side, and eyes darkening. I'm sorry, Kaken. I forgot to tell you something important. Back in the classroom, one desk had been removed, creating perfect rows of 4 by 5, much to Ida's OCD being happy. Students trickled in as they finished changing at different times. Everyone is spending the 10 minutes they have before their other classes getting to know each other. Greeting, names, and hobbies were exchanged, but no one approached Izuka yet. She expected as much. First impressions flew out the window even before she got to meet them. Instead, she waited for either Katsuki or Shudo to come in. And speaking of the latter, Shudo came into the room, deciding to take a temporary seat in front of her. P.S. Seat assignments are the same in canon, but Mineta's seat is replaced by Shinso. Hey Sho-chan. I haven't been able to talk to you for a while. Izuka smiled softly as she looked at the heterochromatic boy. Sorry about that, Izuka-chan. You know who had me training extra for UA the last few weeks? Shudo grimaced slightly, hand about to reach for his left eye. It's not your fault. I understand, Sho-chan. Izuka placed a hand on his, stopping a bad trip down memory lane. Oh, what's this? Midoriya-san's got a nickname for you? A girl with pink hair and skin came over, not afraid to strike up a conversation. Another came over, a boy with blonde hair with a black streak through it, a pretty bad dye job in Izuka's opinion. And you called her a cute nickname too? Is she your girlfriend's or something? This got the attention of everyone in the room. The son of the number 2 hero, everyone knows who he is because Endeavor boasted about him multiple times on the news for a couple years, and the mysterious girl that could wipe out the whole world? That seemed like an interesting pair to them. No, Izuka watched as Shuto answered in a poker face and the pink girl's jokester smile fading away. She's my fiancée. The smile on Pinky returned, followed by room exploding in a combination of disbelief, gasps, congrats, and apologies. But the most noticeable reaction was a loud explosion at the door entrance. What the F, did you say, you pretentious biggity? A blonde born with blood-red eyes grabbed the door frame, hands smoking with gray fumes. Not paying any attention to the atmosphere of the room or the angry blonde, Shudo reached into his pocket. My sister told me that every girl pretty much wants one of these when engaged, so I felt bad that you didn't get one when the engagement was announced. I asked my father if I could buy you one and he agreed. Shudo presented a sliver ring with a circular emerald decorating the front. It was simple but beautiful. May I? Shudo took the ring out of the case and placed it on Izuka's left ring finger. The class exploded for the second time in the span of 2 minutes. Bakugou Katsuki only wanted 2 things in life, nothing more, nothing less. The first thing he wanted was simple. He wanted to be the number 1 hero, and with his quirk, he saw himself being able to achieve that goal. Second, he wanted to spend his days at UA and the rest of his life with the one person that drives him forward to be the very best. But that's starting to slip out of his hands, all because of some Canadian flag BSRD that put FING ring on his girl and said she was his fiancée. That was UNACCEPTABLE. So what did he do as soon as the BSRD put the crappy ring on? He blasted his way over there and pinned him to the ground with an exploding hand, of course. He didn't care if the extras around him were screaming and hollering and one stick in the butt was telling him to get off and behavior of UA student blah blah blah. He didn't care about all that shit. What the F, do you think you're doing, you half and half B? Do you want to die today? Katsuki raised his left palm, about to strike the person under him, but something wrapping around his arm and torso stopped him from messing up the pretty boy's face. What the F is this? Why can't I activate my quirk? 'Cause I erased it. Now settle down, will you? I have dry eye. Katsuki turned around to see his homeroom teacher, the one behind the scarves. Giving a TC, Katsuki got off of the half and half BSRD, the scarves retreating to wrap around his teacher's neck. Now take your seats. Class is about to begin. Aizawa pulled out a folder filled with that day's lesson and started teaching. Aizawa just pretended that the blonde he restrained earlier wasn't staring bloody murder at him or the Todoroki boy. Izuka's attention was given to the window the whole time she was stuck in that classroom. The person now giving introductions was Cementos, the literature teacher. She had nothing against the man. In fact, he was one of the teachers at UA that she enjoyed the company of the most. Sitting down with the hero for a cup of tea and small discussions could be quite relaxing at times. But for right now, Izuka was bored out of her mind. As much as she liked the teacher, The things he was teaching was stuff she learned under Nezda years ago. The point being, it wasn't interesting. Getting out of her desk, Izuka made her way out the classroom, only giving a small nod to Cementos to tell her that she won't return for a while. He understands and dismisses the girl, who now could sleep in the teacher's lounge or something. As she was leaving, she could see confusion on all of her classmates' faces, but did she care? Nope. Turning a couple corners, Izuka found the teacher's lounge and slid the door open without any warning. There, she saw a thin, gaunt man with evident cheekbones looking up at her in surprise. Izuka promptly slammed the door and decided that going to her room would be a better choice. She made 3 steps before sighing and turning around. Just like she predicted, the door slid open again as Izuka was faced with the deflated version of All Might. Putting on an exasperated smile, making sure All Might knew she was annoyed by his presence, she spoke in an innocent voice, "Hi All Might. What can I help you with?" All Might stood there, the only sounds he made being us and ums. "I don't have all day, Yagi-san. If it's nothing, then I'm going to go on ahead." With that, Izuka walked away, not even looking back as the pro-hero tried to call for her not to go yet. She ignored the voice that she had heard millions of times in his debut video years ago. Once reaching her room, she locked the door and flopped down on her bed. Things have gotten hectic after Shudo put the engagement ring on her finger. She stared at the jewel that decorated the silver band so elegantly. It was an emerald, the crystal of her favorite color, the color of her eyes, her hair. Rolling over to her side, still examining the ring, Izuka didn't know what to think. She didn't know if she should take it off or keep it on. One half of her wants to feel happy at receiving something representing the bond she has with Shudo, but the other makes her heart pang for her childhood friend. Seeing him for the first time in years after the promise they said at her mother's funeral brought emotions that she thought Shudo could only create. The promise. The childish promise she made in her time of vulnerability. The promise made between her naive past self and her best friend from long ago. She thought, what about now? What was Katsuki Kaken supposed to be to her now? What role in her life was he to play after being absent for 11 years? Izuka admits she had a crush on him ever since she was 2, but that's because their mothers were friends and he was the only male contact she had for her toddler days. She shook her head violently and stood abruptly. She had no time for this. She shouldn't be thinking about romance of all things. Especially not over some guy that's been told to marry her and another she hasn't seen in years. Izuka needed to focus on one thing and one thing alone. She needed to train to get stronger and finally be able to leave UA for good. She'll be able to have the future she's wanted to have ever since she's been stuck at the DMN school. Get a simple job, a simple home, and have a simple family. Live a completely normal life. But you're not normal. Izuka exited her room. You can't have an ordinary life. She made her way to the front of the school. You don't deserve to be normal. Just a couple more steps. You know what you are? Izuka increased her pace, almost running at full speed. That's right. It was right in front of her. You're a monster. She needed to take on more stride forward and she'll be free. All you will be is a caged monster for the rest of your life. Her quirk is taken as beige scarves wrap around her waist, pulling her away from the gates. And what do you think you're doing, problem child? Stop creating work for me. I'm already sleep-deprived as it is and don't need to dash. Aizawa took a glance at Izuka's face and came to the conclusion that something was seriously wrong. For once, she wasn't being all willy-nilly like usual when she attempts to escape. Instead, a dark expression rested heavily on her face. Taking a deep sigh, Aizawa released his capture weapon and got Izuka on her 2 feet. Guiding her back into the building, he found she didn't try to resist either. Something was definitely up. Taking her to the nurse's office, currently empty for recovery girl was tending an incident with one of the 3rd years elsewhere. It was only the first day and already someone got hurt? He sat Izuka on one of the beds and took a seat across from her. He had been planning a trip off campus but still part of UA grounds when he spotted Izuka out of class and in near the front gates from the teacher's lounge. He tried talking to see if she would respond. Want me to call Setagawa-san? I can get her to come in fairly soon if you need to talk about some things. In case anyone forgot who Setagawa is, head to the last few paragraphs of chapter 15. If being honest, Aizawa had no skills whatsoever in matters like these. Hisashi thinks he's just exaggerating by saying that, but the last time he had to take care of a kid that was not the Greenette or students was on patrol 17 years ago. The kid couldn't be older than 5 and was wandering the streets lost late at night. Aizawa approached the kid to help him, but he just started bawling at the sight of his face and tried to run away. He eventually caught the brat and took him to a police station, but let's just say he swore he'd rather fight a group of villains than have to deal with a child ever again. Then Izuka came along and Aizawa wanted to face plant into cement at his situation. But back to the present. Aizawa stared at Izuka as she didn't move to even nod or shake her head. He tried waving his hand in front of her face, but that didn't work either. She wasn't even blinking, so that was another thing to add to the list of things to concern over. Snapping fingers or calling her name didn't help either. He didn't know what to do. Taking out his phone, Aizawa contacted Nezu first, asking if he should get in touch with Setagawa-san. Getting the okay, Aizawa pulled up the doctor's number and sent a quick text. Still keeping an eye on the problem child, his phone buzzed 4 minutes afterwards and he read that she'd be at the school in an hour. Putting his device away, Aizawa took a brief trip to gather his lesson plan again to at least get some work done while waiting. He'd say there was 20 minutes of peace before a large gasp for air was heard. Izuka was back in there. A place she had tried to avoid for almost a year now. The black room that used to constantly plague her nightmares called out to her again in a state of nothingness, pulled her in once more in her attempt to leave. She hadn't even noticed she was running until something tugged her by the waist. Izuka's been stuck in the room ever since that moment. What she hated about this part of her consciousness was that she could never tell what she'd face in here. Sometimes she'll be shown the people she loves, others would be taunts and insults that mess with her mind. But worst of all, she'd sometimes just be stuck there, not shown or hearing anything. Everything would be still. There was no noise, no sight, and in extreme cases, she felt like she couldn't move. Lucky to some degree this time, Izuka could feel herself capable of moving in the black room. She questioned if she would see anything today as well. A feeling was creeping up around her. A light flashed to her left and Izuka turned her head to face it. In a red, glowing, rectangular border, a single sword was framed. Walking over to it to get closer, she could feel the heat of flames. The katana that was present looked the exact same from when she summoned it years ago. She'd almost forgotten about it with everything going on from training, schoolwork, and now being in a class with actually kids her age. Izuka went to touch the sword, but retracted her hand as she felt it burn her mind's skin. She wondered if that would leave a mark on her physical body. She watched as the blade grew dimmer and dimmer as if it was fading out into the darkness. Izuka woke up. Aizawa turned his head to see that the problem child was no longer breathing at a rate of someone knocked out, but instead taking heavy breaths. Putting his papers down, he walked over to where she was and told her to take it easy and collect her thoughts. Once settled down, Aizawa spoke. I called Setagawa-san earlier and she'll be here in about 40 minutes. If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine, but can you tell me what that was all about? Aizawa signed again when he got no response. He'll just have to leave everything to the doc and tread carefully. He's been through his fair share of sword attacks during unstable moments like these. Let him just tell you that they're not fun in the slightest. Aizawa watched as Izuka got up without saying anything and left the infirmary. He guessed she was most likely going to her room. That's where all her sessions with Setagawa happened in the past, so she might be getting ready to talk with her. He doesn't know what magic spell the doc pulled out of her, but she's the only one Izuka would even remotely open up to. He considers that the second miracle he's seen in his life. The first was a student from 3 years ago managing to get a perfect score on one of his 10-page written assignments. Aizawa collected his papers and headed back to the teacher's lounge to finish. Recovery Girl was bound to come back any minute and, frankly, he didn't want to hassle the old lady. It doesn't matter he has the highest expelling rate and ousted a whole class before, or Nezu is a super genius principal. The real boss in the school is Recovery Girl when she whacks her cane around. For someone who retired from hero work 25 years ago, she sure can be brutal at times. Aizawa looks at a monitor placed in the lounge to see a guest asking for entrance into the school. He recognizes the woman and heads out once more to retrieve her. Setagawa-san. I see you're early. Aizawa deadpanned while letting her in. One of my patients canceled her appointment with me last minute due to something coming up. I thought it would be best to just come in sooner than later. The fairly old woman, if Aizawa had to guess, she was in her late 50s, stepped thought the gates and followed the underground hero to Izuka's room. Thank you for showing me the way each time I visit Aizawa-san. UA is so big I get lost every time I have to come here. Setagawa bowed the hero goodbye and turned to face the white door. Raising her left hand, she knocked on the wood and took a step back. 5 seconds later, the door opened slightly to reveal a head of curly green hair and wide eyes. Hello, Izuka-chan. It's been a while. May I come in? Bakugou was furious. He had no time to work on FANG math when his girl left class 2 PRDS ago to who knows where. He needs the goddamn bell to FNG ring so he can go outside to murder half and half, rip that ring off Izuka's pretty hands, then murder the BSTRD one more time. But first, he apparently has to go up to the board and solve for whatever x equals. Getting up from his seat and taking the marker from the teacher, he wrote. The rest of the class, including the teacher, just stayed silent as Bakugou's death glare was aimed for one specific person in the back. As for how Shudo was doing, he knew the platinum blonde was planning his death, but did he give a F-? He faced worse from his own dad. This, Kaken, kid was nothing on the flaming BSTRD of a father he has. Shudo went about his day just like normal. While everyone else questioned why Izuka left in the middle of class and where she could have gone to, Shudo just went about with his business. He already knew where Izuka went off to, most likely finding the class to be boring and wanting to leave. Sooner or later, he found himself hearing the ringing of the bell, signaling the students could go home. Before he does have to go back to his own prison, Shudo wanted to go find Izuka and say goodbye to her, but it seemed like the blonde had other plans. Feeling the pressure of him grabbing his shoulder, Shudo turned around to meet the red eyes of his classmate, and his #1 rival for Izuka. He wasn't stupid. Shudo knew there was something special between the blonde and Izuka. That practically comes with being childhood friends before being separated only to reunite years later. But one advantage that Shudo does have is him having been in contact with Izuka for years before UA. While this, Kaken, might have been special, Shudo's knowledge of Izuka's current personality is better than some image from kids. May I help you, Bakugou-san? Shudo asked. At this point, the whole class was looking at what drama would soon unfold. Yeah, you can stay away from my Izu-chan, you Canadian flag bandit. She's mine, so back the F up and off. Katsuki warmed up his hands to the point where smoke was coming out. Yet, this DMN elite didn't seem to budge. Instead, Shudo shrugged his hand off like it was nothing and continued out the door. But before he left, he had one parting message. I don't care what kind of past relationship you had with Izuka-chan, but she's mine, not yours. I know her way better than you do. You're just an old memory of her past that doesn't know when to let go. Turning back around, he takes one step out the door before his instincts force him to dodge to the left. Bringing up his right hand, Shudo summons some ice spikes sprouting from the ground. He pierces over to the newly destroyed Class 1A door. Standing in the middle of the rubble was Bakugou, hands sparking and deadly serious expression. What the F did you say to me, you half and half BE? Bakugou was crouched low, as if he was going to rush forward and attack. Not one to back down at a fight like this, Shudo gathers more ice and challenges. You heard me. The class has now stayed still at the display of strengths by the two boys. The son of the #2 hero that got in with recommendations and the one who took first place in the entrance exams are going head-to-head? And all fighting for the girl that caused panic over the world? Class 1A would definitely have to say that this has been a very eventful first day of school if the damage down to the building was anything to show for. Katsuki's hands were smoking gray as he death glared the peppermint beach in front of him. The class door had been long demolished as he let out explosions to annihilate the thief. The BSTRD was equally using his DMN quirk and shooting out ice spikes. Bakugou just blew them away. The rest of his class was yelling at the two to stop, and multiple tried to intervene, mainly the blue-haired stick in the butt. They all limped away with burns and frostbite after trying to play the middleman. Who the F do you think you are, you BSTRD? What in hell did you think you were doing trying to put a ring on my girl? Katsuki rushed in close once more to deliver a right hook. I'll kill you. Shudo wasn't screaming like a madman like Katsuki's was, but his voice was defiantly raised. Izuka-chan is not yours. I meant what I said. You were out of her life for a decade. I was the only one by her side while she was stuck here at UA. Shudo released more ice and dodged to the left again. Don't you get it? You're out of the picture. The two boys were yelling back and forth when a new voice overpowered them both. Why the hell is my door broken? What the F do you brats think you're doing? Everyone who was watching from the safety of the sidelines, the rest of Class UA and other students from the first year, turned their heads to look behind them to see a fuming Aizawa-sensei. Eyes were glowing red and hair fang with the rules of gravity. The scarf he wears around his neck was half hanging off his head. To put it simply, Aizawa looked sad. With the erasing quirk activated, Katsuki and Shudo's final attacks were halted. This is the second time today I had to stop you two from fighting. Todoroki-kun, I expected more from you, especially hoped you of all people would keep a calm attitude. And Bakugou-kun, I don't know much about your personal history, but I don't tolerate your violent behavior here at UA. This is the hero course. Start acting like you belong. Releasing the stress on his eyes, Aizawa walked away with hands in his pocket and scarf back in its place wrapped around his neck. He would ask Cementos later to fix up the door. Go home already. That got the gawkers to shuffle on out of the building. Bakugou gave Shudo one last murder face and stomped away. Shudo let out an exhausting sigh. He grabbed at his discarded bag and headed to the hell he calls his house. I'm late and need to go before he makes things worse. Looks like I'm not going to be able to see Izuka-chan before leaving. Taking in the sight of the damage, he cringed internally and headed out. Aizawa wanted to sleep. Sleep and coffee were the two things he needed in life to keep him happy. That's it. But no. He has a teaching job during the day and a patrol during the night. He has to deal with high school kids in PBRTY and body odor wanting to be heroes. Today was only the first FING day and he already had to write a report of damage. He would have expelled the two, but they both had potential. Plus, Izuka hate him forever if he did that. He doesn't acknowledge this feeling, but over the years, he'd establish a parental bond with the girl. If anyone dared to hurt her, he would go after them himself. And no way was she allowed dating before he dies. He would probably scare away the man himself that would go after his honorary daughter. He figured that this instinct came from him being alone most of his life. Aizawa's parents were rarely home during his childhood, so he learned how to take care of himself at an early age. The neighborhood kids didn't like him much cause they hated he could take their quirks away in an instant. When he made it his mission to become a hero, he spent all his time at various dojos to give him an edge on opponents. He could make fights quirkless and with martial arts, win the fight. Long ago, he noticed that both heroes and villains rely on their quirk too much and don't know how to fight in close combat. He used that as an advantage. He can't always be a one-trick pony. After entering the hero course at UA through his sports festival win, that's when Aizawa finally had friends. But old habits die hard, so he pushed them away majority of the time. The only one he can think of that still stuck by him the whole time was now current pro and hero radio show host Present Mike. After a couple years on the job as an underground hero, he was tracked down by the principal of his alma mater and offered a job as a teacher. At first he thought Nezdu was being crazy. He and kids didn't mix at all. But he took the job anyway, a bit of pushing from Yamada after he was offered to teach English, and that's where he met Midnight, or Kayama Namuri. She and Hizashi were like two peas in a pod. Both were loud, obnoxious, and flashy. All things Aizawa wasn't. Yet the two kept bugging him and stuck around, so he eventually got used to it. But the one thing that the two heroes had that Aizawa didn't was that they had families. Aizawa lost both his parents at the age of 9 to a villain's rampage. It was a thing of wrong place, wrong time. His grandparents on both sides died when he was younger and his parents didn't have any siblings. Long story short, he had no one and was sent to live in an orphanage. The orphanage was crusty and old. Barely any funds and donations came in, and the staff couldn't give fewer sheets about the kids. That's when Aizawa learned about the real world. He didn't like it, so he wanted to change it. His parents' deaths and his experience at the orphanage brought along his motivation to become a hero. So he trained. He took lessons in the afternoon every day of the week once school was over. Double when it was the weekends. The orphanage somehow agreed to pay for them, but the condition was that he had to pay the director back when he got older, with interest. How shallow could a person get? Once he got into UA, General Ed of course, since his quirk didn't work on robots, he got a night job, a pretty high-paying one for a 15-year-old. He used his new paycheck to continue paying for his martial arts lesson and steadily to pay the orphanage back too. His UA life depended on coffee and hard work. When he managed to get into the hero course, he decided to change a few things. Izuka stopped going to martial arts lessons, finally being able to achieve black belt in all of them. He decided that practicing on his own time would be better financial-wise. After all, he was always one to think rationally. Hero training would replace the missed practices and he could use the money from his night job to finish paying the director. He also used some to buy necessities for the young kids there that the place claims to not have enough money for. Once graduating, he set himself up with an underground hero agency and began his career. He left the orphanage, finally reaching the age to legally leave. Every month, he would leave a large sum of his paycheck that he didn't use to help the kids there. He didn't become friendly with any of them on a social level. But he was a hero, and what hero wouldn't help? He recommended other pros he knew that were looking to have kids to the orphanage so that the numbers would decrease and they would finally have a loving home. Then, after give or take 7 years, he met Izuka. And by met, he meant it in the worst way possible. Once the disaster was over, he learned that the 4-year-old was now an orphan, same situation as he had been long ago, left alone in the big, scary world with no body. Izuka isn't gonna lie. He was tempted to adopt the girl once she was out of the hospital, but Nezda got to her first. He still was able to see and even teach her, so he didn't care much, but that was only at first. He then saw how she despised UA and was reminded of his days back in the orphanage. To put it simply, he saw the wish to leave and never come back. However, he always thought rationally. He couldn't let her escape per Nezda's demand. Izuka rubbed his forehead as he filled out the paperwork for door replacement. He wanted some coffee. Setagawa-san walked away from the sudden session she had with Izuka as the girl stood at her room door as she saw her leave. The session went well in her book, kinda. Izuka was more silent than usual, then again maybe the stress of actually being in a class got to her. They mostly talked about mundane things to get her to ease up and no longer tense. But she wouldn't call it great progress compared to past sessions. Izuka watched as her therapist walked away. She closed her door once the doc turned the corner at the end of the hallway. Taking a seat at her desk, she stares at the homework Nezda assigned for her to do at the beginning of the week. Deciding she could do this later, Izuka changed out of the UA uniform and put on a comfortable hoodie and leggings. Crawling into her bed with the fluffy cat blanket that Izuka got her for Christmas 2 years ago, Izuka wanted to sleep early, maybe wake up in the middle of the night to roam the empty halls of the school. She knew all the blind spots anyway. She would tell Nezda about them, but that meant she wouldn't be able to go out at night. The old hag. I'm home. Katsuki threw his bag into the corner of the room, planning to do the homework later. Homework on the first day, scandalous. Don't call me old hag, you brat. How was it? Mitsuki popped her head out from the kitchen, making a cup of tea currently. Hey ma, do you remember Midoriya Izuku? Mitsuki's face fell as it told Katsuki everything. She's in my class. That's all he said, no cussing or yelling. Katsuki went to grab a bell pepper from the fridge, bag retrieved, and went to his room. He didn't even slam the door shut like normal. Mitsuki found a chair and sat down. How could she have forgotten? How could she have just made the girl fade away in her mind? It's not like she had just up and gotten amnesia, but Izuka wasn't even a thought she had today until Katsuki mentioned it. She had been more focused on Katsuki when he said he was going out. Mitsuki stared at her tea up. The principal of UA had been drinking one when she had signed away all ownership of Izuka. When she had gone home that day, with no little girl in hand, her husband had asked what happened. Katsuki asked where his best friend was. Mitsuki had run out the house screaming she would bring her back no matter what just a few hours ago. Both males were confused when they saw the strongest woman they ever met, eyes red and slightly puppy with lingering tears. She could remember clearly the look of anger Katsuki gave her when she told him that she was going to be gone for a long while and wouldn't see her every day anymore. What you mean? Where is she? We supposed to marry when we old. You said you bring Izuku here. Katsuki's face was going red from the screaming, yelling right at his mother. Masaru was trying to calm him down, but it didn't work. Mitsuki was too tired to even fight back, having made one of the two hardest decisions in her life. I'm sorry Katsuki, I'm so sorry, but it did what I thought was best. Izuku-chan is going to be somewhere else for a while. She's going to a place where they'll teach her how to use her quirk. You saw right? The swords you saw in the sky, those were Izuku-chan's. I'm so sorry baby. Mitsuki crouched down to give him a hug, but Katsuki backed out of it harshly and ran to his room instead. Izuka may have forgiven her at Inko's funeral, but that didn't mean Mitsuki had forgiven herself. Doing what's best wasn't always easy. Mitsuki picked up her now lukewarm tea. She didn't want to drink her tea anymore. Katsuki laid on his bed, arms behind his head, face in a permanent scowl. Izuku-chan. He sat up and punched at his pillow, trying to release pent-up energy. He didn't want to use his quirk. It would be the 5th pillow he destroyed this month if he let loose. His mom would have her head if he blew another one up. Katsuki punched until he was breathing heavily, sweat starting to form on the top of his forehead. DM it. Shinso Hitoshi would say he was having a normal day. It started out with no sleep that night, the hours replaced with cat videos on YouTube. He woke up and got ready for school. He can proudly say he was attending one of the world's most prestigious hero schools in the heroics course, but Shinso didn't like to brag much. Did he also mention he managed to prove himself to All Might, the current #1 hero in Japan, and gained his quirk? Okay, good, that saves me an explanation. Overall, Shinso was much livelier that he was in primary and junior high. No one in his class knows about his brainwashing quirk yet, which is an advantage to him. The less people know, the better. And that's not just for strategy-wise. Shinso wanted to forget about his past and move on to a new chapter of his life. He wanted to be a hero. And with All Might's help, he was going to be #1. Shinso crossed the street after taking a short subway ride and walked for another 3 blocks. That would have winded him 11 months ago, but now it feels like a warm-up. All Might's American Dream plan did wonders for his body. He no longer had flabby fat pooling at the bottom of his stomach and gained a great amount of stamina. When the 5th month of the plan came along, Shinso started to develop noticeable abs. The other guys in the changing rooms for gym in junior high no longer could make fun of his body. He crossed the gates and made his way to the 1A classroom. At this rate, he would make it on time at the last minute. It was a habit at his point. The less he was in school, the less he got bull. Shinso shook his head. He needed to stop that train of thought. No one in his class would actively seek him out. Well, maybe the porcupine blonde, but he hasn't done anything to aggravate him, so Shinso believes he's in the clear. The bell rang just as Shinso sat down. He looks right in front of him to find a head of green hair laying on top the desk. Arms were folded in to create a makeshift pillow. Honestly, Shinso wished he could do the same. Staying up all night made him sleepy during the day. He really needs to fix that, but his insomnia is a beach. He also notices the blonde guy 2 seats ahead staring at her while she napped. Not wanting, what's his name, Bakugou to turn full on blast mode against him, Shinso overviews the rest of his classmates instead. The only things he can see that stands out the most are an invisible girl, a guy with a large tail, a girl with characteristics of a frog, and a guy with a bird's head. There were more people that had unique features, such as the heterochromatic boy in the back and guy whose head is shaped up to a point, but things like that doesn't give much indication to quirks. Shinso looks to the front as he hears the door sliding open. His teacher, Aizawa-sensei, and favorite hero of all time when he was a kid, strolled in wearing his yellow sleeping bag and face dead to the world. Alright, let's get started right away. Turn your history books to page 29 and read. Shinso followed along with each of his teachers as they presented the normal lessons expected in a high school. After lunch is when things got good. Everyone was sitting at their desks when the door suddenly slammed open and the #1 hero, and his mentor, rushed into the classroom in an unusual poise with his back arched and shouting, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." That's not how a person comes through the door normally. Shinso deadpanned internally as he witnessed half of his classmates become zoo animals at the sight of All Might. The other half included people that could actually control their sheet. Shinso swears he heard a large "he" of annoyance coming from the green-haired girl in front of him, but chose to ignore it. He didn't think anything good would come out of associating with the Midoriya Izuku. Newer history textbooks already had her name in them, and two of the strongest guys in the class were pinning for her. He didn't want to get in the middle of that. All Might at the front explained that they would be doing battle trials in one of the fake cities. He pulled out a remote, and the same half of the class that exploded hooped that their costumes popped out from the wall. Shinso was happy with the design he came up with. He could only use around 2 to 3% of one for all without any damage, so if he wanted to go a little more, he needed braces and supports for his arms and legs. He added a normal breastplate because you never know when you could get stabbed or shot, and he included elbow and knee shin guards. A black, metal mask was also requested to cover up his lower face and act as a gas filter voice modifier. He would have added a small rebreather as well, but decided that he wasn't going to specialize in water anytime soon. Just like a cat hated to be in water. The mask was designed in a shape where it was a rectangle all around, but curved so it would fit properly. The strap was on the back and the pattern reminded his of a smile, All Might's smile. If he was going to be the next symbol of peace, might as well have one resemblance. He would have added ears to represent All Might's hair, but he thought that would be overly creepy and stupid. The suit itself was a mixture of black and purple material, dark colors, for he always wanted to specialize in being an underground hero before meeting All Might. A part of him still wants to, even though he knows he'll be in the spotlight if he ever want to take the mantle and become number one, but at least the color made up for the loss, and he's an edgy boy so dash. The cloth used to make it is durable so it doesn't tear easily, but not so heavy that he would die from heat. The fabric is also attached to leather parts of his suit for more durability and can absorb sweat so he's not a sticky mess. He also requested combat boots so his feet were well supported. Overall, he took his suitcase to the changing rooms and inspected it to make sure everything was there. The other boys in the room seemed to be doing the same as well. Shinso smiled as everything was and started changing. In the girls' changing room, the attitude was thick enough to cut, but not overbearing amount of uncomfortableness. It was more like could be cut by a dull butter knife. The cause? Midoriya Izuku was standing to the side of the room, just standing. It wasn't like the other girls weren't okay with that, but it was just odd that their classmate wasn't doing anything. One by one the girls headed out after them and finished changing. Once the changing room was empty, Izuku finally moved. She opened her case to find exactly what she requested of the support department and what made Aizawa and Nezu want to facepalm. She got ready quickly and headed out. Time to spend a class with All Might, her former idol. Great. All Might greeted his students and complimented their costumes. As much as she knew he had to be equal and fair to all the students, he couldn't help but feel pride for his protege. Already knows how to use one for all without breaking anything? That's an accomplishment that past users had trouble with, and he had figured it out his safe limit in 2 months. The other person he was looking out for was a girl he needs to apologize to. Ever since Nezu told him that she didn't want to be a hero, much less hated nearly all of them, All Might decide to make it a mission that not all heroes were bad. If he got her to take up heroics, well, then that's a bonus. After a minute of waiting, Izuku finally entered the monitor room. He had a few comments about her costume, especially how useful it would be in an actual fight. It seemed All Might wasn't the only one to notice her costume choice was odd. The rest of the class sans too made the "Are you for real?" face. Izuku's assemble included a plain, dark green hoodie and black leggings. That's it. Literally. Nothing else. All Might could really tell that she wasn't trying in the heroics department in order for her to be wearing that as a hero costume. It looked more like she was ready for a night in with a love comedy and candy everywhere. The number one hero cleared his throat, which got everyone's attention. All right, everyone. It's time to start. I will now be giving out the scenario. I will be placing you in pairs dash. Excuse me. All Might Sensei, may I ask a question? A tall male wearing a full suit of armor raised his hands straight in the air. The suit reminded him of the costume of Ingenium Ida Tensei. As to be expected, All Might thinks that he had seen an Ida in his class roster, so he assumes they're brothers. Yes, young Ida. What do you inquire? How are pairs to be decided? Ida did some choppy hand motions that All Might questioned but said nothing of it. Somehow, that triggered the other kids to ask questions too. All Might got all types of questions that range from being able to majorly harm the others to how fabulous a cape is. Teaching is hard. How do the other teachers do this? It took a while, but All Might was finally able to control all the students and get to the draw. But of course he could. There was one last complaint. All Might Sensei, I'm not participating in this. All Might looks up from cheat sheet card to see Izuka raising her hand halfway while sitting down on the long bench at the back of the monitor room. Izuka could see the look of confusion on the hero's face as well as on her classmates, so she sighed and elaborated. I'm not trying to be a hero here, so I don't see the point of partaking in this trial. That one statement caused most of the students to look at her with even more questioning stares. A few gasped loudly. Izuka looked like she wanted to sleep more. That's all. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to go find Aizawa-sensei and bug him. Izuka got up and headed to the door. All Might needed to do something. He was flustered already with having to deal with everything in the last 5 minutes. He got an idea. Now All Might, tomorrow is the first day of classes and I have to notify you about something. Nezdu and All Might were walking together in the halls talking about the upcoming day until Nezdu started a new topic. What is it? All Might asked in his deflated form. I have something to tell you regarding Izuka-chan. All Might was all ears for this. But, is something wrong that I should know about? No, nothing's a disaster or anything of the matter. All I ask is that you make sure lie the rest of the teachers that Izuka-chan never leaves the campus. She is still under UA's protection, therefore she must not venture past the entrance gates. Do you understand, All Might? Yes. The skeleton answered abruptly. Very well. Thank you for agreeing. Now, shall we discuss more matters over a cup or two of tea? If you participate, you will be able to go past the gates for one time. That got Izuka to stop all movement. It was like a pin drop could be heard. What? Izuka's voice spoke out in a whisper, but everyone could hear it. Really? Realizing there was no turning back now, All Might continued with his outburst. Of course. A hero never goes back on his words. Izuka stands there for a good 10 seconds before moving to sit back down. I'll be holding you to that, All Might. Really? A sweat dropped from All Might's face as he just witnessed one of his worst and, if it goes well, best decisions possible regarding young Midoriya. He at least knew the worst part came from most likely having to deal with Nezdu later. Putting on his famous smile, All Might starting drawing. He didn't know much about the kids, thus this exercise was important to gauge their abilities and limits of their quirks. Costume choice and design was a good thing to look after as well. He needed to see if the students chose one for style or battle support. He called out random names as he saw some kids give each other a nod. He assumed that's who they were paired up with. When he got to the two last names, another sweat dropped. And young Shinsu and young Midoriya is Team J. Shinso admits he was feeling nervous about today's battle trial. But it got progressively worse when his trusted mentor just paired him up with the girl he wanted to avoid. He knows he didn't do it on purpose, but still. Shinso could literally feel the laser eyes the Peppermint Kid and Explody McBlasty was giving him. But what was he supposed to do? He was stuck with Ms. Crazy for this exercise. A part of him was burning for victory. He wanted no needed to win. All Might gave him his power and he needed to prove that he could be triumphant in something like this. He witnessed as All Might pulled out another sheet of paper. It was for listing which teams would be villains and which would be heroes. Heroes, team, heroes, team, heroes, team. It was as if a mini chant resonated through his brain and out of his body. But the world hated him like usual and decided that this would be fun. Team J is the villains against Hero Team D. So let me explain. The team pairings and letters are the same except for the following changes. Team A is now Kirishima and Zero. They are Team J in canon. Since Mineta was kicked out, Uraraka is Momo's partner in this case on Team C. I hope this clears some things out. A Finji course. Shinso honestly didn't know what he was expecting. He took in a deep breath and headed his way over to his now teammate. Did the lasers increase? Yeah, a little bit. Hey. A simple and nonchalant greeting. Hey yourself. A simple and nonchalant response. Do you want to plan things out for this, or a trailing question that leaves room for suggestion? Planning never hurts. A responsible reply. Yeah, but this conversation does. As much as it looked like he was keeping his cool, Shinso was freaking out on the inside. What do you want to do? A normal question. I know Kakuin's quirk relies on his sweat production, for that's what lighting the explosions. He is skilled in maneuverability and uses his quirk to his advantage in all aspects. As for Idakuin's quirk, the engines in his legs allow for him to move at great speeds. Knowing Bakugou, he will most likely rush in disregarding teamwork to try find the bomb. Idakuin will most likely try to reason with Bakugou on the importance of heroes working together, but ultimately have no choice but to either follow him to where the bomb is or go a different path to cover more grounds faster. As such, we must place the bomb in a disclosed area where it will not be discovered easily. I suggest that a long and winded explanation and analysis that trails off in order to make it a surprise. Bakugou Katsuki waited for the DMN bell to signal that he could go in. The four-eyed fucker he was supposed to work with was just an extra, no one important to help him reach his goals in life. The prick wanted to talk to him about strategy, but that. He already had a foolproof plan that would get him the win. He'll storm in there and blast everything like usual. Done deal. He'll show his future wife how much he'd grown in power. Once the sound goes off, he charges in, ignoring the outcry of the other fucker. He had a good look from the outside, so he already knows that the bomb would be near the top. That way there would be more floors to try stop the heroes. So the only logical thing to do is find the staircase and rush up. So that's what he did. But after searching the top floors, he doesn't see any signs of even life. A little bit eerie, but if anyone asked if the Bakugou Katsuki was scared, they would receive an explosion to the face. You really must not charge in like that without being cautious. There is no telling of any traps that may have been placed. The suit was giving him choppy hand motions that were extremely annoying. Bakugou wanted to rip his arms off for that. Shut the F up. Bakugou needed to think about this. From yesterday's quirk test thing, he knows the purple fucker doesn't have an invisible quirk like the other beach in his class does, so that leaves out the option that the two are just disguising themselves. He ponders back to when he entered. Having marched straight up the steps, he looked through the 2nd through 5th floors and saw no one or the bomb. Hero team. 5 minutes left. Bakugou starts storming back down and decides to cheek again. He ignores the protests from Sonic. He finally declared floors 2 to 5 empty and moves onto the 1st floor, the one he didn't cheek at all. He finds that to be stupid. If this was real life, the heroes would raid the 1st floor first, and then what are they going to do about the time limit for the bomb to go off? He inspects each room and yet, nothing. It's like they vanished from thin air. What the actual dash? Oh, I purple bee. Where the F ya hiding, huh? I wanna fight, goddammit. Bakugou resorted to yelling. It's what he's best at. I do not think screaming at the enemy to fight is the correct solution. More choppy hand motions had Bakugou retaining himself from just fighting his teammate. Hero team. Just 3 minutes left before time runs out. The voice in his ear yells. Bakugou rips the earpiece out and stomps on it. You shouldn't be destroying UA equipment, Kakin. Bakugou turns around to locate that voice. Izu-chan. Where are you? Stop hiding and fight already. Come and find me, Kakin. The voice seemed be near, so Bakugou knew it wasn't on the 3rd to 5th floors. That left the 2nd, but he checked there and he's currently on the 1st. But her voice didn't sound like it was anywhere on the actual floor itself. That just left. Bakugou aimed his hand at the ground, Ida questioning what he was doing. Die! Bakugou shot a loud explosion at the floor, causing it to break up into crackling pieces. Ida could feel himself falling and tried to prepare for landing. The dust cleared and Bakugou could now make out the three things in front of him. I knew you would figure it out, Kaken. It took a bit of help though. If I hadn't called out, would you have even noticed that this building has a basement? Izuka was sitting on a wooden box right next to the tall bomb in the corner of the room. The purple fucker was sitting on similar box on the other side. 2 minutes left, heroes. All Might's voice could be heard through Ida's headpiece loud and clear. Let's stop talking and start fighting now. I'm raring to go and Buttes aren't gonna kick themselves. Bakugou bashed his fist in his palm, giving off smoke from a mini explosion. Ida got into fighting stance behind him and reared up his engines. I would say the same thing but without all the vulgar language. 10 minutes earlier. I suggest we hid the bomb in a place they would not search for at first glance. Shinso was already confused by the Spitfire analysis, now he was completely. But, yeah, I'm gonna need you to clarify on that for me. Think about it. It's idiotic to have your main weapon out in the open for the heroes to find. It's best to have it hidden in a location no one in this simulation would think of with the information provided to them. Okay, and where is that? The roof? No, that's even worse than just hiding it on one of the floors. I suggest we plant the bomb in the basement. Shinso widened his eyes. There's a basement in there? All Might made it sound there were only 5 floors in the building, but there's a lower floor as well. Izuka and Shinso walked over to the far corner of the building on the first floor. Izuka gave Shinso a sly smile before pushing on a part of the wall to show a revolving door. Holy shit. Didn't expect something like this to be here. Shinso went on the other side to see staircases leading downwards. That's because everyone is forgetting this is supposed to be a real-life situation instead of one propped by a school. This faux city was built using a replica of a real one, with a couple buildings built specifically to imitate ones that have been villain hideouts. Izuka disappeared for a minute, to come back carrying the cardboard bomb using a nest of swords to cradle the object. Once set, she and Shinso headed downstairs and waited for the bell to go off. He could hear the heroes' footsteps as they grew farther and farther away, indicating their ascent to higher grounds. A few minutes pass and Shinso doesn't know why, but he feels unsatisfied, like he should be doing something instead of just sitting around. It seemed like his partner could sense something about him. I get the feeling you want to fight instead of getting an easy win. Chuckling dryly, Shinso rubs at the back of his neck. Are you sure your quirk isn't mind reading? I assure you it's not. If it was, then we would not be having this conversation right now. Izuka stood up, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. If you want to fight, then I'll just bring them here. All Might was confused. For the sake of the student not being able to see the villain's plan, All Might had turned the monitors on after the bell had gone off. Now he wished he hadn't done that. It's been 5 minutes and still no sign of the villain duo, not even the bomb. He knows that none of the two have quirks to make them undetectable, so they have to be hiding somewhere. He switched one of the screens to look at the roof and around the building exterior. Nothing. The class was as clueless as him. It's like they aren't even there. It's strange indeed. Where do you think they are? Isn't my cape fabulous? The hero team already searched all the floors and went into each room. There's nowhere else to look. What a mad banquet of darkness. Midoriya Izuka is sure a strange person. I kind of feel bad for that Shinso guy to be working with Haya. What the heck? Everyone's eyes looked over to where the ice trapping their electric classmate originated. Shudo exhaled a frosty breath and glared at his classmates. Shut up and watch before you make false assumptions. That got everyone to quiet immediately, not wanting to face what would happen if they don't. All Might cleared his throat and yelled into the microphone, "Hero team. 3 minutes left before time runs out." That got everyone to face the monitors again as they saw the hero team on the first floor, Bakugou destroying his earpiece. All Might winced internally. The set to buy them had been nowhere near cheap. The class then just saw all movement stop. Only All Might being able to hear what was going on. "Sir, what's happening now?" Uraraka looked between the screen and the hero. Bakugou pointed his hand to the ground and let out a blow. They could feel the ground vibrating from where they were standing. What the hell? What was he thinking? Why would he blow the ground up? We can't see anything cause of the dust. Oh look, it's clearing up. Class 1A and All Might would be mesmerized with the action unfolding for the remaining 3 minutes. Shinso got up from the box he was sitting on to face his opponents. The air felt musty from the dust, and he couldn't see much, for the only light in the room is from the hole on the ceiling. He charged up one for all as purple sparks of electricity ran throughout his body, red lines marking his face and body for a second. He could see Izuka in the corner of her eye, just standing there, hands inside the pockets of her hoodie. The blonde charged at Shinso with blasts giving a boost in his speed. The knight in shining armor seemed to be going straight for the bomb. Shinso activated 3% and punched out to meet the blonde with his fist also outreached. He could feel the burning heat grazing his face as he tried to dodge direct fire. Seeing how Ida was going to get past, Shinso tried to stick his leg out in hopes he would trip. But no need. A different foot jutted out to falter the hero's run. Ida slid across the floor and crashed into the back wall. Even Bakugou stopped to witness the simple, yet game-changing move. That wasn't the Izuka Bakugou knew. The Izuka preserved in his memories is someone who would never cause harm to anyone. She would be unnecessarily kind to everyone and help anyone in need. Bakugou could clearly remember the girl crying once because she accidentally stepped on an ant. It took a whole hour and fake funeral to get her to stop feeling bad. Point case, his Izuka would never result to such a cheap and dirty move. But then a punch to the face reminded Bakugou just where he was. Turning his attention to the fucker in front of him, Bakugou let out a yell and put his hands together. He shot out explosions in the guy's face, getting closer at the same time. Smoke covered the room like a thick fog. He's gonna win this trial, and nothing will stop him. His Izuka will forever be his no matter what personality change. Ida didn't know what happened. 1 second his engines are ready and he charges forwards to the goal of his battle trial, making sure to avoid the foot of his classmate currently fighting his teammate, and the next he could feel himself falling forwards and armor scrapping against the concrete floor. His head hit a wall first, causing his vision to blur a little. Sounds of a struggle played in the background. Ida tried to get up, but once he got on his arms, a strong force caused him to go back down. Not so fast, hero. Ida could barely make out the outline of green as the weight put on more pressure. 1 minute remaining. Damn it. Ida tried once more to get up, but ultimately failed. Not even his engines could help him with his chest facing the ground. He felt something tying his legs up. Ida Tenya has been captured, therefore his is no longer in the trial and hero team has only one remaining. All Might's announcement rang in his ear as disappointment flooded Ida's nerves. The weight off his back released and he could see Midoriya Izuku walking away to where the other fight was going on. Since he was no longer able to participate, Ida removed the tape binding his legs and headed for an exit, gray clouds obscuring his vision. As soon as he reached the opposite side of the room, Ida frowned. Was that door always open there? Shinsu's heart rate has never been as high as it was right now. Every turn led to him having to dodge a detonation designated for him. 1 for all was definitely a boost to his abilities, but too much at once put a strain on his muscles. When he heard there was 1 minute left, he pushed his limit another 2%. 3 was already something hard to manage, but 5 was like someone putting his entire body through a vice. Yet he pushed forward. He wanted to win. He needed to win. He wanted to show All Might how far he had gotten from that pathetic kid who stopped him in the alley. He crouched down for one last punch. It seemed his opponent was gearing for the same thing. Dai. Smaewash. Shinso couldn't beat him. He felt himself being knocked over to the ground as the blast caused his shoulder to hit the bumpy surface. He lost. He couldn't win. Not even as a villain. Shinso could only watch, his body not allowing him to move anymore, as Bakugou marched over to the corner. He used his arm with the gauntlet to swipe at the smoke. Shinso widened his eyes for yet another time. Where? What the? He could see Bakugou also befuddled, and then turn angry. Oi, where the F is the bomb? A laugh rang out the damaged room. The pair brought their eyes to the girl hunched over and snickering. A loud buzz filled the building. Time is up. The villain team wins. Shinso has never been more bewildered with Midoriya Izuku than he is right now. A loud buzz filled the building. Time is up. The villain team wins. Shinso stared at his teammate in confusion. What could she have possibly done when everyone was here in the same space? Will all participants now return to the monitor room? On cue, all three of them made their way to where the rest of their fellow heroes in training. All Might cleared his throat and asked the class, "Does anyone want to explain what happened, any flaws presented, and who our MVP is?" Shinso needed to hear this. He may have won, but he doesn't recall anything in the plan making the bomb go bye-bye. The rest of his classmates should have been able to see everything from the monitor room. A tall girl with big bow wearing an all-red costume raises her hand. If Shinso remembers correctly, her name starts with a Y. While the hero team had done the correct thing of searching all floors, they had needed the assistance of one of the villains to find their hiding place. If the goal for the villain team is to win, then it was a mistake to call out to the hero team and give away their location. If Midoriya-san had not moved the bomb at the last minute, then the hero team would have won. As for Ida-san's play in this, he had been caught at the beginning of the fight. He neglected the presence of one of the villains and had charged for the bomb. As for my final conclusion, the MVP would be Shinsu-san for being the one to properly play the villain in this exercise. Shinsu's heart made a little pang. Properly poly a villain's role, huh? The thing he was trying to avoid this whole time had just been ruined by the ponytail chick. Ahem. Correct, Yarusi. I would have added that the hero's teamwork could have been improved, but overall great. And also congratulations to young Shinu for the title. All Might internally was faltering a little. I had not thought of all that. Back the F up, ponytail. What do you mean she moved the FING bomb? A loud voice caught everyone's attention as the said blonde yelled out. Yeah, I would like to know that was well. Shinso weakly raised his hand, this dead poker face hiding his interest. I also questioned the whereabouts of the bomb. Ida's hand shot straight up in the air as if he was in a classroom and needed to ask a question. Instead of explaining, why don't I just hit the replay? All Might fiddled with the device for a minute before finally being able to get the recorded video feed up. He may or may not had help from the knowledgeable Yaoyorozu. Three eyes were glued to the monitor showing the scene. Barely being able to make anything out from all the smoke covering the camera, courtesy of Bakugou, the three really had to focus to barely see a small shimmer of sliver. On one side of the room, there's Bakugou and Shinso fighting it out, but on the opposite side, they all see Izuku tripping Ida at the last possible second and him crashing to the wall. Now that All Might was seeing this for a second time, he really thinks he should send Ida to the nurse. While all four fighters were occupied, and the smoke making it nearly impossible to see, it made sense how. None of them noticed a few swords appearing in the back of the room to sneak over to the bomb. Lifting it up so it was above everyone's line of sight, the revolving door from earlier was opened and the bomb was floated out of the room. How could I forget that was there? Shinso thought. Ida brought his hand up to his chin. So that is why I found that part of the wall to be opened when I didn't see anything initially. When the F was that there? Bakugou shouted out loud. The whole time, Kaken. I just knew the building better and used it to my advantage. Izuka walked over to the wall and took a seat again. All Might sense it. I put up with my part of the deal. You are going to do the same, right? OFC course. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. The great Almighty that is our Lord of Light has hesitated in his speech to the Empress. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. Those melons are grade 11. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. I'm so fabulous and sparkly. All Might stuttered. All Might stuttered. So where's the bomb now? Shinso asked. All Might switched screens and there it was, standing perfectly unharmed and uncaptured on the first floor. Now, it's time for the rest of the trials. Mr. Hero reached his hand into his box again and pulled out two more teams. Now All Might. Hi. Can you please explain to me why you offered Izuka-chan a way to leave UA grounds? And I assure you that I did not mean to do it intentionally, but when she was about to leave class, I got panicked and said what I thought would make her stay. Aizawa, who was standing next to Nezu, face-palmed at the stupidity of the current #1 hero of all of Japan. For a guy that's adored all over the country and rumored to have saved more than 1,000,000 people, what Aizawa was seeing was not that man. All Might, I am unsure if you are aware, but Izuka-chan is allowed to leave class any time she wants to. The hero looked at Nezu with an open mouth and flabbergasted face. What? Why? It was Aizawa who answered this time. That's 'cause officially, she graduated high school course and is in the middle of finishing college, with Nezu being certified to teach college courses. And while she can't get a hero license yet, she's trained enough under UA's curriculum that she can take the provisional hero license test any time she wants. The point being, All Might, while it is wonderful you are trying to get our longest student to discover the purpose of being a hero, I would never risk her by letting her leave the school grounds where it can be unsafe. Nezu finishes. Then what do you suggest I do? I cannot simply tell young Midoriya that I was joking or anything like that. All Might slumps in his seat in thought. About that, I think I have an idea you might approve of, principal. Aizawa got the attention of the 1½ men, Nezu is something not human, and spoke, what if I? The school day had let out and Izuka watched from her usual spot all the students being able to leave. If she told anyone her biggest dream in life right now was to cross a gate, they would look at her funny, but those people be dead. They would never know the pain of being told living in a school prison is a good thing 'cause it's keeping her safe. But soon she would get her wish. While her trust in heroes is still near rock bottom, the #1 himself promised her. She had to at least put some trust in that. Don't trust anyone. Izuku slid off of the metal railing she was sitting on and headed back inside. Homework wasn't going to do itself. She walked in silence, trying her hardest to ignore the voice in her head. Is everything set? Yeah. I just need to get the schedule to know what time is ideal to strike. But no worries. A newspaper is thrown on top a counter. All Might teaching at UA? I have the perfect plan. Do head with caution, Tamura. While the Numu I have made is created with a combination of quirks to fight All Might, error is never far from success. Of course, Sensei. But I'll make sure to complete the task. Hands are scratching at an already red neck, blood starting to pool slightly under dry fingernails. I'll make sure to show those heroes they're not as high on the pedestal as they think they are. When Izuka was promised to be able to leave you, this is not what she expected freedom to be like. The green-haired girl was currently stuck on a bus filled with teenagers her age apparently discussing crap steeped in sewage. She decides to kill Aizawa later for this. This morning, Izuka knew about Class 1, as trip to the USJ run by 13, a rescue hero that works for UA. Izuka has never been there personally, but she knows the interior design from blueprints and images. The morning classes had just ended as she got up to get lunch and eat by herself on the roof. Only staff, including the teachers, has a key to the roof, but Izuka was an exception. Just as she retrieved the pre-packed bento lunch Rush makes for her in the morning from the teacher's lounge, Izuka was stopped by Aizawa. They were casually walking past each other when the underground hero made a side comment as if he was talking about politics. Oh, by the way, you know how All Might said you can leave the grounds? Get ready soon because it's today. Izuka froze at the sudden announcement from the black-suited hero and whipped her head to give a genuine surprised look. Of all the teachers on staff, he's been the most adamant of keeping her trapped at UA for the 11 years she's been here. What time? Was all she could ask with thoughts running rampage in her brain. After lunch was the only response she got before the caterpillar spun his cocoon to transform into a beautiful butterfly. Just kidding. Aizawa will forever be the grumpy caterpillar for as long as he has that sleeping bag. Izuka cursed at herself for not making the connection in her haste. Once lunch was over, she and the rest of her classmates were told to put on their choice of costumes or the gym uniform. Since her costume was literally a hoodie and leggings, Izuka wore that as she got to the front of the building with the others. She didn't know where her emotions were right now, for her heart started beating faster and sweat built up in her palms. So much that she didn't think much of it when a bus pulled up to her left as Izuka telling everyone to board. Her feet moved on her own, and before she realized, she was sitting near the back and the engine starting. That is when Midoriya Izuku realized she had been deceived. Izuka would be a dead man. Izuka was the witness for it all. He didn't understand why Izuka was complying with getting on the bus, but hey, less work for him. The bus stopped at the USJ and the students were ushered off. Izuka stood in front of the large dome-like building. As excited as she should have been, she did not count this as being off UA, for it is technically their property. The USJ was just another place to train to become a hero, but she did like rescue work more than any other field. Everyone was greeted by 13, the space hero. Their gender? Who knows? Izuka mostly stared off into space as her mind filed 13 speech as background noise. That is, until she heard them say something about their quirks being able to kill. Izuka's head lowers as she stares at the floor, counting all the squares and tiles. She of all people knows the dangers misuse of a quirk can lead to, accident or not. The ends of her swords aren't exactly blunt and children-friendly. Hell, she already killed someone before. The only thing not making her feel bad or guilty is the fact she killed her mother's murderer. The lights all of a sudden went out and the air became ominous. A swirling mass of black and purple in the center near the fountain caught Izuka's attention. That's not supposed to be there. She looks over to Izuka, who also seemed to notice. 13 speeches paused as they also look, as well as some of the students. The purple mist grew larger and larger until it was twice as big as the door to their classroom. Izuka immediately turned around to alert everyone of what was going on. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Izuku heard in the background about someone asking about a new development. Don't move. Izuka raised his eye mask and UPS his guard. Those are villains. People started to walk out of the mist, all with a smirk on their face, dripping with overconfidence. The last ones to come out of the warp were 3 people that walked with authority. One was a large, black, hulking mass of muscle with a yellow-orange beak and exposed brains. The popping eyes were nothing to compliment either. The one on the left could be made out as the same matter as the portal that allowed for the villains to enter. He had glowing eyes and purple body that swirled. Lastly, the one in the middle was freakishly covered in different hands and one smack dab on his face. Pale bluish-gray hair covered his head and skin and unhealthy shade. 13 and Eraserhead, huh? The hand dude spoke. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was supposed to be here. The trespassing other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Izuka mumbled under his breath, noting to tell Nezu later. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Izuka watched with wide eyes as Izuka activated his quirk and his capture weapon defies gravity just like his hair. Kill. Kill. They're gonna kill. Memories rushed through Izuka's head as all she could see if the reenactment of that horrible, horrible day. The panic, screaming, bloodshed, red, 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 red on green. This is the second time Izuka has ever been up against real villains. It doesn't matter if they were weaklings. It was a weakling that killed her. It was a weak villain to be the one to kill Inko. Izuka felt genuine fear creeping along her spine and making its way to the back of her neck. Her body was frozen and fingertips cold. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. Izuka resolved herself for years, telling herself the next time she encounters a villain, revenge would be hers. Yet here she was. Her perfect chance, possibly once in a lifetime. JK, we all know this ain't the last time, but if she knew, that would be breaking the fourth wall. But she was scared. Her mind was blank. And Midoriya Izuku didn't know what to do.